81. Gods walking among mortals. Cyria focuses, and that of many of her fellow Gnostics and Tolkien were onto the sky as gasps and clicks of shock echoed within the mixed crowd were heard all around. All recognized this deeply respected creature, a creature that was known to be the ruler of the sky, forest, and mountains. None expected a select few Tolkiens had seen such a creature by their own eyes and not that of their ancestors at a spirit tree, the aquatic variant of a tree of souls. The danger such as being represented for the Elos, the youngest of Tolkien calves, and Gnostics should have led to a building panic or a large shift from them to flee and protect themselves, but it was the exact opposite that was happening. They stayed perfectly still, completely enraptured in the moment. Awe, adulation, and marvel at the approaching apex predator of the sky. But it wasn't the beast receiver of all of those sentiments. It was the one atop of it, her presence akin to a sun burning in the complete darkness. Some with weaker constitutions, both physically and mentally, were already feeling feeble under such a presence so far above them approaching their location. It was an event that would be spoken of for the many, many generations to come. It was to be seen, heard, and felt for it to be shared and kept alive forever within their memories. Yet it wasn't the only point of focus, as the eldest of the Tolkiens, with also a young adult waiting for something to happen, had felt a sudden shift within the water below. A shift that was the telltale of something massive approaching and whose body absorbed the constant clicks emitted by their organs at each the sides of their snouts that were highly developed and sensitive echolocation organs almost totally hiding it from them. It was swimming upward at great speed, its massive shadow starting to be more noticeable to the Gnostics, more and more noticed, all having instantly understood that it was caused by another apex predator. One of the seas they were immensely more familiar with than the one of the sky, second in size and mass only to the peaceful whales of Pandora. One that could fight on equal ground and kill one with relative ease against the largest Tolkien bull in a physical contest due to the shark's extremely thick armor, its stealth, and the most powerful jaws of any animal species presently alive. These battles had happened many times in the tales from a bloody and ancient past, and would still be true to this day. Tolkiens are greatly ashamed of those times and why since then and for the future their way of life. The Tolkien way was non-violent, banning all forms of violence and killing, excluding the ones with the purpose of nutrition, as their biology hasn't changed and they still are obligate carnivores. Filter feeder to be exact, but it was done in a way strictly to sustain themselves. As flawed as many would call their ideology of total peace, they weren't suicidal, but if a fight were to happen, they would always choose to swim away, no matter the circumstance. An example of how ingrained this philosophy was in their species' collective memory. And if there are loss of lives, then there will be no revenge and no hate will be born either, only acceptance and grievances. It was life, and life was not easy even for them. However, this news of a Nalutsa having suddenly reached them didn't lead to any fear in the one in the known. Words had spread thanks to one Tolkien having seen a fight between a flying beast of metal, its rider, the most known human, and the same Nalutsa that was currently approaching them. This same Tolkien had seen this man somehow, some way, somewhat bond and dominate the Nalutsa that was one of the major reasons none had dared to get close to the island that the said man had decided to take it as is. Aside from the man's name itself, and the fear that still sprung above by this sudden appearance was calmed down to a degree by Ronald hissed out words of warning. Do not act rashly upon your primal impulse. This Nalutsa is the mount of the creature inhabiting those islands. The next instant the calm, sea bathed under the picturesque night sky of Pandora was breached by the appearance of a bulky, muscular tailless figure, visibly male dressed in bizarre clothes of dark shining gray, appeared, his hands behind his back as more of his body rose, with under him a portion of the shadow that was a Nalutsa that here was used as nothing more than a platform. Then the unique mask-hat hybrid covering his entire head unfolded faster than they could blink, revealing dark brown braided hair and beard in a style foreign to them, thick eyebrows of the same color, a strangely shaped nose, sun-kissed skin upon defined feature, and a small smirk contracting deeply with his most striking feature, his eyes aside the difference in species. Two icy cold and ethereal silver orbs that seemed to shine as they emotionlessly evaluated, deconstructed, and analyzed methodically everything and anything they landed upon with no emotions aside from mild curiosity and amusement, as if what was before was of medium importance. "The Oloikton of the Sky People, the lost child," Ronald said, her voice quivering as it spread far and wide, her eyes mixed with terror and fascination upon the being 36 meters in front of her that stood still on the Nulutz's carapace, his very presence overwhelming her that she found herself instinctively trying to look away to her immense shock. After her words, instant recognition flashed into the minds of every Nausicaa and Tolkien who hadn't realized who this strange creature was until now. For them, barring a few adventurous ones, it was the first time they saw an human, and what an impactful experience it was, one that would lead to relief and disappointment, as the specimen in front of them was as human as they were to such was how far he was from the norm of his species. This revelation of who this man was brought a different set of emotions, all virtually entirely antithetical to the earlier ones for the All-Mother. He was both famous and infamous, outpacing that of the Tauric Macdo manifold. Words of mouth of his actions had spread far and wide from before and after the battle where the RDA was vanquished. 8 years of talesome sounding completely impossible, the people living in the reef not being an exception and having heard of these legends. He ripped machines and people apart with ruthlessness using only his bare hand, running at incomprehensible speed as he danced on the battlefield with an armor impermeable to a rain of death of lead as he bathed in blood and organs. A power that lets him have an infinite pocket where he takes at his will deadly weapons he is expert at, and the ability to gain control of the wildlife with no cue. A deep knowledge of the art of destruction and death. But that was only one side, a small one, but one that by itself for the heart of many dwarfed that of his more positive exploits, such as the pacification between Sky People and the Omadikeya and many Nausicaa clans, the gift of mobility and ability to cripple, the massive shift in how the Sky People work, such as a total stop to land-based mining exterior and so much more. And the most absurd fact about it all, that until now was wishfully ignored in sheer denial, such was it an almost heretical thought. He was Iowa's mate, and here, right in front of their very own eyes, the most sensitive of individuals to the ways of the most exoteric side of this couldn't deny it any longer. There was something beyond mortal words could explain, yet they could sense it, an aura all familiar to them, similar, yet distinctly more potent and clear was around him and was identical to the pulse that knocked a large portion of the Tsahik present unconscious, and it stretched to the world around as if partially coalesced to it. Yet as strong as this phenomenon, proof of his deep and intricate tie to the All-Mother, deeper than any Nausicaa, be they Tsahik, Sakarem or not, or even the most sensible of Tolkien, yet it was distinctively different than there. He was not in harmony with the life and world around him, but the omnipresent force behind him was of one equality, both embracing the other. But simultaneously, it was as if two opposites were in a homogeneous relation with the other, both repelling and attracting one another in an eternal dance of antithesis, one without the other seeming lacking and incomplete. But that last part was only truly felt by the most acute of Tolkien and Nausicaa, such as Ronald the Tsahik of the Mechtaina and her spirit sister Tolkien. And while it was bearable for Tolkien's, it was edging on the limit point of unbearable for many others. Then the man spoke, fracturing the oppressive silence born of his appearance, his eyes moving over everyone as he did so, his smile widening ever so slightly for a reason none understood that sent chills to the spine of more than one. It was the eyes of someone who would not hesitate to kill in cold blood, and much worse if necessary. But his smile was because he won a bet, and a reward for it later. A bet between him and Iowa about who would have arrived first, and he won because he started first and traveled through a large cave on the island while she needed to fly back up, adding that Aegis was surprisingly fast for its bulk and body shape. Lost Child, it has been quite a few years since anyone used this title to speak of me while in my presence or that I heard it spoken at all. His powerful voice rumbled into the ears of everyone no matter how far from him they were. He spoke with the tongue of the people, his pronunciation perfect, the light accent within only adding to the power behind it. Then powerful gusts of wind were felt as the main point of interest, and the emitter of psionic pulse finally arrived. Her body held an equilibrium at the time of the head crest of a great Lionopteryx. The attention of everyone shifted to her as her pale pink eyes gazed upon her children as a warm smile graced her shape, that was for them like her body, the image of sheer perfection in the form resembling that of an adult female Gnostics. Sharing similarity to all variant of Gnostics, depending the climates, yet being of strictly none. Many fainted on the spot. Her presence through her simple passive psionic, even if suppressed emission, was exceptionally hard to bear with the emotional impact of seeing the avatar of their goddess, their creator, their mother, the being breathing life into them, and the ones that was the representation of nature itself of this astral body they were on. Adding that the ones present were almost exclusively Psihic, Sakurem, and Tolkien, all three deeply in contact with the All-Mother, representing in some form the equivalent of the most faithful religious figure for humans being able to look upon their deity. It would have an impact, and all that did blank out fell slowly upon their mounts without any possibility of injury or drawing. A fact that almost did go unnoticed if not for the young ones such as Gnostics and Tolkien were the least affected, their mind more malleable and adaptable, suppressing the shock factor. Their lack of context for what was unfolding helping just as much. It was too much at once, but the ones that kept themselves awake felt a wave's calmness and serenity by an outer force without them noticing was intervening. And once all woke up, this feeling would spread, stopping any hysteria or potential similar problem. A title that we deem is now unfit for our mate. Don't you agree, my Liam? The avatar of the All-Mother suddenly said, her voice enchanting, endearing, and melodious, enrapturing the heart of all, but in particular to the individual. She spoke the name of whose features softened as he looked up at her. Then she jumped down, her long braided hair of the purest of white flowing down in a way only they should in water, but that was the least supernatural aspect of it all. She was hovering down, an impossible feat that surprised even Liam. Her long tail ending in a braided tuft of white hair waving in the air as she moved toward her partner, her hand extending toward him as he grasped it in his gauntlet. The artificial pads over the palm and digits gave a solid grip as he gently tugged her downward, which she didn't resist falling into, and let herself fall in his arms, showing that both were of around equal size. The feeling was completely different than when he was under several kilograms of metals and polymer, but it was far from unpleasant. Such a sight of casual love that only was seen between mates was not without any reaction. Shock permeated the place for those coherent enough as it anchored into reality the rumors and what they have felt. It was surreal. Even the Tulkuns held difficulty believing this was the truth, but what they felt didn't matter. It wasn't a simple bond. It was so much more. It was reality, and the joy radiating was rapidly spreading toward them. The second most shocking aspect of this situation was that Iowa was intervening, shattering her neutrality that was held for as long as both Tulkuns and Gnostics could remember except for special cases, but this was different. She wasn't intervening because of an impending threat that would kill untold trillion, all life considered, but out of something fundamentally and purely selfish. Something for herself and that of another, an alien to the biosphere of Pandora. It wasn't bad, the opposite, but it was a fact that should be false. Oh, it's like with Daddy and Mommy. Cyria stood up and pointed her finger at the couple of beings so far above her as a regular Gnostics girl of 7 years old. Her excited and unfiltered voice brought terror to Ronald and a small amused smile to Iowa as the small Gnostics felt like someone was ruffling her hair. This smile had a calming effect upon the girl's mother, whose relief flooded her system. Indeed, the term child is not appropriate, and what might you have in mind, my Iowa? Liam said, accentuating the "my," just like she did. A detail he didn't find unpleasant. Quite the contrary, and a detail that didn't go unnoticed either. Just as little Tsariah of the Mekayina had said, and the daughter of grace. As the All-Mother, my other half, you could be but the opposite, my opposite, the All-Father. You can breathe life into your creation, just as we do. You chose not to, but that is to change. I was said, her words reaching all, causing Tsariah to be overjoyed and her mother to feel lightheaded that her daughter's words were as silly as they were acknowledged by the Great Mother. Liam nodded his hand, moving one of her bread that dropped over her eyes and obscured his view. Iowa's words were a simple truth, as he didn't hide that he could. He didn't say it explicitly, but it was clear that he could. Once the tech replicator was finished, he would make children of his own with it to improve their chance of survival, be it directly or indirectly. As of now, he doesn't even have the raw resources to build more than one obelisk, And the most pressing threat was the RDA and UN deciding to attack from orbits and the danger that destroying one of their spaceships represented. Antimatter was no laughing matter. What followed was the Gnostics and Tulkuns remaining completely silent, none daring to speak until Liam decided to use the opportunity to build a beneficial relationship for himself and that of humans and the sapient life form of Pandora. I have a proposition for all of you, for all clans and pods. One for an equal exchange of knowledge, and more. His voice boomed as he offered, an offer he had the habit of giving. Immediately after, a brave young male Tulkun swam toward him and was soon followed by the one Ronald was standing upon, and many more. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 finished in advance. Patreon.com/user U =$ 60424165. 82. Nature of the element. It has been 1 week since the birth of the Avatar of Iowa, one very busy week. Many Gnostics clans and Tulkun pods had come, and several dozen meetings had happened in rapid succession, all being very similar: stupefaction, shock, awe, and acceptance of reality. The first ended with him gaining multiple intermediaries, such as Payek and the adult male Tulkun who swam to him before all others, and Ronald the Tsahik of the Metkayina, one of the most influential clans of the Eastern Sea, to only name those two. The last was with the Anurai that needed to traverse the desert and wait for the sea level to be adequate. He met Sumong again, as it was from there the male Gnostics that taught him the basics of the natives' language. Sumong's mate was one of the several Tsakarem under the Tsahik. As for their clan, it was essentially a competition in which only the most adequate in competencies and character was the one to be the next Tsahik. A difference compared to other clans stemmed from the fact that life in the desert was one of the harshest, and there had been instances where the Tsahik and Solher, or his Tsakarem, had died, thereby leading to them having several Tsakarem simultaneously. This difference from clan to clan, he noticed each meeting ended the same, him proposing the all-familiar offer of knowledge for knowledge. But this offer didn't entail him being the one to give it. It was to build the influence of the community school and to build strong relations between all people living on Pandora. As such, it was going to be something to take care of by Edmund, Grace, and Norm. A headache for administration and organization, but those three were smart and resourceful. He trusted they would figure most of everything necessary out with him, keeping his intervention to a minimum. And it was not fully out of the blue either. Those three wanted to spread the range of the school for more Gnostics, to come aside from the ones of the Omaticea and a small amount of Tipani, with the occasional Alangi, when their migration trajectory passed close by. It was going to take time. The school as it was made was only adapted for the ones living close by and in possession of technology. It was going to be drastically different for various cultures of the clans. It will be hard, but not impossible. Frankly, all Liam wanted at the end was a modicum of peace, a status quo of sorts with no violence. Iowa wanted this as well, so that was what was going to happen. In any case, as of now, there was nothing. It was just words, with each clan having been delivered a device to call him by his tetrapterons. For the pods of Tulkun, they had the Reef Gnostics. All in all, it won't be easy or simple, but there was far less animosity with the Gnostics around here, which made sense. The RDA didn't destroy their ancestral home for once, but it also meant they were wary of humans, even with Iowa. The sheet will need a deep cleaning, and the windows to be fixed the same for the bed. Fuck, I was slightly more enthusiastic than I anticipated, Liam said, putting on a pair of pants. His voice was low and filled with amazement at the state of the room, and both himself and Iowa as well. It was them that did this. And the sight before him was one of the reasons he didn't do the act with anyone. He would break and kill them aside from a lack of interest. He did break reinforced glass and bend the metal of the bed with his bare, all with the same ease as breathing. No regular individual would ever survive him being enthusiastic while in the act, so to say, as he would slip in his control. It would turn into the plot of a horror movie faster than he could blink. We loved it the enthusiastic way. Perhaps outside would be better. Doing it now would be even better. The purring voice of Iowa reached his ear as she awakened, her pale, pink eyes moving longingly over his sculpted form. Tempting, very tempting, but I must go back to carving the element circuit of the tech replicator. I have lost time on my work. Thought a shower first would be needed for us, and food. A lot of food, Liam said as he extended his hand for her to grab, which she took with a smile. And I think recovering before doing this further might be a good idea as well. He added as he saw her walk. There was no difficulty or sign of pain, but it wasn't as perfectly fluid as usual. The difference would be invisible to anyone but him. Yesternight was the first moment where the two of them knew they would have a lot of free time because, to put it mildly, his and Iwa's patience for a time only for them was running thin. So after a few minutes of talking on the seventh day, she acted. She forcefully calmed down the frenzy, making the entire volcanic archipelago a place where none but the one invited could go, creating a small pocket of paradise for them. From her words, it was akin to a mental suggestion to not go there, and it only affected the creatures bearing of sapiens. Humans aside, as she did not hold any sway over them. And in any case, there was no worry for that case. He held total control of them. As harsh and arrogant as it sounded, they did what they wanted. And enough was enough. Both of them weren't going to meet clan after clan for the next few months, if not for years. And this would be worse if the place was to turn into one of pilgrimage where millions came every year. Words were spreading about all that happened, and that was all that was needed. And so, they did as he said first, taking a shower together that mayhaps was potentially longer than strictly necessary than it was food. The avatar of Iwa needed a lot of daily sustenance. Less than Liam, but very much at a level that would cause Nausix to be deeply sick with the sheer quantity. But compared to him, it was not so much as an inconvenience, at least when in direct contact with the biosphere that supported the body's every need. In either case, they prepared breakfast for the equivalent of 15 full-grown men. Iwa following Liam's instructions as it was all recipes from Earth such as crepes, a paste similar to Nutella, and more. She knew about the entire Nausix species' culinary practice, but they were distinctively different from what could be made in any civilization past hunting and gathering. It limited her knowledge, but considering going past this stage for a humanoid sapient species would inevitably be akin to suicide for her, if a rather very long and painful one. It explained her 3 laws, and from what Liam had been told it was from experience, which meant at some point Nausix, or another species born of her, was more advanced. The laws speak of wheeled vehicles, mining ore, and building cities by extrapolation. A civilization potentially equal to that before the Industrial Revolution, if not around that. This civilization was advanced enough to the point it started to harm the balance, her very being. So she intervened rather brutally, even if she didn't want to, stopping the potential catastrophic snowball effect before it worsened, as well as stopping anyone from accessing this information aside from him. Back to cooking, many things were not new per se, but a very different point of view. It was a very pleasant experience as they exchanged various techniques, how utensils were used, and how they differed. Pretty much a talk between what some might call cooking nerds as they cooked, all the while eating what they made. Presently, Liam was deep in the house and in the middle of fitting the second layer of his spacesuit. Various complex pieces of metal and artificial material were put upon various parts of the skin suit he was wearing. Iwa on the side was waving her tail between her legs as she hovered 1 meter above the deep, sleek ground of polymer, looking at him pensively, the true him, the being within the specimen implant, and everything it meant beyond the technological aspect. We have been curious for a long time. She began attracting Liam's attention. We are unable to glimpse within the space of this room, but we can feel the inside of it. It is gorged with your very own existence. One that is not left lingering after your many hours spent within. She paused as if trying to find a way to word her thoughts toward this subject. She felt her mate had been trying not to focus on too much. And Liam realized where this was going, yet he didn't stop her. It was something that had been on his mind since the first droplet of pure element had been produced and had spread for him to have a supply of this supernatural chemical. And he knew he had been not focusing on that part. A part that severed him further from what he once was on a deeper level than all that happened until now. But the bullet needed to be bitten. It wasn't about the risk he had taken, but something inherent. It was about the nature of the element. More precisely, the one he brought out to the world for his and her survival first and foremost, as it was the only way all would survive with as little casualty as realistically possible in all camps. It wasn't a mysterious chemical he found from an asteroid lost in space or deep within a planet, such as the one in the video game with no connection to him, but one milked from his blood for years on end, and that changed a lot. It wasn't a regular element like iron that was filtered out either. This phenomenon is one that we have sensed happening as well deep within your autonomous facility on the sister moon. You are present in front of my avatar as well, in two other points in space. This room to your right, and the element nexus far beyond in outer space. It is puzzling, she explained as she stood up, her feet back on the ground as she walked closer to look into his silver eyes that seemed to glow. It is something that has been on my mind as well. Truthfully, it entails a very probable reality that I'm not the most comfortable with. But tell me how it feels, he said after a few seconds of silence as he flicked his left hand before shifting his fingers as an object materialized from his inventory. Between his fingers appeared something the size of an A4 paper sheet that looked small in his hand. It was a metallic silver-blue plate in the form of a rhombus made of hundreds of hexagons, each of them humming with a strange energy, all light entering in contact with it getting both absorbed and refracted all while distorting it. It was akin to a fragment of something that wasn't from this plane of reality. This, as you must have realized, is element, the substance I have made from my body, he explained as implant glowed at that, and she hummed in understanding. This was element in one of its most stable forms, one of its several forms that could be used to power text safely too. This little piece of 10 grams, 0.35 Oz, of advanced material held enough energy to power the totality of a metropolis equal to 21st century Tokyo for years. It didn't conform to the laws of thermodynamics after all. Can we inspect it closer? Iwa tentatively asked, and her maid obliged, giving her the element. Her ears flicked in repetition as her eyes closed, and she focused on the impure chemical in solid form in her hands. She did not probe it further than on the surface level, but this was enough for her to get the information necessary to have several conclusions. This was not from this universe in any way, shape, or form. It was constantly changing and shifting, all the while it held an immense amount of energy, one she never felt anywhere in her very long, immortal life aside from Liam. And this was no mere material. It was inorganic, yet very much alive in its inorganic state. The psionic imprint in and out of it was one she was of most familiarity with, and it directly connected to him in a way only the cells of a singular multicellular organism would. It would be comparable to DNA, and this metaphysical DNA was in all points the same as that of Liam. In fact, they were one single entity, it was just that the other Liam could barely sense it. It was akin to someone with partial paralysis having difficulty sensing their affected body part. And there was not much she could do about this. It was for Liam to work on that. This is an integral part of you, Iwa stated matter-of-factly with fascination as she opened her eyes and gave back the piece of element to him. His eyes locked onto the rhombus of exotic chemicals with a certain complexity and acceptance as he stored it away. One that you have been missing and are dismissing, she added the empathetic bond between them, leading him to understand precisely what she was referring to. She was referring to his body when they spoke at a tree of souls after he put himself to sleep. It was ever shifting from his tan skin and dark brown hair on the physical to that of a fluorescent and transparent Arctic blue skin that showed a total lack of tissue, be they muscles, bones, or internal organs aside from a nervous and vascular system connected to his implant at the heart of his chest like a nucleus seemed to pump neon blue and purple fluid. Only his eyes remained similar, his pupil changing to two orbs of cold, burning silver. This at first was half-half, but this aspect had diminished over the years at an extremely slow, yet noticeable rate. The more time went on, the more his immaterial body, when in that state, shifted toward one side, the side that he knew was that of a very particular being, a legendary one from that of the video game he played before waking up in this world. This shift toward this side had exponentially increased after he began to cultivate and work around element, indicating an evident direct correlation. But the change didn't affect him physically, even presently for now it seemed. However, the changes were more mental, as he felt more and more like he was in this unconscious state. Mechanical, lack of deep emotions, empathy, and pure logic that would shift his entire character to something he would despise if not careful. But if those were uniquely due to this, or it was a mix with him maturing, he wasn't certain. One thing was certain was that he was changing for the better or the worse in a way he held no sway over, and it was both terrifying and exciting to be aware of such a thing. He could only accept it, study it, and hope for the best depending on the situation. It was one of the most absurd risks with working with element he had thought of, but it was well worth it as failure was not an option. There won't be a second chance if he messes up, neither would there be a respawn, and if they were, he wasn't going to test it. Iwa would always be with him in all scenarios, and that is what mattered. He won't be alone, and from what she just said, she was correct. Element here was a part of him, and the change should not be ignored. "Thank you," he said heartfully. A short kiss was then exchanged before a smile bloomed on both of their faces, and he continued putting on the suit. The tech replicator wasn't going to build itself. "My Patreon if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, between 18 to 20. Patreon.com/user U =60424165. 83. Misadventure of two adventurous kids. Deep within the jungle of Pandora, two humanoid figures could be seen walking side to side, one tall, bulky of metal, and the other smaller of a preteen girl with striped navy blue skin, a tail ending in a furry tip behind her, and two long ears that pivoted and twitched at every sound of the primeval forest. "Are you sure we don't risk anything? I don't want to be grounded by Mom," Kiri said, already feeling regret welling in her chest about her choice to have accepted Miles's invitation to go out in the middle of the night. "Nah, we'll be fine. I'm here. And ain't nobody will even notice we were gone. Your parents are sleeping like logs. Couple's asleep too. I made sure to feed the big guy those sleepy berries Dad warned me about with the fish. So don't worry. No one is going to bother us. Aren't I fantastic?" Miles' enthusiastic voice with a hint of robotic behind blasted through the speaker, all the while he pointed a mechanical thumb at himself proudly. Rolling her eyes at this overdramatic display in amusement, she felt a slight relief at his confidence. She wasn't one to let an opening go when there was one. "If you say so, I will trust the machine the All-Father has crafted for you," she quipped back, not even knowing her words were right, as in case of extreme danger, the autopilot mode of the small mecha will be engaged. And her term used to speak about his father puzzling him as much as ever, but that was one of the reasons he liked her. She was not weird but unique, and in that aspect, he wasn't so far behind. Both were bizarre in their own ways for what they were, the circumstances surrounding them, and to whom they were connected. And Miles presently wasn't yet aware of what was happening unlike her. The term now more apt than ever when she spoke of it first. It was the main subject of the time. She was aware of it through her great sensitivity. She even felt a few days ago a rapid increase in heartbeats, the rhythm of life, and that for an entire night, and it was accompanied by a profound sentiment of excitement, joy, and deep pleasure from the All-Mother. She immediately told it to her mother and the Tsahik of Amadikea the next day, as she didn't manage to sleep, just like she was asked to always do when her gift let her glimpse and perceive the world brought by the Great Mother in a way no Nausix or Avatar ever did. Everyone, and even herself, would need to be blind, deaf, and dumb to not realize her blatant uniqueness, which had been hypothesized to have for origin the fact her mother was pregnant with her when she did the consciousness transfer ritual, the reason for her gift. She will later realize when her innocence would inevitably fade away that the nature of this excitement, joy, and pleasure were due to one type of act between two lovers and one type only. And it would not be a one-time event. It was something that she would never dare to speak again, particularly once she would understand why the adults she spoke to made funny faces at detailed words. Her mother in particular seemed extremely amused by what she said. Anyway, it wasn't random Miles decided to sneak out at this time with Kiri. The jungle at night was at its most beautiful phase, even if it's in equal measure at its most dangerous. The flora was varied and complex in all aspects, from large feathery plants to strange floating mushroom jellyfish hybrids, glowing in intense purple, to crystalline orchid-like flowers that would snap down and swallow a manhole. As for the fauna, it was of equal splendor, from hundreds of arthropods, be they hovering or skittering around the tree and soil, their body covered with bioluminescent light, shining like the prettiest of gemstones, as the bigger life forms, such as a group of Prolemurus, fascinated at them. The entire jungle was a constellation of bright color, each bioluminescent cell a star, and an orchestra of numerous beasts, from clicks to yawl and high-pitched cries in the far distance. A paradise, if not for the fact that quite literally everything had the means to kill the walkers within, be they humans or Nausix, if they are careless or unprepared, or worse, both. And it depended on where as well the area those two were was relatively safe. At most there would be viper wolves, and those wouldn't fare well against half a ton of pure technology if it came down to it. Liam taught the boy to defend himself and to aim for the kill, something Miles would do in a heartbeat if there was no other choice, and it came down to it. It wouldn't be the first time he would have killed, as his father was teaching him the basic of hunting, killing your games and preparing them for use as be it consumption or something else. Of course, killing a wild animal was a world apart from doing it to a sapient being like a human, but even their Liam had driven into his skull that surviving, even if you end up killing someone, was the best outcome. Better have regret and be alive than have none, and have your rotting carcass be eaten by bugs and worms 6 feet under. In any case, this was the perfect place and time to have time alone and be without adults dictating their every choice. He always was a willful child, something that only grew with time and with his father's influence that made him numb to many things that would warrant rightful fear. Though as rebellious as he seemed to be, he knew the only individual not to disobey, or worse disappoint, in any circumstances was his father. However, Liam wasn't here, and the rule set were quite lax around the edges, so what he was doing if not caught would not be of much problem, at least from his point of view. He needed to seriously mess up to be punished or break one of the 2 primary rules of going against the good of the community or that of others for his gain or satisfaction with malicious intentions. At some point, Miles' various scanners noticed the sign of physical fatigue, so as the gentleman that he decided to help, and he moved one of his mecha massive mechanical fast, yet with extreme care, as he grabbed her by the trunk like one would grab a run-of-the-mills water glass. Ch. She emitted a long, incomprehensible cry and squeal of shock while her ear flicked at the back as her feet left the ground as she was lifted. "Stop fighting. It's me. You're gonna hurt yourself if you continue," Miles said, and she stopped her fit of panic, letting her place atop the large metal shoulder of his mecha that snapped down at the point she touched to make a more comfortable seat. "Thank you, but a warning would have been nice," she said as she took a more comfortable position. With the higher point of view, she could see glimpses of a river that would further down become a massive waterfall. They continued treading forward, marveling at the sight and sound as they began speaking about various random subjects, from why Mr. Langford, their teacher, seemed more exhausted recently, to what mischief Lake had been causing for his family, the Sully, and this evolved until it was about their parents. Can you explain to me why you keep calling Dad Allfather? You could go with Liam, Uncle, and other choices, but it's always this. Why? Miles asked as the sound of his mecha bulky feet clapped against the water of the river. You don't know? Kiri sounded shocked at this, her eyes widening slightly. It was akin to someone not knowing fire burned to her, and it was even more when this someone was the adopted son of said Allfather. No, never cared much until it started to seem to cause this commotion. I thought it was just a joke or another bizarre title like the Lost Child thing. Dad considered a child, and a lost one at that, as if, he said with indignation at the notion that the towering figure that was the pillar of humanity on the moon and his adoptive father could be considered such. His words affirmed to her that he wasn't joking, which in turn surprised her further, and that he seemed to not grasp the intricacies, even if for her it was blatantly obvious, at least for the Allfather part. As for the latter, she wasn't sure either, lacking in context, but she could tell it was due to a type of growth having happened since when the title had been commonly used. He was smart, smarter than her in a lot of ways, but it was more on the practical and physical side of things and not on the more blurry esoteric side like her. It's because that is what he is, the All-Mother. Iwa is his mate and is her too, she stated as if it was an obvious observation that anyone could see and that it was normal while making perfect sense. Something that was evidently not shared by Miles, whose confusion translated on the light of his mecha blinking rapidly, while a large metal hand stated the head in confusion before the massive shoulder hunched ever so slightly in resignation. If you say so, I will trust you on that one, he said. He barely understood what Iwa was. He knew she was a very important figure in all Gnostics culture, but for him, she was those trees of souls and the flora in general. She couldn't be a person as far as he saw. But Dad spent a lot of time with that small tree of souls on the island. But that doesn't make sense. It's a tree. You can't fall in love with a tree, no matter how pretty it is, he thought as he remembered several instances where Liam stayed alone in front of that tree. Sometimes he touched the bark as if inspecting it, and other times he slept on the roots, all the while regularly throwing carcasses of animals and other dead biomass as fertilizer. But that was as far as it went. It was him taking great care of a tree of souls he planted. Yet his mood while he did so was different, more dreamy and at peace. It was quite unusual now that he thinks about it. Still, what Kiri said didn't make any lick of sense. That was a stupid question anyway. Buckle up and hold steady. I'm going to increase our speed, Miles said, not forgetting to warn of his impending action as the light over the mecha flashed brightly for a second. Inside, he grinned as the scanners informed him that all systems were ready, and as he began to run, Kiri screamed at the sudden outburst of speed as the world for her became a flurry of light, and she held for dear life, even if it wasn't necessary with the mecha holding her in place. This jog lasted 9 full minutes, of which Kiri stopped panicking at 2, and it only stopped once they arrived at their destination, a waterfall throwing itself on a cliff with a flat stone covered in blue moss that glowed under Polyphemus that extended further in the air, only holding in place thanks to larger stones and massive trees. It was a picturesque sight, a sight perfect for an impromptu midnight picnic in one of the most dangerous ecosystems known to humanity. Adding most radio waves had difficulty traveling through this place. Not as grave as in the middle of the Himalaya Mountains, but a problem nonetheless. Walking toward the flat stone at the cliff, the mecha once suddenly stopped moving, its legs folding and arms serving to hold the machine in place. Kiri took the opportunity by immediately jumping down, her entire body wobbly as she sat down on the moss. A loud hiss of mechanical origin was then heard as the head of the mecha snapped up, followed by the chest revealing an 8-year-old boy way above average in height and musculature. His wild and messy dark blonde hair couldn't hide the grin behind the visor of his exopack. "What would you prefer?" Miles asked, jumping out of the mecha and then tapping on 2 points on its left metallic feet. A plate slid open, revealing a rack full of bags that were all snacks and drinks. He didn't wait for her to have the time to think that he was taking things out and placing them down on a large patch of moss. Nearly everything edible was made by their own hands, and he was very proud of himself. It was simple things such as chips, but still, he was not even 10 years old. Liam wouldn't accept any less from the child he took under his wing. Being bad at cooking was something that was, to put it mildly, forbidden when the post-human had decided you were his responsibility. But all of a sudden, as Miles finished pouring her a glass of lemonade, 2 powerful roars that shook the locals' wildlife to its core echoed far and wide, their origin the sky. One was agony and defiance, and another of rage and triumph. Miles and Kiri's heads snapped in the direction from where the roars came from, both recognizing what animals could emit such a sound. And it wasn't good news. Their heart felt for them, as if they were going to explode in their chest, and their bodies betrayed them, freezing in place as breaking from the low cloud 2 massive winged creatures, one of bright orange and the other of a pale yellow, and the 2 beasts were spiraling to the ground where they were from above. The 2 majestic creatures were 2 female great Lionopterics fighting for a male to mate for life, and only one would survive this ordeal, as per tradition was in their culture. The pale yellow one, as it let go of the orange, one who fell on the river, its battered body slamming into stones, yet it was still holding on to life. If drowning in its own crushed organs and bones could be called life. But it wasn't for long, as the bigger yellow one slammed its talons into the orange one head. The ground seemed to shake, while the skull took the full brunt of 12.5 metric tons with enough kinetic energy to break a tank, leading to the carbon-reinforced bone to fractured impact. And it fractured loudly, or more accurately splattered loudly, as blood and pieces of gore oozed out in abandon, some even reaching the kid's feet, but both were too shocked to even flinch, even less show any kind of reaction. The yellow one stood victorious. It gazed down upon its fallen adversary with sadness, pride, and satisfaction as it emitted a high-pitched cry of victory. Once the cry ended, the kids, with their ears hurting and ringing, couldn't care less that the great Lionopterics, not even 40 meters, 131 ft, away, was breathing heavily, and that it was marred with injuries from scratch to meters-deep gash. No, what took their focus was that it was staring at them, from Kiri to Miles, then to Kiri and Miles, until its 3 healthy eyes locked onto the human boy and crawled toward them at great speed. Its massive jaws were full of teeth, painted in blood of its own kind, aiming for Miles. "Stop!" Kiri, finally snapping back to reality, yelled in utter terror at what was unfolding. And to her utter shock, the great Lionopterix's body froze, its eyes suddenly dilating as both she and it felt a connection for the briefest of moments, yet the energy the beast had generated by its momentum didn't into thin. But before the worst happened, a loud crunch followed the milliseconds as the mecha, without any pilot, punched the head a few meters to the side, destroying the possibility of Miles being crushed alive like a vulgar bug. The great Lionopteryx then followed the movement as it fell down the cliff to fly away, and at the time Miles fell on his rump, his body shivering as tears trickled down his cheek, while Kiri immediately ran up to him to check if he was good. Miles accepted the hug from the Avatar girl as he calmed down, and he looked up into the cold visor of the mecha. He is perfectly healthy on the physical side, Kiri. A cold, deep mechanical voice spoke out of the mecha as it moved and stood in front of them, its left arm mostly destroyed. The voice contained worry and anger and a hint of pride for some reason. Its owner, clear to them, spoke again, this time addressing the human boy. Asterisk Miles Cram, these chains of events could have been avoided. You will be punished accordingly. And for you, Kiri, your mother and father are being informed of your actions as I speak. Asterisk. Both felt their hearts stop at this, in particular Kiri, but the voice hadn't stopped this time. It was merrier, but overall still containing anger and worry. Asterisk, that was still a nice try. I hope this was a wisening experience for the both of you. Asterisk. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance between 18 to 20. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 84. Best CQC fighter of the Milky Way. I hope this was a wisening experience for the both of you. In an hour, Top Tsute will arrive and take you both back to safety. And Miles, don't worry, the mecha will walk back to its charging pad. Not that you will be authorized to use it. Good night, and see you soon. Liam finished his voice transmission, and he ended the call. He had been awakened by Iwa in the middle of the night. Then she had informed him of everything Miles and Kiri were doing, and both let things unfold until he deemed it necessary to intervene, to stop a potential catastrophe. He was genuinely worried and angry, though. He was too bad of an actor to fake it. But he didn't control every moment of their lives, even if one he had adopted and the other was the child of a friend. And he was impressed at both the kids' courage and recklessness. The fact 2 great Lionopteryx were here was but a coincidence. Iwa not having guided those 2 to fly and fight here. She didn't directly intervene unless it was directly related to him, or if he were to ask. Miles entered this subject of being directly related to him, if not by blood, but by interest. Her mate's happiness was her happiness, just like her happiness was his. And Liam only intervened as well to avoid any lasting physical trauma. He didn't like this, but he used this opportunity as a learning experience for the kids. A brutal, barbaric one, but one brought upon by the choices of Miles and Kiri themselves, and a very effective one as it set that life was not to be used with lack of intellect. He and Iwa decided to not act until necessary, and it was proved to be the right move. Did that make him a bad father? He didn't know and didn't care, but he wasn't going to shelter the boy from the real world and its horror as long as it didn't harm Miles in any grievous ways. You are still proud of him, huh? Iwa's melodic voice entered his ears as she sensed his emotion by their bond, placing her soft chin on his muscular shoulder as she gazed upon the holographic screen that gave her the point of view of the mecha. But it was only an excuse for having physical contact with her mate. She was aware of everything everywhere upon her surface all at once. There were a few exceptions still, as she needed biological parts with the necessary sensory organs to give enough information. It could be from the chemical response of a tree getting its roots stepped on to the eyes of a Gnostics, or even Avatar, a hybrid of humans and her children such as Kiri. But the psionic presence of living beings was still here for her to sense if she focused even a little, which meant none could ever truly hide from what could be considered her third eyes. She was just too slothful most of the time to even care. Yeah, it's impressive he did all this. He is smart, but that was incredibly reckless of him, and it was for a very precise purpose that I can only applaud him for. So young, and he had a date. That ended badly, but that was to be anticipated with inexperience, and there was bad luck involved, but still. You can't fault luck every time something goes wrong, and thank you for having stunned the Lionopteryx, Liam said with thankfulness, his hand grabbing the clawed one of his other significant half. The great Lionopteryx was the source behind most of his worries. A hit from such a beast, even dead on a human boy, no matter the speed and strength, would either be fatal or crippling. It would be like getting hit by a truck. Kiri would not have fared better either, but as cold as it was, he didn't care for her just as much as he did for Miles. Everyone was equal before his eyes, but some were more than others. The priority of that moment was his adopted son first and foremost. No, if there is someone to thank for this, it is not me, We didn't intervene beyond awakening you. It is Kiri that is to feel grateful too. Her gift is far beyond sensitivity. She holds far more potential. She can tap into the consciousness of my children via her mind and order them to follow her will. As long as we allow her to do so, and she has the determination and willpower, she has a vast potential but limits are present. She laid out with a mysterious smile, but she wasn't finished. What happened here is but the first spark of a bonfire. For her to explore it, what she did was but only confuse one of my children. Nothing more, nothing less, she added. Not downplaying or exaggerating the girl's capabilities, only stating what was true. And this truth was fantastical enough to be considered a myth. It was akin to Kiri not needing to do the Tsahelu, where she used her Q to connect to the fauna and flora, but doing this via a kind of wireless connection between her and the biosphere with unknown limit. Maybe she could even influence species alien to Pandora. Something to explore later. From what he could see, she was akin to an empath and a telepath, much like Iwa, if infinitely weaker and lesser in every possible way. This led to several questions as to how this was possible, though it was likely not due to the fact she was a hybrid. If that was the case, Medium, Low AK, and the youngest of the Sully, Tsuktari, would have similar capacity. None of those three shared a fraction of this extensive acuity with life that Grace's daughter had, and they all were hybrid even if it physically showed for only one of the Sully. It was metaphysical and likely due to Grace's pregnancy and body transfer, thereby giving me a better window of opportunity to act. Fascinating. I suppose the circumstance was of most importance too, as this feat is psionic, and what better motivator than impending doom, Liam concluded as he closed the holoscreen to focus on Iwa. That is correct. Hardship is what brought the most drastic result, be it satisfactory or not. But if she didn't manage to tap upon her potential, we would have intervened. Iwa said it was something she wouldn't have done normally, but the norm for her actions was way out of balance at this point. She was not as impartial as she used to be, but that was life. Even such an ancient being like her that was older than a no small percentage of stars in the visible universe, as she was comparable to the Luca, the last universal common ancestor of this moon. She could change, and change she did, in an exceptionally short time to boot. After this event, months flew by, to the point it was almost the start of the 9th year since Liam had lost everything and arrived here. During that time, Liam and Iwa kept themselves secluded on the island. He occasionally flew out atop his inspector aircraft to take care of his responsibility as a leader and father, leaving at times for weeks on end, leading Iwa's avatar to be alone physically aside from his tames. This choice of staying here was of her own volition. She didn't want to. It's not as if anyone would be able to stop her if she did. The entire biosphere was at her fingertips. She simply preferred to stay here at peace, far from anyone aside from her mate and his tames, who were an extension of both of them. She wasn't going to mingle with the mortals and their affair more than strictly necessary. It wasn't because of pride, a concept she found silly at best. It would be, to put it mildly, a large annoyance, and she was not their chief, leader, or any of such terms. Interacting with them more would inevitably lead to this. Unlike Liam, she did not need to do this and was too lazy to begin with. She will not bother herself with this type of responsibility that will demand constant vigilance and effort for no worthwhile result, and it broke several of her vows unless it was strictly necessary, and then it would be through a toric macto. There were exceptions to this rule, but they were few and far in between. She only created this body to be with her mate and mate. She didn't create such a body for any other specialized goal. Those months were eventful in discoveries, 2 of which were major. First, he managed to artificially produce a few grams of the superconductor at room temperature, known as Pandorium, as a side project together. One that was started long ago, but kept on hold. But it was worse than the one found naturally on Pandora. It was not as psionically conductive, meaning many of the reasons it was used would not work with this artificial variant. This metal, as Liam found out, was the natural result of Iwa's presence, be it physical or metaphysical. The change around the Tree of Souls, he planted a proof of it, and it explained why the concentration of this metal was so ridiculously high in their proximity. This was metal that the All-Mother took full use of, as she used it as what a superconductor at room temperature was supposed to be used for, more powerful than a computer, and that is what she could be compared to. A super powerful planetary-sized biological computer that without this metal would be considerably less effective. This discovery pissed Liam off, as it meant the RDA and even himself to a lesser degree were taking chunks out of her literal brain, but she calmed him down. It displeased her, the RDA, that is because the circumstances between him and them were fundamentally distinct, and that it wouldn't be the first nor the last she would suffer damage. As protected as Pandora was with its position as one of a gas giant moon, it wasn't immune to the danger of space, such as a supernova light years away and meteorites. It only had protection that was not consistent either. Space is not being the most dangerous either, as while Iowa had her roots so deep in the lithosphere that she could to a lesser degree affect tectonics plates, she still didn't hold full control of the astral body's natural geology. She couldn't fully stop the largest of earthquakes or volcanic eruptions, for example, depending on where they originate. The All-Mother was not Pandora, only its oldest living inhabitant. The artificial Pandorium was done very differently than its natural counterpart. Instead of chemically being built together with a constant hum of potent psionic in the air, it was forcefully cobbled together atom by atom until the molecular parameters required as the structure were met. It was a worse copy, but a copy that had been used, as the uses requiring psionic were pretty niche in the grand scheme of things. And creating artificial, psionically conductive Pandorium with his mate's help was an option if those niche aspects came into being needed. Second, Liam discovered the frustration and joy of not being able to win in something purely physical, and it was with Iowa's sparing, be it barehanded or with non-modern weapons like riffle. Spars between lovers which happened regularly, and one was currently ongoing in a designated area where the grass was cut short and the terrain flattened. Usually, that is. Right now, large stones and various trunks were placed all around for the ongoing duel between lovers, creating a complex environment. A tall and feminine, lithe, pale, blue lavender figure was moving with inhumane grace and speed as she used her every muscle to perfection and more, her movement beyond animalistic, primal, even yet measured and tactical with untold years of experience. A second, slightly taller and way bulkier masculine figure with sun-kissed skin was weaving within the arena at a brisk pace with utmost vigilance, as he preferred to walk his silver eyes at full alert, but they trailed the feminine figure even through stone, his body akin to a fortress. The blue figure, using her claws, suddenly pouched from above as her body twisted her clawed right foot moving at subsonic speed that almost whipped the air as the kick was aimed at the bulkier figure's throat. Silver eyes met pink-pale ones as he responded by shifting his left forearm up. The kick landed upon the slap of sound, echoed with 4 gashes where it impacted. He trusted his other hand with the express purpose of grabbing her and putting her into submission by overpowering her with his far superior mass and strength. But that wasn't going to happen. It wouldn't be that easy. She knew if he caught her, it would be an immediate loss. He knew this as well, but he didn't have any option he could think of in this situation. He was stronger, heavier, taller, but she was faster, more agile, and that was only the tip of the iceberg. Nuho, you need to be faster, way faster, hubby. Be wilder and less reserved. Iowa said both seriously and playfully as she looked at him, her body shifting impossibly. Her limbs and spine, as if boneless, bent in a way they shouldn't. It was akin to her not possessing articulations, and in a certain way it was. She could manipulate every biological aspect to her will. Her bodily controls were nothing short of godly, giving her an immense advantage. And so Leah missed while she used her tail for balance and her arms to flick away before spinning and kicking in the back of his head with enough force to rip the head of a Nosix straight off. But it was little to the post-human aside from leaving 4 dots of blood where the claw dug, but those would heal in a dozen of seconds top. "Can't you stay still for a fraction of a second, love?" he asked, using the force of kick he received to increase his fall forward. One hand was placed on the ground as he spun, and he kicked her in her midsection, yet it seemingly didn't register. "Then catch me," Iowa let out as she used to gain momentum to her advantage, grabbing a branch above with her tail and her left foot. But before she could do anything, Liam's face was right in front of her, a smirk present. He had jumped, his feet having left deep imprints as he did so, but he also directly shifted a large stone at the base of a bigger one, connected to a series of structures serving as its foundation, a smirk. Iowa, upon his sudden action, acted, her body moving fluidly, dodging the potential head, but to her surprise, the entire structure began falling apart, perturbing her for the briefest of instant. An instant that was fully taken into consideration by Liam. His smirk grew as he shifted forward and managed to give her a playful peck on the lips just as the clock indicating the end of the 2-hour-long spar rang loud and clear. "Got you, but still no wins," he said, landing on the ground with little to no problem, affirming he couldn't win spar this way. There was no shame in admitting someone was better than him in certain things. Then he moved out of the collapsed arena and began inspecting the dozens upon dozens of areas upon his bare skin where dried blood, sweat, and dust accumulated. The very few cuts remaining were healed in their near totality, and no scars would be left. Such was how sharp her claws were. It was hardly fair, and this scenario would end very differently if it was in a fight of which only one would survive. "Your pace of learning is marvelous, and if not for the time, count of victory might have been in the palm of your hands," she complimented him, her breathing heavy and ragged as her body was weary, but rapidly recuperating. He nodded, his smirk ever present. This spar only had both used their environments and bodies. Only and purely this. No armor, explosives, or hundreds of other deadly tricks. It was evident Iowa would have the complete edge here. Her avatar was almost as strong as him, but even if she was faster and more agile, he would have still won if of roughly equal skill. But they weren't of equal skill. She was so far above him it was comical, and all it was due to an impossibly large accumulation of experience, knowledge, talents, and intuition from every creature having lived on Pandora, all having fought their entire lives to survive and pass on their heritage. She might as well be called the most proficient martial artist in the universe. She knew how to fight using her body to its fullest, and it was the purpose of those spar to teach him how to do the same. She didn't enjoy causing him harm, but it was how he would learn effectively. A necessary evil one her mate asked for, and he learned at a speed and in such a way she never had seen before. He analyzed everything, drawing complex conclusions and acting upon them as he drew more conclusions. For her, it didn't change the result of the spar, but for how long would it stay this way? She was beyond excited to see his growth and how it will promote her own as well. "My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, between 18 to 20. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 85. Tech Replicator. Year 9, Day 197, July 26th of the year 2163. Today was the day of several thousand hours of the most complex and difficult work, the culmination of years of planning, effort, tears, and blood from one man, but not only that were accumulated toward one goal, and one goal only. This goal was toward survival and a prosperous future, and so much more. And this goal was in the shape of a machine that would be considered divine by many, such as its appearance and capabilities. But this machine was incomplete. Not for long, however, the man who had poured his essence of life in the most literal sense, and it was more than this. This machine was an extension of his body, be it of living metal or flesh. The pairs of eyes of a select few invited to this remote island were focused on what was happening. In those individuals who were the most important figures, such as the Oloichton of the Omaticea and the Olangi. No children were present. It did not matter that concerned them in a way that would be fruitful for this day. The avatar of the All-Mother within them was gazing as well at the scene. Her presence not a shock, as all here had seen her or had been calmed down by her forcibly. There was no need for hysteria, and as such she had acted. Her mate's agreement was of course in the equation behind such an action that was morally dubious. Even the ones that had their consciousness transferred were not exempt from this. They were now partially part of her. The only ones she could not influence to any great extent were the humans. And they could not grasp what she was. So for them, she was a strange Gnosix with great importance and not a goddess. The gathering of this select individual had their focus entirely taken by the scene unfolding in front of them. Above a flat, smooth surface bordering on a cliff where the flora became absent was a massive structure of peerless metal and unknown material reflecting a surreal hue of light that was unnatural. The edifice was in the form of a fractal of a skeleton sphere, 2 massive feet digging into the ground. Between them was a complex structure that developed into a curved pillar. The whole was the size of a 4-story building. But what was important was what was shifting within, hundreds of fragment metallic pieces shifting and floating around at great speed. Following the edict of 2 cannon-shaped structures and the weaving of the silvery gauntlets glowing a pale blue around the hand of the man at the heart of it all. An extremely tall, broad-shouldered mountain of a human male standing at 2.56 meters, 8 feet 4. He was at the very front of this crowd, and the one who invited all of them but one, his mate who was always here. This was the man who poured his entire being to build what was in front of him. His face was set in stone with an expression of joy and solemnness. His silver irises ceaselessly dilated and contracted, focusing on the infinitely complex task at hand. His heart beating at a speed that would kill a normal man, even more so with how powerful each contractions of the organ were to such was how happy he was. Happy and relieved, but it wasn't a victory just yet. It was only the beginning. The true start was only now. The intensity of his focus and emotion could be seen through the capillaries of his eyes. Red constantly shifted to a neon blue and purple, his iris glowing, while his specimen implant growing out of his left arm was of a burning orange as the hologram seemed to solidly. And if the skin around could be seen, what would meet the eyes would be a sight of veins bulging and pulsing with same glow. Held a similar appearance. He was akin to a maestro conducting the tempo of an impossibly long and complex symphony of an orchestra, each piece floating and humming at a certain frequency that affected both mind and body as he began to build them into solid structures in the form of 3 massive rings. Fragments plainly incompatible in shape and size with one another moved in a controlled direction, impacting other fragments. Then they melded together, forming an unnaturally smooth surface. As more fragments connected, a massive ring frozen in the air formed. And as it did, complex, set runs and symbols alien and mystical in appearance came to life upon all of its surfaces. The line's deep blue shine was almost hypnotic. It captivated the eyes of the beholders witnessing it. Then a second smaller ring began its formation as the rune upon the first deemed. A similar scene unfolded for the second as the first. Then came the third after the rune of the second deemed, and the cycle repeated one last time for the third, smallest and last of the ring composed of mysterious technology. The 3 rings were parallel to one another, hovering in the air, staying completely still even after the man who built it all took off his gauntlets and deactivated the 2 magnetic beam emitters behind him. With a confident stride, he approached his creation with palpitation in his heart, his ethereal silver eyes glowing ever so slightly as he studied the epitome of his effort for his survival and that of everyone given physical form. His left hand trailed delicately upon the outer ring surface. He felt the warily smooth surface under his calloused fingers, but also that of his own calloused fingertips upon that of the machine that was as much a part of his being than this very same hand he was using. It was a strange feeling. His true body was not that of the man he was, but of his specimen implant, a highly advanced piece of technology containing his engrammic matrix, his mind, soul, and consciousness, or whatever other synonym to refer to these 3. This same implant was glowing brighter, the veins pulsing of blue and purple around clear for him to see. Another facet of his being that he would not be able to change from progressing. He didn't know how to, and if trying to stop what was inevitable was even a good idea. Here, however, was not how his left wrist and eyes looked in normal times. It was enhanced to unprecedented height. The sheer amount of element in his inventory flowed in his body and his emotion. The reasons for this he presumed, and tech as well. It had been an unknown amount of time since contact was made with this technology. Walking back 7 steps, he lifted one hand and spoke, his voice deep and rumbling, but with strange echoes. Put on the eye and ears protection I have given you. At his words, all acted and followed his instruction in a heartbeat. A large smile grew upon his face to an inhuman degree as he felt the empathetic bond with his mate increase in intensity. Anticipation was rising, and all of his work since day one was going to pay off. Closing his eyes and breathing deeply, he gazed at the 4-story tall machine. And at his will, the rings began to spin, each in their own axis at varying speed. Their runes lit up brightly. At this signal crackling of pure white electricity zapped into existence, they condensed at the heart of the smallest ring into a ping-pong-sized ball of pure primordial energy, its density and temperature never seen within the universe since time immemorial. Then this sphere multiplied in size exponentially until it occupied 1/3 of the smaller ring diameter, and they stopped growing. Its colors shifted as hexagons of light materialized all around. It was a kaleidoscope of colors for all to see. Light from the 2 suns in the sky being around while the world seemed to reject what was inside, but couldn't. such a sight enough to render more than one dizzy, and this was without taking into consideration the sound emitted. A long, mechanical, distorted purr of depth that would send chills down anyone's spine. It was akin to staring into a star that was both dying, forming, and living an untold more. One would lose themselves staring for too long or be too curious wanting to touch it. Holy Mother of God, Liam, what have you made? This is beyond. This is impossible. Grace was the first to speak, her eyes wide and ears folding back as her words were mixed with shock, terror, and marvel. Her reaction was not unique, as others shook up their very core. Aqui feeling his knee weakening at what his eyes captured. It was the creation of a god nothing short of divine could explain what was unfolding. The contact of who Liam was anchoring itself deeply into their heart. But some were calmer than others, notably Iowa, who was looking curiously at what her mate had done. It was beautiful beyond words, and it was his creation, an extension of his being. What could she do but admire his beauty and magnificence? Less calm, but calmer than most was Catherine, whose stupefaction and astonishment with a hint of fear were evident. Yet she was more composed than others, and the one to reiterate Grace's question. What is this? She lacked the words to describe it, but her question that all we're asking themselves didn't stay unanswered for long. The culmination of almost a decade of work from me and you, as well, even if you couldn't have known. This is a tech replicator, a machine that generates a temporary dimension for me to control and uses as a station to do as I please. It is no weapon of mass destruction, however. It is a highly advanced tool of incomprehensible precision made for the expected purpose of creating, Liam explained, turning toward them. The glow in his eyes and implant having receded to the point only a close-up inspection would let anyone notice them. His being was oozing with pride, joy, and more to a degree it scared some, but his positive emotions were almost contagious, and his words, as insane as they sounded, were but the truth. The proof standing right behind him. This explains so much. This is why you did all this. This isn't of human or mortal creation. This can't be. A miniature universe. Was this a Big Bang? Grace said with hesitation, her eyes altering from him to the machine. She instinctively understood how important for them all this structure was. Yes and no, Grace. It would take weeks to begin explaining in detail, but you can take it as is a Big Bang of infinitely small proportion and slightly different properties. A pocket of space cut off from reality and shaped to be used as a framework. As for its nature, it is tech, and it depends on your view of what humans are philosophically speaking. This technology will be key to our survival, nay victory. English fails me to words its sheer versatility and potential, he said with the highest and most sincere confidence as he gazed upon the groups of individuals that assisted him, and that without them he wouldn't have advanced this fast. There was a pending silence. The sound of space distorting by the tech replicator with that of the wind produced as what he just said took root within their minds. Not even the tiniest amount of doubt flashed in the eyes of his audience. If one thing could describe him, would be truthfulness and directness, and this wouldn't have suddenly changed now. Even less so with the little show he was giving them. Though none understood how this machine worked, and they never will, Liam didn't understand it fully as well. His brain unable to comprehend its higher function in their truest essence. It didn't solely operate on this plane of reality, and as being of this same plane, to a large extent, he simply couldn't grasp it all, but that was something he would fix in due time. He wasn't omniscient. Sute steps forward, Liam asked, surprising the Gnostics in question, who did just as asked, stopping a few meters in front of the silver-eyed man who was almost as tall as him. Liam extended his left hand toward the tech replicator, confusing all, but they refrained from speaking. The machine was already filled with resources before its completion, the subspace of it located at its back and connected to the one Liam, letting an exchange happen whenever he is in the correct range. It was one storage method of two, the first a stabilized subspace partially cut off from the rest of the universe. It had its own time flow and could hold a set amount of mass in a set amount of space with multiple variations. Simple in concept, but not in execution. The second was an even more complex thought. If the last could be considered magic, then this one was godly. It was the virtualization of physical and metaphysical objects into pure data that could be reversed into its original state of being, be the object alive or inert. It mattered little at the end. all was but a form of data to be stored. But it required an extensive amount of energy to be activated and kept stable. It required more than a single machine to be set for it to be used reliably and safely as well. It was an entire mega network to be set in place for it to work as intended. Otherwise, it would be risking the object virtualized to be lost either by simple deletion or corruption, leading to the data becoming obsolete and irreversible to its original state of being. A terrifying end for whomever or whatever was unlucky enough to suffer this fate. The latter being much worse, as it would still be possible to be alive and even conscious for what little of the original would be left. It wasn't a toy or a technology to be taken lightly. That is, for its normal uses, it wasn't a video game anymore, and there were no silly arbitrary limits in the name of balance and fair play. Here all of Liam's viciousness to ensure his survival and that of who he holds as important could do as it pleased. This aside, this wasn't the only godly or magical aspect of tech. Storages were but a fraction of it all. This is a tech phase pistol. I will do a practical example of what it can do. Do not panic, Liam declared as in his left hand materialized a high-tech, futuristic handgun of sleek metal with thin blue light around its barrel and two battery-like protrusion where the hammer should be. A piercing caw echoed the second after as a red tetrapteron, Mary, was carrying a basketball-sized sphere made of reinforced carbon matrix composite, and as the four-winged featherless bird dove down, it used the generated force to throw the sphere diagonally toward the sky. The sphere moved higher and higher until a straight pure pale orange beam of esoteric plasma slammed into it. Its speed reduced to the point of nothingness as all its kinetic energy was dissipated into the air and back into potential energy. But that only two understood. Gravity took its full effect as it fell, but it would never land. The gun physically shifted the blade-like extension around the barrel, switching down as the light that had turned to a pale orange from blue earlier switched again, but this time it was of a crimson red. A plasma beam of this same color took the place of the last, and upon contact with the sphere, something quite similar to the mining drill he showed years ago at the inauguration of the lesser replicator. However, this beam effect was faster to the point it seemed instantaneous, but its goal was not to collect resources. Its goal was simple: destruction, utter and total destruction, and it did so by breaking down nearly all matter that entered into contact at varying speeds depending on how much the pistol was charged to its more basic components if highly ionized ones. Liam Head then turned to Tsute, and by his will the pure black skin prosthesis that served the Gnostics as a way to use his permanently damaged body by third-degree burns crawled away, revealing the body-wide scars of those burns on the exposed skin. Half of his body was covered in those scars. Do not panic, everyone, specifically for you, Tsute. This will not hurt at most. It will be a warm and pleasant tickle, Liam said with a warm smile on his face. His words were bringers of distress and confusion in all but one. His mate, who knew what would happen as the posthuman aimed the tech phase pistol at his friend's scarred chest, the crimson light switching for a forest green while the barrel spread open. Then, without any kind of hesitation, fear, or regret, he pressed the trigger. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, between 20 to 23. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 86. Creator of life. Liam pushed the trigger. Nobody had the time to move as the scene unfolded, many stricken with horror on their face, as a forest green bin of plasma shot out of the tech phase pistol muzzle in Liam's hand and hit Tsute square in the scarred part of his chest as he closed his eyes, ears folding and tail curling between his legs. No! Grace screamed, her features stricken with terror that soon turned to confusion as nothing was happening. It was a similar reaction to various degrees all around. Confusion. Utter confusion on everyone but Iwa and Liam. Grace was the one who felt the most shame. She wanted to facepalm, then go dig herself underground, not only out of embarrassment, but at her reaction, and that it implied many things. But it wasn't a source of problems. She didn't lie to herself for him. Her friend, Liam, was someone who would murder in cold blood if necessary, her mate and herself if required. It was in his eyes and actions. Though they weren't like the one of Quaritch, Liam wasn't a maniac who would snap and act rashly no matter if it ended in bloodshed and the end enjoyed it. He was a calculative, manipulative, and ruthless man, but one who was empathetic and wanted the good of everyone in reasonable measure. his coming first evidently. And something couldn't be mistaken. As much as he tried to see them as equal and more than tools, he failed because it wasn't possible. They weren't equal in all aspects. He wasn't like them. And it became even clearer as time went on. Only Miles, his Tames, and Iowa seemed to make him more human, for lack of better terms, and that was a statement to be taken with a pinch of salt. His mind was a jigsaw puzzle as well, with no start or end. Many of his actions seemed random, but that couldn't be farther from the truth. Searching for a mine of some seemingly useless material, and 10 years later, he had made a machine that could generate a pocket universe on command. His unpredictability was proven yet again. But her reaction made sense for what it was at face value, yet the emotion she was feeling, a mix of shame and relief that intensified the first, didn't help her feel any better. It was a visceral reaction. She couldn't have stopped after seeing this weapon halt, then disintegrate an object from the face of Pandora. What other things could it do? Compress matter? Freeze it? She didn't know, so she envisioned the worst, even if for what she knew Liam going for such an action didn't make sense. What did you expect? That I will blast a hole through your husband's chest? I don't need a fancy tool for this. But your reaction is normal. I should have warned you, my excuse. But I did this for a reason, Liam said earnestly with clear bemusement. He realized what he had done, and that in retrospect, pointing the pistol at Sute wasn't the best option. But if I did, however, there would have been no surprise. He added mysteriously with a smirk, the beam of plasma from his pistol spreading over the scarred skin. Look closer and marvel at what is unfolding. One of the many gates opened by Tech. And so Grace followed his instructions, walking over and observing the point where the plasma beam touched her mate. Her breath hitched as her almond-shaped eyes widened at the sight of the ugly, misshaped, and discolored skin upon contact, peeled, shifting under the effect of the green plasma. The skin was melting away to the naked eye as it was slowly but surely replaced by a new layer of healthy tissues, be it muscle, nerves, and skin, that was in stark contrast to the more tan one on the other side. But the changes were not only aesthetic, they affected all damaged tissue, from muscles to nerves. Oh, how is that even remotely possible? She appealed to Liam in astonishment, while her mate, even more astonished than her, couldn't help himself but stare and try to process the feeling of his flesh being mended by the weapon he thought could have maimed him, if not outright killed him, and that he could start feeling something else on this part of his body aside from a phantom burning sensation, flaring random burst of pain and mind-numbing itchiness. Good question, Grace. It's akin to nanomachines of pure energy and data working on healing the damaged tissues of his body, if you will. Liam put in the general idea of what was happening, but he wasn't finished. To put it simply for others to understand, this beam start a widespread phenomenon akin to autophagy upon the tissue to be healed and the ones surrounding them. They recycle themselves. Then those tissues will turn to stem cell, or its equivalent. Then by following a schematic, they will multiply themselves into the correct shape and function. I will send you a more in-depth written explanation later, so you don't have to worry, Grace. The last part nearly led the woman well over at the beginning of her 60s, mentally, to jump for joy at such a technology and the biological aspect behind it. The healing mode of the Tech Phase pistol was not magical. Without extensive data on the target and its biology, it would only do the first two, autophagy of tissue aimed at, and their shift into stem cells doing mitosis at an accelerated pace, creating a nasty feedback loop. This would put it arguably at the same lethality level as the killing mode, the Crimson Beam, due to the fact it would lead to unstoppable and uncontrollable cell growth from outside and inside of the target. It worked so well on Sute thanks to all of the extensive medical files at disposition about the Gnostics in question and Iwa's input in this branch of biology she gave birth to. As said, it wasn't magical, and the pistol wouldn't know what to do without precise instruction and extensive data on the target, for safe use, of course. If the goal was to transform the target into a pile of dying tumorous flesh, then that would work just fine. Similarly, the two other mods could be used in various situations. It was an incredibly versatile and powerful tool that brought lethality, function, and utility at all levels, a sort of Swiss knife in the form of a high-tech pistol. In an order of minutes, Sute's entire body was back in full health, at least the parts aimed, as it was only the target. The Gnostics, and everyone else present aside from the same two, stared at what just happened. Sute was not the most affected of them, surprisingly enough for Liam. Even if the Gnostics came second, as he flexed his healed hand, a smile etching itself on his face before he was jumped on and hugged by his mate. The most affected of all was Akwi, whose steps were slow as he approached. His eyes had seen untold events looking at the man. No, divine being standing being a creation that no mortal could have made. He realized since long ago he hadn't deserved to be the blood brother of such a being, yet it was how it was even if they aren't equal. The Oloikton felt undeserving of such privilege. He was not adequate and couldn't hope to be so. To think this being that saved his son and his daughter-in-law only a dozen migrations ago had become and done, not only for himself but for others. Accomplishments no mortal should be able to do. The title of All-Father, for he was the All-Mother's mate, was all the more impactful to him now. For Liam was unlike him. Unlike them, it was a difference on a fundamental level. It was such an honor, one beyond name, for Akwi to be present here. It showed within his body language. He advanced with reverence and respect, yet with pride, as that would be unlike him to act weak, for he knew there was no reason to. He did not want pity from the All-Father, yet he had to ask for one thing. What he saw gave rise to something in him he had buried for as long as he got his son back. He understood most of what was spoken as well. He learned English to a relatively fluent degree during those years. Not doing so would have been beyond foolish. Speaking it was still hard as he did, so only during a certain period of the years when his clan was close to Hell's Gate. So he preferred to speak in the language of the people, the one he would be the clearest in. Could this help my son regain his hand and other members of my clan? Would it be possible to be graced with such a blessing? Liam, flicking the pistol in his inventory, looked at the Oloikton of the Olangi clan and hummed pensively. This question was going to help precise one thing about the healing mode that, as obvious as it might be for the pistol feat, would most likely not be looked upon. Though the reverence, if not straight-up worship he received from the middle-aged Gnostics was something not new in and of itself human, and Gnostics did it too, but this time it was particularly intense, second only to when Iowa met Gnostics with her avatar. Another thing he would have to get used to is not that he hadn't been aware of this factoid for a long time. Still, it weirded him out. There were reasons Iowa avoided her children who were gifted with enough awareness to realize who she was. If she were more egocentric and narcissistic, might have loved this intention, but she wasn't, and neither was he. At least this way, for that context. Here it was even more a glaring point, since Akwi was someone Liam considered quite a close friend, one he couldn't see often, but still, both knew they could trust the other with their lives, and seeing this truly put into perspective what the future would potentially look like. Of course, Akwi, if they so desire, then this can be organized. The offer is available as well for you, Jake, and everyone present, but within reason. But I have to say something, it is even more important for amputees. Sute, don't you feel some difficulty moving your fingers? Be truthful. Liam nodded and asked the freshly healed Gnostics. Yes, it's as if my mind refuses to move them as I will. It is not hard but exhausting, Sute declared, yet there was elation in his voice. He couldn't care less about this not being perfect. It was a massive improvement from before, and he could feel this side of his body again. He had accepted his fate to be forced to wear this black prosthetic over his skin for the rest of his life. He was in the middle of processing what had just happened. It felt too good to be true, yet try to wake as he might. He was very much awake, and this was very much not a dream. That is only temporary, however, and I suppose Grace has already figured out why, and can explain it. It is a major point after all. I don't do magic and miracles, Liam said with certainty in the xenobiologist's understanding of what was the problem, and he was proved correct in his judgment. It only regenerates the tissues to their healthy state, not reconstructs habits or the mind. The brain will need to relearn the movements for a total recovery, similar for the newly grown muscles. Hardly a drawback for such a revolutionary technology, she exclaimed, and without much of a warning, began feeling the healed part of her mate without his express consent, to the point she began to drag him away. Chuckling at the sight, Liam's mind refocused on the tech replicator, the fabrication of something that consumed more than 70% of the resource stored within, mostly out of the sheer size and mass of the unassembled tech creature that had just finished being created and was in the middle of being transferred to his inventory. The sheer weight this creature represented, around a third of that of a blue whale, was not a problem here, as its unassembled state made it so via a one-time use failsafe that its weight was lessened by 99%, which was still around half of his inventory in weight at the end. As all might realize, this event of today will change our lives, even if you do not interact with technology more than strictly necessary. One such technology one will show is a bona fide form of life, my creation, of my blood, and one that would further our survival with its utility. I recommend that you walk away for your safety," Liam announced to the small crowd, his smirk etched on his face growing, anticipation rising back to its full height for all, and they, as he said, except for one. And this one was his mate, Iwa. On the contrary to the other, she walked next to him, excitement building in her heart, as this was something he had held in surprise for her. His left palm, perpendicular to the ground, was held steady in the air, then a massive shadow appeared, and it was in a microsecond followed by a quadruple body, just as massive. "By Iwa!" Jake swore loudly. He was the first to react, his words in Nasics, due to him living with them, had become akin to his mother tongue, so naturally his experience switched to that appropriate to the language. His use of swearing was not unique to his person at the sight of the group's sudden and violent appearance. And what a sight it was. "Your child is beautiful," were the soft words carried by the mesmerizing voice of the All-Mother as she gazed beyond physicality into the first creation of life of her mate, its nascent soul blinking into life for the first time while programs of an unknown language and encoded into its very essence. A language that she found to be nothing less than the most complex and beautiful of art forms. One that seemed to draw inspiration from life itself, yet was fundamentally different in nature. This child was a massive robotic creature of the purest form of metal, shining blue from all joints where black muscle fiber-like structure could be seen. It was similar in shape to a giraffe and a doe, two animals only seen in videos of extinct animals and storybooks. As such, it had a long and bulky neck ending in a proportionally small head reminiscent of the one typically seen in grazing herbivores, and a small, seemingly obsolete tail was at its rump, waving around aimlessly. Its shoulders stood at 17 meters, 55 feet 7, tall, while a platform was on the back of its barrel-shaped body of living metal and unknown synthetic material that was supported by four long, spindly, yet sturdy legs that each ended in sharp, bifurcated hooves. This is a tech strider, its name, or more accurately, that of its artificial engramic matrix that will be the mind and souls of this model, ARKs. You can consider this the ultimate form of a workhorse, and this type of creature is going to help us in all kinds of endeavors. From mining to building to transport, Liam's deep rumbling voice full of life reached everyone, resonating into their very being. And it was only the tip of the iceberg. Many more aspects of tech were yet to be revealed, each as mind-boggling as the last. Today wasn't going to be a short one. It was the day that would change and shape the future of every individual present, that of humanity and even the Milky Way, if not the universe. And only the same two fully understood this. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, between 20 to 23. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 87. Technological Revolution. It had barely been half a year since the divine machine creation of the All-Father had been turned on for the first time, and the lives of many had drastically changed. Hell's Gate and its surroundings were the most affected by those changes. It was a technological revolution of the like so far above anything seen in history that all previous ones were almost forgettable. For the less technologically adept, this change seemed less drastic as they were less directly touched to begin with and lacked an understanding, and that was the exact opposite for the humans. It was akin to them being poor farmers in the early Middle Ages of a backwater country to then be carried to the most advanced technological Martian colony of the 22nd century. Their worldviews shattered before them. The gap in technology was simply this large, if not larger. But humans as a species were very adaptable to sudden change, and so the arrival of tech and a general massive improvement of technology in their daily life was a radical shift. A shift that, while most are still acclimating to, melded rather fast into their habits. The little amount not pleased were the ones unhappy to begin with, and they were at Liam mainly, but those individuals were unimportant and discardable even. It was a meritocracy, the people that didn't put in the effort while they could are by some barely considered as an individual. Tech was reserved for more important matters in the first place, but it was still omnipresent. It touched all professions to a more or less extensive degree, be it directly or indirectly via machinery upgraded over the next few centuries by the tech replicator without using a gram of element in the creations. And the most affected of all were the ones related to the collection of resources, such as the mining operations led by Catherine Hale, ones that were exclusively out of Pandora. This was the main focus. The supply of raw resources was the foundation of any good society, and it was a pivotal factor in their survival. Without minerals rare or not from the ground, there would be no possibility of progress. This Liam understood it fully. It was more important than even the interpersonal relation between Hell's Gate and the natives. The first and only mining expedition on Pandora was after the eviction of the RDA from the moon, and it was only to heal the damage and kickstart the base and many of his projects. Pandora's only truly unique and valuable mineral was Pandorium unobtainium, but it can be produced artificially now, fixing another problem that was about to bloom as the stock of this metal was running thin. The moon didn't possess all the necessary minerals in enough concentration to begin with. Aluminum was hard to come by, for example. As a result, it also drastically improved relations between humans and Gnostics. It was the major and original source of tension, and now it didn't exist. However, the effects of the past mining did not disappear, and tension didn't completely vanish, and would not do so that easily. This technological revolution had led Catherine, with Liam's support and approval, to expand her branch of activity, resulting in an increase in productivity by an exponential amount, all the while with a relatively low amount of manpower. And she was currently walking toward one of such places, a mine situated far from Pandora underground, one situated on the Venus-like moon named Nerixep. How would she do so? Teleportation. As simple as that, and as insane as that sounded for anyone aside from their small community. She moved between the airfield and manufacturing complex of Hell's Gate. Just having walked out of the armor bay, the sound of her boots' silence was replaced by the clings of her hole on the metal. She climbed via a ramp to a massive circular platform of steel, with a glimpse of a red lozenge protruding from the top of a small angular pillar at the opposite of her position. Blue particles from the size imperceptible to the naked eyes to tennis ball-sized floats floated in the air as if they were will-o-wisps, their bodies uncaring for what was solid like her, as they traveled all matter. It was a beautiful sight, but she didn't come here to be in awe at a pretty light show. She came here for the unique method of transport she is going to use, a tech teleporter to be exact. One that would let anyone, depending on their clearance level, move from one teleporter to the other, letting them instantaneously travel from one fixed point to another in the fabric of space, by means only understood by its designer. It was easily accessible and usable faster than light travel. Catherine was a smart woman, but nobody needed to be particularly bright as a requirement to realize this kind of technology would change how humanity as a species would work, be it an individual movement, to the economy, industry, and war themselves. This technology was revolutionary in all regards, and one that was under total control of their seemingly ageless and ever-growing leader, Liam. And she was happy and content that it was the case. No humans or any species of similar intelligence and wisdom for that matter should ever get full possession of such a tool. It would be an almost exact repeat of nuclear weapons and other similar types of mass destruction weapons. As it is, it wasn't a weapon, but it would be easy to turn it into one. Excursor, can you please teleport me to Hellfire Outpost? She asked politely. The creature of metal that had been hovering behind her all of this time bobbed in agreement before moving toward the red lozenge. The creature she addressed was akin to an eye in the shape of a lozenge with blue veins around black muscle-like tissues protected in a carapace of smooth metal with fin-like growth on its back. It had two long folded arms on each side that ended in two blunt ends capable of switching to a set number of tools. It was relatively small, not much bigger than a human torso, and relatively weak by its creator's words. This was a scout, a cheap, easy-to-build, and versatile tech life form that was put everywhere. They served several purposes, from doing menial tasks to being the key behind using tech, as none but Liam could directly use this technology. And to annoy or forbid piss off the intelligence behind will lead to consequences, such as an impossibility of using tech unless emergency there is. It's just that the drones were not slaves that will obey the whims of everyone and anyone. Those robots were, while not on the human level of sapience, still far from being mindless. They collectively were this excursor she just mentioned. It was the will of this entire species, a will whose sole purpose was to do as its creator and father says, to letters and dies if necessary while doing so. Many saw this artificial life as creepy and wrong, but Catherine didn't. They were pretty cute in her opinion, floating in the air like oversized ants, one of the few insect species still prospering. Ants, a pretty apt term to describe them. The left arm of the scout extended, and thin blue filament from the tips popped out and interlaced with the tip of the waist-height pillar. Then Catherine heard a distorted whipping sound of air before her sense of hearing, smell, and sight entirely escaped her for 1 second, seemed to stretch for eternity, and they were all back in an instant. What greeted her eyes was a tumultuous sky bloated by clouds of sulfur, braising dust particles, and other toxic gases and substances that hid the stars, the moons such as Pandora, and even Polyphemus. The sole light sources were the few stray rays of sunshine that managed to pass. The constant zigzag of yellow electricity crackling from the never-ending thunderstorm, and the faint orange-red, having from origins hundreds of endless half-solidified lava streams in the far distance. It was an almost perfect representation of hell thereby. Why this place was named Hellfire Outpost. It was built on a blazing inferno that was this moon and into the least dangerous places on it. It was the tectonic plate that was less volcanically active and had very few earthquakes. Of course, it was compared to the rest of the moon considered, so it was to be taken with that in mind. Reminds me of home. She snorted at the thought while she took off her exopack, breathing in the recycled air, and walked down the teleporter, the scout following. This place was far worse than Earth, but the sheer desolation of the landscape was quite alike to the once blue planet. So why wasn't she already dead when the moon's surface temperature was on average 366 degrees Celsius, 690 degree F, on a frosty day, and everything else screamed death to anything remotely organic with water in them? The answer was the same as how she got here. Tech, and the source as to why she lived was a 10-meter tall, 33 feet, structure she was passing by. It was the Tech force field. It took the general shape of a pillar mixed with a pyramid, with 4 massive claws at each of the 4 angles anchoring in the foundation built below. Its top was spread open like a flower, and 4 metal pieces were spinning around, as from the very tip a beam of blue energy shot out into the sky. This blue beam flew 100 meters, 328 feet, into the air before stopping and expanding into a 4-hectare, forming a spherical-shaped force field of pure energy that would occasionally show in the form of bluish hexagons weaved together when yellow lighting would slam into it. It was by a technology she obviously didn't understand, but from the little she did, it was akin to hardened and solidified photon, hard light in essence, another similar to the teleporter that was also a deadly weapon, and so much more. But even with this shield against the elements, whether they were visible or not, it wouldn't be enough. As such, it was but one layer to make the place livable. The air filtering system is one such layer. This was a bubble where the outpost was a fairly small outpost, all things considered. It was composed of one large shed connected to a building compartment with some amenities such as a coffee machine, running water by unknown means, and beds to only name 3. There was no need for more. Hell's Gate was a minute away by foot. She walked on the polished stone toward one of the extremes of the force field where she could see her team arriving back from their mining expedition. It was a group of 10 of her men, a bit less than half of her team, all securely driving their upgraded amp suits by Liam. Scouts were hovering on about from them to what was in the middle of their formation, a Tech Strider. ARX was the name of the will behind those building-sized beasts. Its name meant fortress and stronghold in Latin, a perfect name for what this creature could do, with the right rig put on besides being a tool to mine at a speed that boggled her mind with how efficient and clean it was. It emitted 3 lasers from its chin via the tips of 3 drill-shaped outgrowths that focused on bigger ones that cleaved everything in its path. It was a walking castle, and in the middle of its back was one set of inverted rib-like structures that generated a smaller but similar force field to the one protecting the outpost. Thanks to this, it was possible to have safe and worthwhile expeditions for her team. The force field of the Tech Strider began to merge with that of the Tech force field with the help of the scouts, whose arms bent the energy film to their will, smoothing the entire interaction between the field of energy. One other goal was to filter the air as best as possible. It was akin to watching magic, but that was a show she witnessed dozens of times, so it did not have the same effect as the first few times. While this was happening, the Tech teleporter flashed as something was teleported. Catherine, having heard the sound, turned her head behind out of curiosity. "Ha! Here again," She mumbled as she observed a unique female Nashix of surreal beauty. She possessed mauve skin, a long tail, and a head full of pure white hair. Behind her, two tetrapterons carrying a box could also be seen. Catherine recognized this Nashix. She was her boss's girlfriend/mate/wife, and she had a very particular name for the natives. Iwa, the name of the All-Mother the local deity believed in. But who was she to judge? Humans did name their kids after mythological figures, and this Nashix was unique compared to any other she saw. This uniqueness might be why Iwa's parents called her so. And so Catherine observed for a moment Iwa jumping up, gravity not affecting the Nashix, as she began to float and move in the opposite direction that she was. The two tetrapterons she recognized as Mary and Septin cawed behind and followed the hovering Nashix. The fact Catherine saw someone hover as if by magic was barely gazing at her now. In her head, it was probably some kind of discreet anti-gravity device given by Liam or something similar. Never would it cross her mind that the being that just exited the tech teleporter was the true deity and that there was no technology involved in the feat of levitation. Iwa lowered herself in front of a patch of pure blue outgrowth on the comparatively desert ground. The outgrowth was a random mix of xenomushroom and xenoplant hybrids that against all odds managed to have the extremely dry and hot soil of the moon. Walking barefoot was an invitation to get first-degree burns to state how hot the ground was. The species growing here were never seen on Pandora. They were newly created to inhabit this alien ecosystem, but they weren't the only species never seen before. From the box brought by the tetrapterons a few seconds, the Nashix took out a pure black gelatinous moss that crawled down her clawed fingers. The gelatinous mass plopped down and dug deep below the ground, smiling faintly, revealing a smart canine, while she did so Iwa. After this, the Nashix took out pure white, jellyfish-like creatures that immediately floated down where the earlier black slime disappeared. That's a unique way of gardening. Catherine thought, puzzled. She didn't understand why Iwa was doing this, and what was even the purpose of it all, but there must be one. This entire thing was a fairly recent development, too. In any case, Catherine knew it wasn't her business, so she didn't put much thought upon the action of this elusive Nashix, who by all means was as much her superior as Liam was, or at the very least someone to not displease. And so after having seen the bizarre action of this bizarre Nashix, she refocused on the task at hand, meeting her team for a talk on the next few sites to exploit and how will they proceed to do so. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, between 18 to 23. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 88. Tech Armors. Iwa, through the two pale pink eyes of her avatar, gazed down on the very beginning of her expansion. More accurately, a very special floating seed. She let go, one considered sacred for the Nashix. What she was currently doing was taking a pivotal step in her long life that would change the future forever. It was something she wouldn't have done without her mate opening the possibility and giving her the idea of doing so. It was something she never had thought of before, spreading in the cosmos, increasing her biomass by an amount only the future could predict, something so far from what she had been doing for the past billions of years. The sole memories about expansion were when she was young, and she covered the entirety of Pandora, but this was different on every level, and it was exciting, an emotion she was most alien to experience herself. But one thing was certain, it needed to be done methodically and with patience and care. Even if this fiery moon was more of a test run to observe and test more than anything as of now. The moon was hostile to life, but this kind of hostile environment was not new to her. She had her roots within the lithosphere of Pandora, a place as if not more hostile than here if the tech force field was off. She was deeply aware of methods to stop and mitigate heat and other hurdles to complex life, most of which involved psionic to, for example, alter how atoms interact when they are bathed in it. She had lived through times when the atmosphere and volcanic activity were alike, adding that she held resources and tools that were impossible to have in her long past. Resources for producing biomass were in untold amounts. Space and everything floating in its emptiness was free to use as much as necessary. It was only a matter of time until this moon was under her control. A few centuries to a few millennia at most by Liam's estimation. A very short time for her, the blink of a metaphorical eye really. And this could be accelerated if more resources were put into it, but there was no reason to. Still, it won't be simple. It's an incredibly complex process. For example, volcanism was quite an inconvenience, but that wasn't unfixable for the most part. There was her mate who would not hesitate to help if she asked. This moon's only downfall for life was due mostly to its geological activity. It was the source of all the problems. The seed she let go was that of a tree of soul. She was controlling it, making it float down where she released the black gelatinous amoeba. She was controlling too. They all were integral parts of her. She was assisting the germination and creating the most apt condition for successful growth. This small patch of flora was but the beginning of her anchor upon this moon. The seed, with the help of all that she had and will grow into a root network quite like the one in Pandora. It was the first step of her expansion, at the very least, to see how it would go. An hour flew by with Iowa tending to the fledgling part of her body. Then she floated back to the tech teleporter, the two tetrapterons carrying the now empty box following behind her without much of a sound aside from the near-silent beat of their wings that could be heard thanks to the utter lack of wind within this safe bubble. The task needing the intervention of a bipedal creature with hands was done. The rest will be for the most part entirely on her managing the miniature ecosystem she created for it, her to grow and prosper. There was something quite major to do within the next few days, starting in a few hours. The sole of her clawed feet touched the cold metal. But for it was more than a soulless metal, it was the touch of Liam, but in one of his other forms. As she appreciated this, she spoke, her voice calm and soothing. "Child of metal, we ask of you to bring this avatar to your father and creator, my mate." At her words, the child of metal, as she called it, was the scout that had been hovering next to her, bobbed in accordance, its lozenge-shaped eye glowing brighter as it followed her directive. Never would it refuse to heed her words, but it was not her the one who led excursor. Only its creator did, and it was by the post-human edicts that the artificial engrammic matrix acted this way. The only exception to that would be if its creator intervened directly. But in the end, she still held a higher authority clearance than any humans at Hell's Gate. The Avatar in the Tetrapteron's world turned completely dark for a short second, and what met their eyes was the azure sea and colorful reef far down below. The tech teleporter was built on a large platform growing from a cliff, giving a picturesque view, particularly at dawn, which it currently was, but also at sunrise and during eclipses. This was the island of the Great Heart Song. This was what the Gnostics had begun to call it after the emergence of the avatar of the All-Mother on it, and it became the island's official name, as there was no reason to not make it such. Liam hadn't even given the island a name until now, aside from a set of letters and numbers corresponding to its location and topography. He didn't see the need to name it and kind of stopped thinking about it along the line. Turning around with movement showing perfect bodily control, Iowa saw her mate in but a pair of black boxers. In between his thumb and forefinger was an object the size of a human fist, showing the drastic difference in size compared to what species he physically was similar to. It was a cryopod, a tech item that let the user capture living creatures or anything truly up to a certain size and weight. It placed the captured object in a slip of space where all matter and energy ceased to move and flow, as if time had stopped. But it wasn't the case. It was just a substance with few similarities with ice that created an environment similar, yet distinct to that of absolute zero. The object itself was in the form of a short cylinder with 4 angles at equal distances, and it was glowing brightly as it was used, emitting blue hexagonal particles from its center that was placed 10 centimeters away from the head of a crouching great ostropede of size and muscular impossible to see in the wild. And what stood was also that the entirety of its massive frame and each of its extremities as covered in an airtight, highly advanced armor of metal and brilliantly blue light. This was Gladius. The giant bird was in its specifically fitted tech armor, made by Liam, and was currently in the middle of being cryopoded by the same man. The light from the cryopod increased for the 10 following seconds to the point it engulfed the great ostropede as it emitted a humming sound, and then all of it disappeared. Now only 2 more to put in a tech pokeball. Liam thought, the cryopod that contained Gladius vanishing in his inventory. The link with his Tame was very much still present, but completely silent. It was akin to Gladius being dead, yet alive, which was quite close to the objective truth. Turning around, he didn't have the time to smile. nevertheless opening his mouth to speak before he got a kiss on his lips from Iowa that lasted for almost half a minute. "It went well as I can see," he said with mirth when the kiss ultimately ended. His gaze focused into her eyes, as did hers on his silver ones, with small hints of purple and blue in the blood vessels, emotions flowing freely like a controlled torrent through their empathetic bond. "We are pleased with the result, but only time will give the true worth of this endeavor for me to grow beyond," the All-Mother declared with joy equal to his. "That is good to hear," he nodded before walking toward his two Tetrapterons, the other two of the quartet already armored and in their respective cryopod, waiting patiently in their cryo-sleep to be set free. His implant glowed bright orange, and the two small chest plates of supreme craftsmanship that were fitted on the two Tetrapteron's chest wavered as blue lines came to life, while at the same time, the metals bent and shifted as if it was a swarm of ant or waves upon a large body of water. And so in an order of seconds, two full-body armors similar to that of Gladius, but adapted to their body type, grew over his Tames, covering in a way akin to a carapace and a second skin, the light on the armor turning brighter than ever. But that wasn't finished. Liam crouched down and began adding the finishing touch and doing the last checkup on their tech armor. After this, Liam took out two cryopods and simultaneously began the process of storing his Tames, a process that was several times shorter than with the much larger and heavier Gladius, and as such it ended rather quickly. With 5 fully armored beasts trained to their very bones in his inventory, his focus was back on Iowa. In his left hand appeared a thick belt. She grabbed it, but not before waving all of her hair into a long braid and taking off the little amount of clothing over herself. His implant glowed, and similarly, an armor came to be over her body from the belt she put on. Hexagon plates, an articulated metal weave with blue lines covering her body, but it was only the lowermost part of the armor. "Stay still," he advised her through the bond, and began adding more parts of the armor straight from his inventory. Those were parts that couldn't be put in any other way than manually. One such was to serve as a connection for the furry tendrils at the end of her queue to let her interact with the armor's many functions, in a way also connecting her to him. This was a tech armor he was putting on her, just like for his Tames, one designed for the avatar she was using to walk among the world. Once he placed the last piece of armor, the tech helmet, her angelic face and pale pink eyes disappeared behind an unfolding visor composed of 100 small hexagons. Liam gazed upon his fully armored mate, the sight pleasing even more so when he could feel her entire body. The tech armor was intricately woven with the product of his blood, element, and like all that is tech, it was an extension of what one of his facets truly was. Her lithe but muscular figure was protected by plates of various shapes and sizes connected by living metal pulsing blue, beating to the rhythm of their synchronized heart, and it covered everything of her body. From her long tail waving in the air, enveloped by a thin but hyper-resistant and hyper-adaptable layer of synthetic esoteric material to her hair and queue held together along her spine, protecting it against all harm, the miniature jetpack only provided an additional layer of protection. This created a hermetic seal for the wearer from the outside world. Even more so with several modifications he did on the original design, such as adding an integrated force field generator that would activate for potentially life-threatening emergencies, such as a warhead, be it manually or by the system's automatic defense response. There was no reason to limit himself to what was in the game. It would be foolish and suicidal to the highest degree. Though such an addition led to the overall armor being extensively more energy-consuming when the force field is activated, yet when it is on, very few things in the universe would be a threat to the wearer. The energy consumption wasn't much of a problem. Element as a resource was virtually unlimited, and the addition of tech made it so a greater quantity of it when pure could be handled at once. As much as it was technically part of him, he wasn't sure on the means to control it directly. But he was searching for ways to do so, and up to now there were 2 major options, each coming at potentially at very great cost. Either way, what was happening was a cascading snowball effect of progress, improvement, and development that would only grow in greatness as time went on, and all of this was possible thanks to the tech replicator. "My turn," Liam said, and his tech armor flickered into reality as it materialized upon his body. There was no interval or wait for him to put the high-tech armor on. One second, he was half naked, the other, he was in a full, extremely advanced armor that would lead humanity into the Sixth World War and Second Soul War to obtain, but a part of the set. He flexed his hands, kinetic energy building up to a critical point before dissipating back into the gauntlets. A large grin appeared on his face at this. It was a pure sensation of power. It felt good, no, it felt right to be in such an armor, which was also partly made of himself. And so with the two of them now fully armored, the tech teleporter both were standing on emitted a large blue blast of light. And after a second of sensory deprivation, they were brought right in front of the element nexus, the facility where element was produced. The massive temperature and pressure difference from Pandora to that of Ch they just were teleported was completely irrelevant to them. They could have been teleported in lava for all that matter, and there would have been no difference. The tech armor protects the wearer against those pesky problems via the use of various shields of energy, such as mainly, but not only, a thermic shield capable of warding Kelvin in the tens of thousands if not more in short bursts. Of course, the expenditure of element inflated in those conditions to keep the wearer's vitals stable, just as all of the tech armor functions were, and functions it had many, calling it a power armor would be more apt. Physical protection against the elements was but a bonus with how much power it granted the wearer. A normal human wearing a regular set would be able to shatter massive boulders, breathe in any environment, see through nearly all surfaces, run on water at transonic speed, and fly at the same speed if not faster. But a normal human wouldn't be able to use such a power armor, even if it were linked to the user's mind to a fraction of its potential. It required a processing power and processing speed that was inhuman, but also extensive training, or something akin to that. Yet none of his tames met such requirements. As much as they were trained and smart, Liam hadn't put cybernetic implants in them. For now, couple aside. But the 5 tech armor here were more on the protection, with them all having an emergency force field, a small inventory about their weight, and holographic claws that could be turned on and off based on the design of the tech claws techgram. Essentially a power weapon using light that would never run dull, because they weren't blades to begin with, nor did they cut per the strict definition of the term. The element was infused within the hard light of the holograms, letting them disrupt most energy in existence. Not exempt from this were the energies letting the fundamental particles, even the ones even smaller, interact together and form the subatomic particles known as protons, neutrons, and electrons that themselves were the building blocks for atoms. And these were light melee weapons, pretty much a very, very, very sharp pocket knife, for the more offensive side of their tech armors. The only two true differences were that the Tetrapterons only got one small turret on their head activatable at will that shot at a rate of 10 rounds per second. Rounds that were condensed balls of element-fueled plasma, traveling at hypersonic speeds, while Gladius held 2 bigger, more powerful ones, but with slower fire rate on each side of its head that also held an amplifier for its scream. See you at the point of rendezvous on your map, and preferably not with an uncontrolled landing ending on any solid surface, Liam said lovingly to Iowa through the voice comm, remembering her multiple counters while using her tech armor. While he spoke, the jetpack behind his tech chest plate had lit up, and he started hovering a few meters above the ground, the brilliant blue energy intensifying, and he was gone. A sonic boom echoed in the entire cave. Then another echoed as he broke the sound barrier a second time. "This is hardly fair competition," she stated, more exasperated and amused than anything. She knew she couldn't win this. Even if she were to be able to fly faster, and if she did chance, she would end up buried deeply under ice and snow. With a joyful smile, her own tech chestplate jetpack lit up and she gained altitude, her boot leaving the ground, and the next second she as well was the cause of a sonic boom. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, between 18 to 23. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 89. Entering the spaceship. The feeling of utter freedom brought by the tech armor was almost intoxicating for Liam. Wearing such equipment made him equal to a demigod, if not more, depending on the point of view. His tech armor was more advanced than the regular one. What a normal set could do, this one could do it better, faster, and smoother. This led him to be able to zip into the eternal blizzard of this icy hell that was Ch. His speed never stopped increasing as he moved in a straight line to his destination. It averaged at Mach 6, the powerful wind and hailstorm stopping briefly by the sheer pressure and force he generated, and he could feel the environment harmlessly bounce on the energy shield around. Though moving at such speed was very energy expensive due to his body's general lack of aerodynamics, and it was overall not simple to do so, to begin with, it could only be done in a massive area void of obstacles to accelerate and decelerate, because otherwise he would smash everything and anything in his way without even realizing. Liam couldn't perceive the world for what it truly was at such speed. It was just as much of a blur as it would be for anyone. There were biological limits that flesh simply couldn't bypass. But that inconvenience didn't stop him from thinking beforehand and calculating his movement in advance, to a degree. Still, this power armor didn't make him a speedster like in comics or movies for one bit. There was speed, but not much else, at least when going to speed beyond reason, such as what he was doing presently. It was only for moving over large distances and nothing more, maybe if he wanted to destroy cities with pure kinetic energy while he played the cannonball with the force field at full power, but that was as outlandish as it gets. Warheads were better for this kind of job anyway. In space, however, it held more value, as he could go even faster, so potentially be used against spaceships, but that was just as outlandish. In any case, with such speed he was moving himself, he barely waited 10 minutes until he arrived at his destination, nearly on the other side of the moon. The decelerating phase, ending, he hovered 2 meters above an incurved wall of hardened snow, one of the many in this region where kilometer-long spikes of ice sharpened for millions of years by the harsh wind laid in the thousands. His silver eyes were focused upon this particular area, as through the visor of his tech helmet, he gazed at a man-made tunnel leading to a place that was far outside of his visor range. Lifting his left hand, the tech gauntlet shifted, as if phasing in and out of reality. Holographic hexagons appearing for the briefest of seconds as he brought dozens of shimmering, detached parts of an object from his inventory. Those parts shifted and led to the gauntlet bulking up whole time, its function altering for what task at hand. The shift was finished in a microsecond, as the bulkier digits and the middle of the palm opened like blooming flowers, revealing in each 3 crystals of light connected at their tops that immediately started to crackle with energy and shot 6 arcs of orange and blue plasma. This was the tech drill, a gauntlet to put above the left tech gauntlet. It was a tech ram of his own design that functioned in a way quite like the mining drill, thereby why it was named as such, but in it there was as well certain key component of the tech phase pistol. But compared to the non-tech variant, the power, control, precision, speed, range, and so much more were incomparably superior. It was a design that he was working on before the tech replicator, even if this one was very simple, but just like most of what was considered tech, creating or modifying it wasn't done in the snap of a finger. Equipping the tech drill made it so that using the functionality of the left tech gauntlet below to accumulate and release kinetic energy is but an impossibility, or at least impaired to the point of uselessness for the time the tech drill was on. Liam flexed his fingers and moved his hand in specific patterns as he weaved the crackling plasma, infused an element into malleable beams that he used to carve a rectangular entry slightly taller than he was in the snow not falling as it was turned to deep blue ice by the same beam he was controlling. The beam could take or emit energy on molecules and atoms on a local level to a certain extent. So while he mined the snow, he melted the one on the side at the same time. He was freezing it back up to keep the structural integrity of the hole he was digging from collapsing. As he finished his endeavor, the echoes of sonic boom reached the sensor of his power armor, and the empathetic bond told him Iowa had finally arrived. No words were exchanged, but a chuckle from both as they dove in. It was complete darkness, but their tech helmet made it so that sight was given to them no matter what, while their boots stopped any prospect of slipping while they walked. The soles of the tech boots formed smart hard holograms that acted as anchors for any surface that shifted and adapted, all the while following the wearer will. Around 50 minutes later, after they both had treaded a steep slope downward, the unusual couple stopped dead on their track in a spacious room with no exit but the one they passed through. Looking deeply at the room wall, Liam started to take out 1 cryopod at a time from his inventory and freed the 5 tames he took from their temporary prisons. Each of his tame, even the most active, stood still. The atmosphere was solemn as the post-human pointed his tech drill at the wall, plasma exploding out and digging cubic meters per cubic meter of mostly solid water at incredible speed. Laying behind this seemingly random wall was one of the entrances to the unknown alien structure he had detected by sheer randomness via the satellites he set in orbit years ago, and today was the day an in-depth exploration in person would be done, at least the most important part of it that could be reached. It was simply too massive, and this statement would be the understatement of the century. By his estimation, if the structure or spaceship, as it was what it was to be in pristine condition, it would rival small countries in size. But it wasn't in pristine condition, the exact opposite. It had crashed violently onto the moon and splintered into millions of pieces, but as it was such a size to begin with, pieces like the one he was digging into were still massive beyond reasonable measure. Ultimately, it was a good thing the spaceship was in that state. Even if it would have given more data, as such a megastructure could only be from a type of civilization he didn't have any way to fight against if it came down to it. Presently, that is. What caused it to crash, though? That he didn't know. And it crashed onto this moon an unknown amount of time in the past, but at significantly long enough time had gone on for it to end several dozen kilometers deep. It looked more like it rammed into the moon voluntarily, or the pilots lost control somehow. There were reasons to be wary. He didn't want to potentially release some super space virus or release whatever the cause for that happening if it's still alive/active, if there is any. It was but guess and hypothesis, as it might, just as the crash well be of suicidal origin. Everything and nothing was possible here, but he still had a potential culprit for who did this. Anyway, the part they were going to explore was the largest fragment of this spaceship. A fragment he mapped from the outside in its near entirety with specialized satellites, but as for the inside, it was more complicated. The metal-like materials composing the shipwreck kilometers thick hull were a pain to screen through even with tech. But that was mostly due to the depth it was located and the constant state of blizzard above that had a tendency to commence massive thunderstorms that would last weeks. Nonetheless, he still mapped most of it, but aside from seeing that it was hollow with massive pillars for support while half of the place remaining was in rubble, or crushed nothing was in great detail, and it wouldn't have been possible to have such detail to begin with. Scanners from outer space aren't magic and wouldn't reveal all, at least for what resource he could and was ready to use. Still, with this data he built a map and several routes that gave a general direction of where was what by the use of educated guesses like the command room. He could have deployed scouts and well after, but he wanted to explore this himself with Iowa and the most competent of his Tames first. It might sound reckless beyond measure, and to a degree this will be correct, but nothing that might be in this dead vessel held enough energy to be of any threat to the force field in their power armor, even less so to them. The most dangerous scenario would be the shipwreck suddenly collapsing on itself. Yet still, if a case against all odds were to happen, and it turned for the worse by some impossible means, each of them held in their possession a one-time uses miniature tech teleporter he called Tech Recall that held the purpose of bringing them to a designed teleporter. In this case, the one at the element nexus. The tech armors would not like the trips and potentially lead to a few more or less minor injuries, but better this than being trapped or worse dead. It was an incredibly complex system using laws beyond traditional quantum physics, so there was room to improve aplenty, but that was its current state. This emergency button was based on a core feature of the Enforcer, a type of tech life form he still hadn't brought into the world. These creatures possessed the capacity to teleport in any way they desired, but within limits. It was a calculated risk, and he was good at math beyond humanity's scope of understanding. He would even bring Doomsday to this location if he must, with the several experimental anti-hydrogen warheads to be launched from orbit and a smaller one in his inventory. Paranoid maybe, but again, it was within reason. At least for Liam, antimatter was not even hard to obtain with the modules attached to one of the Valkyrie. Let's enter Mary, Septin, Orion, and Oxidant first. Then it will be Gladius followed by Iowa and me. Liam said in a matter of tone none could argue through the voice comm as he closed his left hand, and the beams of plasma vanished to reveal a tunnel leading to a torn open hole on the frozen hull. The 4 tetraperons flew, and it was by Gladius, its wings that should be useless unfolded just as the armor covering them did, creating large wings of hard blue light that possessed several propulsors, granting the great Ostripede the capacity to jump higher and hover over short distances. Following the clawed bird inside, Liam and Iowa were greeted by an unforgettable sight. The ground was a massive desert of ice where the unbroken pillar grew shouting in the vast sky, as they either connected to platforms above or continued onward toward the ceiling. A ceiling that was far from empty, as in the middle of it all laid a closed sphere connected to thousands of cables, both small and big, that spread from it as if it was a heart or brain. Those cable veins or nerves, and the spaceship a body. Broken bridges and pillars that once connected it were also seen. It was an incredible structure that showed perfect knowledge of architecture. The first few basic scans from his tech helmet did not reveal how the walls were made, but there was an abundance of rare material that seemed to have been once held together by a living tissue that was now entirely ice that played the same role. This and the general appearance of everything gave the impression of being in the heart of a gargantuan beehive. And what would be a hive without its drones? In this case, dead frozen drones lay right next to them in the thousands. It was such a large number in such a small area, they likely were billions of them in the entire spaceship. Liam didn't know if it was sad or not, but he didn't come here to lament the fate of long-since dead aliens that were as of now considered a potential threat and that he didn't know anything about. Crouching down next to some of the most intact bodies, he observed and scanned them. He wasn't alone in doing as Iowa was doing something quite similar. There were two major body types, one that was as small as a human child and the other as tall as Gnostics aside from size. Both shared morphological similarities, a large head, two eyes for limbs, likely bipedal stance, and neither mouth, ears, and nose were visible. The larger ones possessed 7 tentacles on their back. Their hands had 4 digits while their feet had only 2 compared to the smaller ones who didn't have the 7 extra limbs on their back and had 2 digits at the end of both pairs of limbs. There is only one kind. This larger body is a biological armor, Iowa said rather coolly. She was greatly puzzled by what she was sensing, particularly what was in the sphere above. Her memories were far from infallible, and these creatures made her remember fuzzy moments of her past. But she needed more information to be sure that it wasn't only the beyond deteriorated psionic remnants of the dead that was vaguely familiar and not what she had in mind. However, she was quite sure what she had in mind was correct. Fascinating indeed. They all seemed to be bioengineered, though. Just like this entire vessel, Liam added upon her words. Aside from their morphology, they wouldn't get more. Both knew that. Ice will preserve biological matter, but only for so long, and that wasn't counting the ice wasn't rich in very alkaline material like here, which wouldn't do much better to tissue than a strong acid. It was more of an image of what once was an organism. It was, in essence, close to fossils, as the freezing was faster than the denaturing of molecules and saponification of tissue for the most part. Most of the bodies were simply unrecognizable. Of course, her current state of mind didn't escape Liam, and this was one of the reasons he brought her avatar here. And she wasn't oblivious to this fact. She did speak to him of an event from long ago, by her standard, that she barely remembered the detail of which, by her recollection, led her to act in a burst of panic. She emitted a psionic blast of potency she never had done before for the express intent of utterly destroying the minds of whatever threat suddenly appeared close to her. A threat with similarity she had sensed light years away at multiple locations that always led to immense loss of lives. And so Iowa lashed out at those beings that suddenly appeared. Unlike humans, they were using psionics. They were very sensible to it, and their general intentions were evident to her. If she hadn't acted on the spot with her most primal instinct, fear, she would have very well been killed. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance, between 18 to 23. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 90. Her Frozen Majesty. Gladius and Mary go to Objective 2. Septin, Orion, and Oxidin go to Objective 3. Liam ordered. His Tames without the tiniest amount of hesitation obeyed, and began their travel toward those 2 points of interest to collect samples, do various sets of pre-programmed scans, and free scouts from their inventory for further the collection of data. Those 2 points were not random. The first was with a high chance a type of generator or battery that was but a portion of a bigger but destroyed whole of scale equally massive as this spaceship, a supposition as to what it probably was born out of the unique thermal energy radiated from it. The second was in an even more deplorable state, and of even larger size if it were intact by the information gathered. The point of interest was the most intact fragment of structure that seemed to produce weak but chaotic gravitational anomalies permeated with Hawking radiation. a clear indicator of what it might have been once upon a time. It could have been a tool or a weapon based on the uses of gravity. Though after this, the possibilities for its exact uses were vast, all potentially worse than the last for him if this species was less than friendly, which he was pretty certain they weren't going to be. Weapons working on the principle of gravity were one of the most dangerous he could think of. There weren't many things one could do against a black hole or a white hole appearing in your face, no matter if the gravity singularity was pitifully weak. We should begin the ascension to objective number 1. These creatures are but pieces of a greater all. We must make sure of their nature. Iwa said after a small sigh escaped her lips, the jetpack of her tech chest plate lighting as her boots left the icy ground. Agreed, Liam spoke, his brow furrowed slightly at the general mood of his mate, but he didn't voice himself on it. This entire situation was serious and could lead to a threat so immense the RDA and UN were a literal joke, not that with tech and the current pace of development. Those two were that big of a threat for Iwa, his adopted son, and everyone else's survival. The technology gap with them, even with the high end of his estimation, was ironically not particularly that incomparable to that of the Gnostics with the RDA. The gap was even bigger. Technology evolved exponentially and not in straight lines. Thought they were still a massive threat until he built and placed the 3 obelisks. Was it arrogance? Maybe yes, maybe not. In any case, he wasn't underestimating anyone here. And the fight will not mainly be about destruction and death, or so he hoped. And he hoped they saw a reason, but he knew that was a very naive thought. Wishful thinking even, and blood would flow no matter what. What mattered was to make it flow as little as possible. Another wishful thought, or he was just overly pessimistic. In the end, it didn't matter. What will come will come. Then there was the rest of humanity as a whole. Close to 20 billion and a half by the last census, which means a few billion could be added to the mix to have the real number. And this was another kin of worms all on its own that couldn't be truly run away from, and he wouldn't have done so even if he could have. He wasn't that kind of person, unless it would go directly against his survival. He had long-reaching plans still in their budding phase for these potential futures. It was, to put it mildly, a headache of unfathomable proportion and intensity, even if it wasn't going to be with the kitty gloves. Anyway, before he followed suit on the ascent, Liam took out 3 volleyball-sized spheres, all fitting into one hand. Their spherical bodies of living metal had on their surface deep grooves and glowing with intense blue veins. Those 3 spheres were scouts, and he carelessly threw one of them in the air, but before it even fell halfway, it turned a bright blue, and from the ball came out a full-size scout. The living machine didn't stay idle for more time necessary than for Excursor to synchronize itself with it. Then in a heartbeat, it hovered away to work upon its tasks, element from his inventory wirelessly alimenting it in energy. With that done, Liam crouched down, faint crackling blue energy weaving between his legs. Unlike the video game, he could use his tech legging for more than running fast. The generation of kinetic energy was not exclusive to the gauntlets. He had legs, and he was going to make good use of them. The energy accumulated reached a certain level necessary for Liam, and with the great control he possessed, he flexed his leg and let out the accumulated energy without damaging the ground in any way, shape, or form. This enhanced jump with lower gravity and his already superhuman strengths gave him a large push upward, one so powerful he passed Iwa, and only when the effect of gravity dragging toward the moon began to make itself known did he activate his tech chest plate. At roughly 10 kilometers, 6.2 mi, of ascension, Liam stopped, his silver pupils glowing with the faintest of blue and purple within the capillaries of his sclera, were exploring the kilometers in diameter oblate spheroid tip of one of the massive pillars. What really was of interest wasn't the several dozen carved lines on top of one another that adorned the structure, but what lay chaotically within and was held in equilibrium millimeter from falling. It was hundreds of flat and aerodynamic vehicles similar in shape to manta rays and of bulk equivalent to a small private jet. Those should be spaceships or some kind of transport to move in this vessel, or both. Wonder how they function, even if systems must be greatly damaged, but they seem in relatively good condition on a surface level. Liam noted pensively before throwing his second scout in the void, its task not needing to be voiced out for the machine to dart toward its goal. He didn't hope to get any deep detail, though. Everything until now was once upon a time partially organic nature. The molecular composition of the ice would and did damage the organic part beyond recollection, and even if it had been mostly water, ice doesn't conserve organic matter in its original state well to begin with, even less for an indefinite amount of time. And the inorganic parts, such as the hyperdense hull, were not immune to the effect of this alkaline ice, and that of time. Nothing was eternal and could stay in perfect condition for as long as it wanted in such harsh conditions. In any case, he would still be able to get the general plan of these miniature spaceships from just the shapes of their insides. A bit like paleontology mixed with archaeology, but with machines in this case. It would be fascinating, insightful, and very useful to know more about their bioengineered technology, how they developed it, what its strengths and weaknesses are, how it was designed for the users, and so much more. All vital tidbits of information, and also a gate for him to learn through and potentially improve or change what he could do in his designs. He wasn't so arrogant to think nothing could be equal to his knowledge, or at the very least a danger to him, even with tech on his side. The massive source of gravitational anomalies and the original size of this destroyed spaceship were proof enough that those aliens were far more advanced than the current humanity and not to be underestimated in any given circumstances. The total unknown about them hammered this fact further into Liam's heart. In any case, it was beyond fascinating to glimpse and try to understand how a completely alien civilization worked around the principle of technology. Everything here was bioengineered to a large degree, showing methods of working already far different from the humans of this universe, and even the Gnostics' primitive form of technology. This aside, after this stop, Liam continued onwards, only stopping at his destination. Gazing at the massive sphere connected by an untold amount of vein-like cables, I was stirred closer to him as he felt her emotions intensifying. Apprehension at the top. "We must see the source of this deteriorated psionic presence for a true verdict," she said as her face hardened. She must make sure. And so, the atmosphere heavy, they walked upon the bridge of frozen organic matter and metal toward their goal. Each of their steps creating echoes, breaking the ever-present silence of the place. Not even the tiniest gust could be heard in this total darkness. From the moment the two of them had arrived on the broken bridge leading to the sphere, the command room, they could glimpse at what was inside with their tech helmet. There were a lot of things, but what stood was a dead creature of size dwarfing all others alien seen, until now, by an excessively large amount. And as they entered the command, it was this creature that enraptured the all-mother and all-father focus. Not the hundreds of regular aliens, be they in or out of their biological exosuit. The massive creature was laid on the ground to the right of what was a large structure, connected to hundreds of cables with bizarre objects jutting out that meant it could only be but one thing. The main control command and a throne fit for alien royalty, one that was growing downward from the ceiling. And this dead alien royalty laid before them. A body almost preserved to the point of perfection. It held many similarities to its smaller brethren, for limbs, a comparatively large triangular head that fanned outward, and two small beady eyes, but the similarities stopped there. It was around 40 meters, 131 ft, in length, 7 tentacles of which half were shattered, where their tips dug into its own body grew out of its back. From what would possibly be its pelvis, an elongated structure in the same essence as an insect abdomen adorned with ribs-like formation grew backward. As for its limbs, the upper pair ended in 2 clawed digits, as the lower smaller ones lively serving as legs, as the ones should be in the center of its body were changed into small arms that possessed 4 digits on each end instead of 2, thereby forming hands with 2 opposable thumbs that were frozen clawing at its more tapered head, digging deeply into the skull as its jaws full of twisted teeth formed an eternal scream of primal terror, agony, and despair. It was as if this creature had been turned insane after having seen and suffered through horror no mortal could begin to comprehend, and started to try and kill itself. A fact not shared by any of its smaller brethren, who seemed to have all died instantly, as if a switch was turned off. Iwa, not saying words, hovered without the use of her tech chest plate toward the corpse, her fingers trailing the massive head before she plunged it in deep and closed her eyes before taking her arm out. Liam had approached her and thrown his last scout while at it, and awaited her verdict with barely hidden anticipation, the answer already known to him, but concise words needed to be said, and that is what she did. "We are the reason behind the death of every living being on this vessel." This creature was the queen, the figment remaining till this present day of her psionic death scream of deserved torment is unmistakable. She was the master of this vessel and all of the drones, and she was but one of thousands more equal to her in status. We can feel them weaving within the far, distant stars, planning and tinkering for what should be done next. She announced, calmly drawing upon her memories and what she could sense, her gaze focusing onto the visor of her mate where she could see his face just as he could do as well. "These are both good and bad pieces of information," Liam said with a frown, but at the same time he felt a sense of relief to a very slight degree, but it was squashed just as rapidly as it was born. It changed the unknown factor, but also the fact of a potentially friendly species, to almost nothingness. Biased as it may be, Iwa's opinion was one to not diminish in any circumstance. This queen had led to his mate reacting in a way so violently it resulted in a massacre, scaling everything in the spaceship with the intent of going beyond that of simply killing, ending a threat. It was to mark, to impact, to traumatize, and to warn the entire species as they were deeply psionic, and it seemed to have worked, but for how long? Iwa had spoken to him of how she could sense traces of psionic, and so life, and that every time a queen came to appear, the life disappeared soon after. It was a pattern, but Iwa couldn't sense what was material behind. As such, she couldn't know what was happening. She didn't know what they were even using to move themselves, but deductions were possible. And deducing that the appearance of a queen would lead to the death of everything close to, but that of the alien, was something even a toddler could do. The fact there was a seemingly abundance of life forms was of little importance to Liam, and it didn't mean much in the grand scheme of things. Even less so for him and his personal experience. Adding life adapted to a particular environment decided beforehand was not a hard task. The opposite, in fact. And he was with how statistically rare it should be that it had been planted artificially far and wide by a civilization advanced enough. One that seemed to predominantly target celestial bodies with life on it. He suspected those dead aliens were the ones planting the life, to then let it grow to a point Iwa could feel their minds from light years away, a fit that wasn't insignificant, but moot at the end as they will be harvested. This theory was based on little evidence, but it was one possibility besides many more about this nameless alien species, a state of namelessness Liam was going to fix. They're harvesters of worlds. Yes, harvester, let's call them so. A threat that can be fought on an immaterial plane by you. But it was one queen and her drones, not an entire spacefaring civilization. He announced as he ordered Excursor to begin the scanning protocol on the newly named Harvester Queen's fossil of base-rich ice. We can't win in the long term if they decide to start a vendetta or simple natural response to a threat with our current resource, because such a thing will eventually evolve into a full-blown war between us and their species. Killing another queen is a simple task for you and me, 2 or 3 up to a dozen conceivably if they do not adapt or change tactics, and it will lead to great loss. But 100, nevertheless thousands or more. We can only hope it doesn't evolve in such a way, and we can only hope time is given to us. And we must use it to haste ourselves and our preparations for such a possibility as it will happen. It is inevitable, if not in the hundreds of years to come, in the thousands more, it certainly will. He spoke out the grim reality they were in to its fullest scope, his eyes hardening, gazing into the ones of equal emotions of his mate. Liam wasn't going to run. The mere mention was the highest of insults. He was with Iwa, his lover for the better and the worse until death, or more appropriately, utter destruction of their entire beings set them apart. And it was of equal measure for Iwa. The discoveries and revelations of today will not be without effect. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance up to 23. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 91. Tech and Psionic. It had been a few months since the exploration of the Harvester's crashed vessel, and no words of what had been discovered had spread. Liam decided that speaking of it would be but an invitation for fear, panic, and even possibly hysteria. It wasn't worth it to speak of it right now. Even less so, as he didn't know much of the threat or what they would do. It would only lead to negative results. Adding that the Harvesters had not come back to attack Iwa in any way for the countless years that had passed after she killed one of their queens. It would be improbable that this pattern suddenly changed. Most people alive today would not have to worry about this for their entire lifespan, but if they arrived, they would be prepared. As long as these aliens with small moon-sized ships, if not bigger, that possessed what was akin to a wormhole drive to likely move at superluminal speed, didn't suddenly decide that now was the perfect time to attack, which in more ways than once was the case, but that they didn't know. Yet he will need to speak of it when asked why the need for drastic in his projects. He didn't want distrust to sprout. Though as much as this doomsday scenario hanging over their necks was a problem, it didn't take their entire focus or stop them from living. They weren't going to run around like a headless chicken with a tinfoil hat over their heads. So they acted methodically and efficiently, leading to changes, ones that were very much needed. Liam lacked the manpower to collect minerals, so Iwa did, but a little push to her children in the form of cryptic messages sent to the Tsahiks of the most amiable clans to humans, such as the Omaticea, encouraging them to interact and work with the Sky people more directly. In that manner was to be a minor. The All-Mother was neutral no more, yet she didn't force her children. The situation, or at least what it could be, was less than acceptable, but it wasn't an immediate threat of death. They weren't defenseless lambs either. So what she did was only give the nudge necessary for more than 5 dozen Nasics, mostly young ones, to pick up the pace and ask what they could do to help the Sky people, thereby also helping themselves. The community school had built friendships, and a deeper understanding of the others made it so that all went smoothly. And those 50, and then some were the original number, it had increased as time went on. Within the first wave of volunteers was Tsute's little brother and the kids, now adults, who had caused minor problems to Catherine for the first and last mine dug on Pandora after the RDA was evicted because they protested to protect the terrain. Of course, all of those were untrained in all matters that would serve them to be space miners, and neither was their adapted equipment. But those two aspects were temporary. The second was already fixed by building adequate amp suits, which also needed training, but it was nothing complex for the Nasics. Controlling something that would be comparable to an extension of your body was no new concept for them. Still, even if those Nasics were most deep in the training phase, the result had already been shown. A steep increase in resources extracted on-site, and even resources brought daily from the hypervolcanic moon and the small one that had been exploited for nearly a decade. And no Nasics held problems with that. The 3 laws of Iwa concerned Pandora, even if the All-Mother had begun to expand on one of the moons. The problem was not mining by itself, but the damage it brought on the ecosystem and their home, which for both were completely absent here. Though it wasn't perfect, and there was discontent from some of the humans under him, they didn't do nor say anything due to the fear of the consequences. Their every move and sound was recorded. One wrong step, and they will suffer the rightful consequences. Consequences that could get pretty heavy and were not private. Everyone at Hell's Gate would know on the scoreboard. Liam knew it was morally dubious, but he couldn't trust humans fully. It didn't matter if they were adults or not to him in any way. He treated them in a way like children for the ones with little authority, though it was a fact not many had caught on. And for the ones that did and were low on the ladder of authority, little could be done, and in more ways than ones. There were true children compared to him, if not toddlers that only started to speak and saw the world around them. Short-sighted, immature, chaotic, irrational, emotional, weak, small, and lost, and to be guided to a large extent. The latter was nothing new, but it began to grow as his being slowly but inevitably changed. Though guiding them was for his survival first and foremost. This was even valid for the ones he considered his friends, but that was hardly a fair comparison. And as much as they were factually inferior, it didn't mean he didn't value, respect, and count on them. He wasn't perfect, far from it. Humans weren't the only ones to be punishable. The Nasics that volunteered and decided to stir conflict for one reason or another weren't immune to consequences that would be as heavy as for the humans. Even more so considering Nasics' culture for this kind of actions. None were favored over the others, and if that was the case, then it was earned by merit. Preferential treatment was earned for grown and fully capable individuals. Merit prevailed over sex, species, origin, or other inconsequential factors that made an individual and that once upon a time held some semblance of value to Liam. In another manner, the volunteers weren't working without any compensation. They weren't free labor, or even less so slaves. Even if nearly all came out of pure intention, not expecting anything more than gratitude and strengthened bond in return. Money didn't exist here, and in general, Nasics didn't need anything from Hell's Gate, so compensating them was not straightforward, but that was in general. The people were not stupid, and amenities to ease their lives in the dangerous world that was Pandora were welcomed. They weren't hard to please. Some would simply ask for various products like sugar. Products they couldn't get from the surrounding nature, or that they didn't have the technical know-how and technology to do so. However, this major improvement in Gnostics and human interaction wasn't the only thing that had happened and was happening. It was the 70th day of the 10th year, since the day of arrival, which meant April 21st of the year 2164, and deep in the most secured room of a house built upon the island of the Great Heartsong were the two leading forces of the moon working upon a new branch of technology. The Pandorium and element bonds in the crystal's inner nanostructure seem to be able to hold this level of resonance, a 7.47% increase compared to the last design. Let's see if it holds up to your psionic, Liam said pensively as he mentally noted every piece of the information from the scanners focused onto a forearm-long crystalline structure fused to an arm of living metal. It is saddening to use such a promising technology, born out of both the most potent aspects of us, to build the foundation of a weapon that would have the objective of shattering the deepest part of an individual. But what must be done needs to be done. Iwa behind him, and the only one he has addressed, said as she connected her cue to base of the arm and pushed a controlled stream of psionic by her will. Indeed it is, but technology created for war never stays exclusive to this unpleasant purpose, as it is the most effective motivation for progress. For now, it is the focus, but the data that will be collected will serve for the future to come, the post-human said as he guided the stream of esoteric energy to travel through the arm and up to the crystal's internal miniaturized patterns, each starting to light up. At this, the crystal began to glow the most beautiful of iridescent white and blue as lines appeared all around its form as it bloomed open. 6 sharp petals detached themselves from the main body, 3 of which were marginally smaller, as with the larger piece in the middle, they formed the most delicate of flower. A flower in appearance that would remain that of a lily flower. An incredibly ironic design on purpose considering what represented such a flower and the primary function of this seemingly harmless, if enchantingly beautiful crystal. As the circuit charged within and the pistol turned a shade of warm red, Liam mentally commanded the part of his body that was the arm of tech connected to the crystalline structure to shift and aim the flower at a set of 5 blue seas anemone-like creature the size of toddler, peacefully waving their eerie tentacle in the artificial current. Those were young daisy anemones in their adult stage, an extensively dangerous type of zooplania that could grow to be dozens of meters tall and a third as large. A species that Grace described as able to emit electricity in large quantities and mimic the bioelectricity of other creatures, and it was theorized it might be for defending themselves to lure prey, or both. And the xenobotanist would be partially correct. That was only half of it. She had missed the most unique feature of those half animal and plant. This species could mimic the minds of various creatures to emulate their psionic presence. It's a good technique for them to hunt and defend themselves. The anemones present in this aquarium were far more capable than their counterpart in the sea thanks to Iwa's direct middling, where she birthed a variant of this species to solely focus on the mimicry of the minds of other species such as Gnostics, humans, and even of the harvester, but the latter was only for the drones. Queens were infinitely more complex and powerful than their lesser kind, but it wouldn't happen for this reason, as it was a very dangerous endeavor to start with for the fact it would be sensed and immediately flagged as false by other queens, drawing unwanted attention from the entire potential intergalactic civilization while at it. Firing the Rose of Jericho prototype to 8.86 for test number 94 in 3, 2, 1, 0. At the end of his countdown, Liam pressed the metaphorical trigger, and the crystal structure lit brighter all over as waves of white shifted toward the tip in a dazzling hypnotic pattern. Before his silver eyes glowed with blue and purple and the enchanting pale pink of his mate avatar, nothing happened aside from the crystal beginning to crack before shattering and fizzling into lights and small hexagons as a small force field formed around, stopping any fragment from flying away and in general creating a mess. At least, that is what the common mortals would have felt and seen, as the sea anemones didn't even react. The only event noteworthy was the tragic loss of the crystal flower. This wasn't the case, as it could be mass-produced by the tech replicator, though this was a defect to fix. But there had been quite a few things that happened. The flower of crystal had emitted a hyper-focused beam of psionic energy, lashed with element, pierced straight through the human mind imitation worn like a hat by the anemones that then popped like a balloon before dissipating into the air. With that in mind, little was left to the imagination if that would have been a human, but that wouldn't truly be so either. What the sea anemones had made was a mimicry no matter how good it might have been. It was only that falsehood. But that was enough for Liam and Iowa to collect usable data without the need to use people as targets. An enormous advantage all around. Calculating for potential error was going to be a must anyway. Every mind was different and would have had different results. If it had been a real healthy adult human at the receiving end, then death would have been unlikely, but the damage on the mind of the target would have been heavy and with an extremely low chance of partial recovery. Damaging the mind itself was equal to fiddling with the brain, if not worse. The target, by Iowa's understanding of the mind, would have become either mentally challenged, insane, have intense body dysmorphia, feel an inhuman level of mental anguish and pain, switch in personality traits at randoms, have void in their memory, or a mix of all and more, or they could have become the mental equivalent to a stone. Only weak individuals to begin with would have a risk of dying at such intensity and size of beam, though it might be a better fate all things considered. The nature of humans to repel external and alien sources of psionic, like a mirror, due to the species' general ineptitude with that aspect of reality, was completely useless here. A mirror could reflect light, but not a powerful laser. It would melt through it, and that was a case very close to what just happened. This was the Rose of Jericho, the first creation mixing tech and psionic, and the beginning of a super weapon of mass destruction with the future purpose of extinguishing the minds and potentially even the souls of the All-Father and All-Mother's enemies from anywhere within the Milky Way using their combined might. That was the plan and its best possible outcome. Getting it to work to even a minimum level will be a task beyond human compression of difficulty, requiring the finishing of many other equally massive and vital projects. But this was deemed by both entities as a necessity, if not to win by causing a galaxy-wide genocide, but to forcefully gain peace. And why start late when they can do so early? And if the harvesters arrive early, then they are also working on others' plans, though never would they come close to the theoretical efficiency of that of the former. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance. 23. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 92. Biological parents. On the edge of the island of the Great Heart Song, a bright flash of light with the sound of space folding and stabilizing at the same time from the tech teleporter as two figures appeared above it, until now an empty and flat platform of metal. One of the figures was that of an otter-like creature of 2 meters, 6 feet 6. In length from the tip of its muzzle to that of its flattened tail. Its body was partially replaced by metal, such as 2 metal arms above its back that turned to flat ring void of anything, but that gave it the capability of hovering, which it did. This was Cupla, the cybernetically augmented Pandoran otter the All-Father and All-Mother rescued years ago. A substantial amount of its flesh had been replaced when it was younger, and it only increased as time went on, but its own will synthetic material replacing what had once failed for the implants that changed it, such as part of its spine replaced by tech for it to access this same technology. This was how the otter could use the tech teleporter without the need of a scout, and how it and the second figure got here from Hell's Gate. Speaking of, the second was a 10-year-old human boy who might as well pass for a few years older due to his height and musculature. His wild, dark blonde hair waved with the wind as his brown eyes looked at everything with familiarity. Taking a deep breath of the normally toxic air, whole blue hexagon flickering slightly all around his face miles side, and jumped down the metal platform. Why wasn't he in the middle of falling unconscious and dying was simple. Held tightly around his waist was a belt of metal and dark gray synthetic material. The thin line on it glowed a faint blue with alien energy element. It was a tech exopack, the upgrade of the exopack version 1.2. And what an upgrade it was. This one used technology beyond Miles or anyone's understanding except for one individual. It's the creator, but the boy knew this device worked on a somewhat similar principle to the tech force field. A technology he couldn't comprehend and wouldn't be able to without untold decades of study and augmentations to improve his mental faculties. This belt was a miniaturized version of it that emitted a weak force field giving minor thermic and hazardous radiation protection and the ability to breathe on Pandora. It essentially filtered out anything dangerous for the current wearer, though it wouldn't protect the wearer on physical front from anything stronger than small caliber bullet. It had more functions, but its main advantage was that it let the wearer function as if nothing was on them. His cyborg otter friend hovered behind him silently as he advanced on the cleared-out path in front of him that led to the dense jungle, one he knew like the back of his hand. 36 meters in the jungle, and a massive anima was trailing behind the unaware human child. The creature approached its obsidian-black, wickedly sharp claw, equating to the tallest of Gnostics in size touched together like a deathly lullaby, but one that would be unheard thanks to the sound of nature and its high frequency. Only ones gifted with an exceptional sense of hearing would have the displeasure of listening to such a sound. As such, Miles didn't react while he was being crept on only once the creature was right behind, breathing down his neck with 4 eyes staring into his very being with an intelligence no such beast should have. Did Miles finally feel something was wrong? But it was too late for the preteen to react. Only his eyes dilated as he felt his feet leave the ground against his will. His heart felt as if it was going to explode out of his chest, all the while a piercing cry of shock, sounding like a prolonged "fuck," escaped him, but it all stopped when he was grabbed back by his chief, then placed in a warm, cozy place. "Ah, it's just you, Gladius. You scared the life out of me, haha." Miles laughed rather awkwardly, looking up at the great Austropede's massive head looking down at him, its 2 pairs of eyes filled with amusement. He had just been placed in the massive clawed bird's ventral pouch, one quite similar, yet different from the marsupial of Earth, all extinct in the wild. "And why didn't you tell me anything, Cupla? You're supposed to protect me, or inform me of threats," the boy said with anger at the grave betrayal, pointing his finger at the hovering otter as Gladius began its walk, long step by long step, shaking the boy's point of view. Cupla answers with seriousness and amusement. Miles lacks awareness. Lucky it was Gladius, and Cupla is no crutch. The otter's synthetic voice echoed, and Miles couldn't rebuke it, though the boy was quite certain this wasn't Cupla the one behind it all. Still, he grumbled in relative silence about how unfair it was, but ultimately calmed down as they advanced further on the island. "She isn't here," Miles thought, as the lack of the enchantingly bewitching, beyond normalcy, yet slothful, pure, white-haired female Gnostics that usually was around the young tree of souls they were in the middle of passing by. "Is she with Dad?" Probably. He wondered. She was his father's wife-mate, if he understood correctly, but he couldn't understand her. She wasn't like any people he ever talked to. Quite alike to his father. Both so far apart in way of thinking and acting to anything else. Kiri was calling her the All-Mother, just like Moad, and it correlated to the Gnostic's name in question being Iowa. But for his young mind, it couldn't be possible for her to be the true goddess. Maybe a fragment somehow? In any case, she wasn't a forest, but a Gnostic's, albeit the singularly most unique one from all that he knew, but one all the same. She was venerated and treated by a seemingly random and irregular amount of Gnostics. Even some humans like a divinity and a superior being. For the latter, he could agree, from her disposition and presence to her movement, gaze, and how being near her brought a sense of utter inferiority and a deep acknowledgement of one's weakness. This type of thing was impossible to not remark. It was just like with his father, and it explained why the post-human accepted her, and only her. Not for the fault of lacking options, but because they weren't worth his attention. Nevertheless, his love. One thing that brought annoyance to Miles was the already little time his father could give him was reduced due to her, but Liam was direct about it. This would not change for the foreseeable future. It will continue this way, as he has many other projects to work on, and he couldn't split himself. The boy understood this more than any other. He bragged a lot about what his adopted father could do, had done, and was doing, and the sheer importance for everyone behind his actions, but Miles was not pleased with this situation at the end of the day. As for his biological parents, well, it never was hidden from him, as he realized a week ago. His father never lied. He was honest, too much at times for many, but that didn't mean he spoke of everything or would answer everything for no reason. The common mortals were not privy to certain information, for knowing them would be dangerous and pointless, as they wouldn't be able to do anything with them. His father guided others to form their answers and opinions. particularly on such delicate matters relating to the realm of chaotic and illogical emotions where mathematics failed. A delicate matter Miles discovered while he was doing a test given by Liam. A discovery he truly wished he never made, for it brought great shame. It was a routine combat practice where he needed to fight robots while being handicapped by artificial bugs and malfunction in his mech frame and system. It was a run against time where he either needed to fix this problem while defending himself, and then win, or focus on winning and not fixing the problem while they got worse and worse. He randomly stumbled upon those unbiased and highly detailed documents related to his biological parents as he was trying to fix an error that caused a massive 1-second delay in the mech's right hand between it and his movement. The documents were not even hidden. He just never found them until now, as he didn't look for them. For obvious reasons, who thinks such information would be here? And at this point, he wasn't thinking about who his biological parents were. One could be considered bad, but the other was a monster in human skin, and that would be putting it very lightly. Frankly, he didn't want to believe it was the truth. He needed spoken answers. Caw! The inquisitive caw of Gladius snapped Miles out of his reverie. His eyes that caught glimpse of the high-tech mansion fused with the wild local flora. Climbing out of the ventral pouch, he waved to the great ostropede goodbye, a movement that was answered in kind. After this, Miles hurried himself to the mansion. The large door slid open before him automatically, and he entered with great familiarity. The immediate things one might notice aside from the sheer technology present, in human level of organizations, almost alien aesthetic, and the impossible quality of everything in sight, was that the house was fitted for creatures far above humans' regular size. From doors, mugs, to chairs, and pretty much everything else that might be thought of. However, it was no problem for Miles. There was accommodation for the problem tied to his vertical deficit. A deficit he hoped wouldn't remain so for too long. He understood he would never grow that tall, but he could hope to grow to a high he wouldn't be just a midget to, at the very least, Kiri. Neither was it for couple following behind him. The otter chirped and happily hovered over the massive obsidian black couch and plopped itself onto it before promptly beginning to snore. The highly advanced memory foam is bending and forming the most comfortable resting place. Rolling his eyes at the sight, Miles progressed within. Turning to his right, he entered a short corridor. At its end, a door slid open, and he strutted inside, and Holoscreen came to life, but as soon as it did, the button for level -3 pressed itself, and the door closed. None of what happened was truly automated. It was all under his father's control, a simple extension of his will and body. The way down was smooth and silent. The only sound was that of his breathing and heartbeat. Only once the door slid back open and he walked did the general silence was broken. What greeted him was a truly massive room that lacked a wall, as there was an opening leading to the outside, the cliff. Right before the fall was a vaguely humanoid figure of synthetic material of shining gray and electric blue, kneeling on one huge denigrated metallic leg, with one of its equally huge fists serving as further support. If it were to stand up, it would reach 5 meters off the ceiling at a roughly towering 18 meters, 59 feet of height. He knew what it was, a mech to be exact, and it was being worked on for him. It was the reason Miles was here today, but he wasn't as excited as he should be, and he knew why. The mech's torso was spread open, revealing both synthetic structure and black organic tissue pulsing with blue light, two major characteristics of tech. From where the heart for a human should be was a strange sphere of blinding color, and from its several cables that fused into one as scouts flocked around it. "Good afternoon, Miles," a deep voice rumbled from the other side of the room. Owner none other than his father, Liam, a fully armored, expect from head, 2.62-meter-tall man, and his two pure silver iris adorned with soft blue and purple energy locked onto the individual in question. "Hello, Dad and Iwa," the boy said, his voice rather strained and conflicted. He got merely a glance with an imperceptible smile from the letter, a sign she acknowledged his existence, but not much more. Then she intensely looked into Liam's eyes. Unknown to him, the two were having a psionic discussion that concluded in a short kiss, with him cringing at the sight before the Gnostics flicked her long tail and jumped off the cliff. Miles looked at the scene unfolding, feeling no ounce of surprise. He didn't even feel shock as he saw her rise with no aid on her body, like he supposed it was due to some kind of gadget. He walked slowly, his nervous gaze switching between the chair growing from the ground and the cable connected to it mingling with the one jutting out the heart of the kneeling mecha. His body language, micro-expression, and the smell, even if he tried to hide it. It was so blatantly obvious to the post-human that it might as well be written in big letters on his adoptive son's forehead. The addition of Miles' vitals reading from the belt and the knowledge to put the situation made this the more obvious of what he was going through. As I thought, not one of the worst scenarios still. It's an unpleasant sight. He shouldn't have to go through this. He is but a victim of circumstance. But it's a step he must take at some point, and the earlier the better. Liam internally analyzed the situation rather coldly, as he understood what must be happening inside the preteen's head, and there wasn't much to do but respond honestly accordingly to his doubts and questions. "Are you okay, Miles?" And so he asked, crouching down but still with his size. He was a few heads taller than the boy, and as he tried to keep eye contact, he noticed Miles held some difficulty doing so. "I have read the document about my biological parents. What they have done. Will others hate me if they learn about it? Will Kiri hate me? Will everybody hate me? Do you hate me?" The boy blurted out, looking down at the ground, his body shivering at implications. Implication that contained the fact his biological father was immolated in an explosion made by Liam. And if not Liam, what of others? He was glad beyond belief it was never shared, but it was still with great effect on his person. "Miles, I will not lie to you, even if it might hurt to hear, and you might not understand now. The most honest answer I and anyone can give you is it depends on the individual. There is sadly never will be a universal truth for this. That doesn't mean their feelings represent reality or are justified. There is only the objective truth. Then there are opinions, and blind hate for an innocent child is of uniquely that realm," Liam said in an unsettlingly calm tone as he placed his armored finger below Miles' chin for the boy to look into his inhuman eyes, the cold metal washing the daze out of the boy. For me, I do not hate you. You are my son, even if not of my blood. Our relationship might not be perfect, but it is what it is. I do not hate you or harbor any negative feelings for what you are and who your biological parents are. The sins of the parents are not that of the child. Paz Socorro and Miles Querich's actions are not yours, and you should never think so, particularly for the latter." He started smiling slightly at how Miles relaxed at his words. "Thank you, Dad," the boy said, a smile of his own, if strained, bloomed upon his features, his reddened eyes filled with relief as he hugged the much bigger post-human whose muscular armored neck was almost as thick as his torso. "Miles, do you still want to proceed with what has been planned for today?" Once the hug was finished, Liam said, and the answer he got was a slightly larger smile and a positive nod. "My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, up to 23. Patreon.com/user?mark=60424165. 93. Green obelisk. "Good, as usual. Sit upon the chair and do not move while I attach everything," Liam said after Miles decided to continue and do what was planned for today. It was routine, but a necessary routine. It wasn't to pilot the mech kneeling behind them or anything of such. The boy was too young for that. Piloting a mech was more like piloting a simple run-of-the-mill vehicle or that of the other mecha. Piloting a mech was becoming one with the machine in a way words would fail to transcribe. And it wasn't in a philosophical manner. It was what happened in the most literal way. Piloting a mech as such entailed much more and had long-lasting effects on the pilot's body and psyches, leading to shifts in mentality due to the unpredictable changes in brain chemistry and the organization of neurons. These were side effects that weren't specifically negative and would even enhance the performance of a pilot, but Liam didn't want this to happen to the developing mind and body of his adoptive son. Even if these side effects would lead to the boy being an inhumanly good pilot at an exponentially faster rate. But what would be the point of this? It would mold the mind and body of Miles for this only purpose, a single-minded weapon in a way. Miles would lose himself to the machine if he started now. His humanity would be twisted away, and piloting a mech for any extended period, in the long run, was something to be done meticulously. It was by his and Iwa's estimation and knowledge. Anything related to the mind was no laughing matter, more so when it was something so intricate on such a young and malleable individual. Liam needed data to avoid potential problems, but also to train the boy and regularly check on him. But it would be worth it if not for the immediate future, but for what is to come in the long term. Mechs and exomechs, a smaller variant of the first model, were both versatile tools and weapons of extreme power, depending on what was attached to them. The limit of the video game gone, making the possibilities virtually endless. And that was not speaking about the big version that could cleave mountains with an obscenely large energy sword, one longer than the biggest of Bolstolkans. This will also give insight into how his emotions will affect the connection. All parameters must be as high as possible for his safety and performance and that of others. Liam thought not the biggest fan of essentially using Miles as a guinea pig. But as much as it was the case, everything was safe beyond measure, and it felt somewhat good to experience regular emotion. Adding that Miles wasn't the only one that Liam gathered data on for the safe synchronization of mind and technology. It was in other circumstances and with volunteers, mostly from the miners, as it was to improve their AMP suits, but not only. But he did do something similar for the Gnostics volunteer. With this, he obtained hundreds of terabytes of information to work his way around potential problems that may arise. Close your eyes, take deep breaths, set your heart, and tidy your thoughts as much as you can, Liam instructed as the boy sat on the chair, the soft synthetic surface of the backrest hugging his form as he did as asked. He felt a cold sensation moving between back and head, the living metal shifting slowly, like a muscle, as it crawled to the area of his body where his nervous system was the most accessible, not unlike what happened to Liam when he was connected to a tree of soul. It was inspired by exactly that. Then the anticipated intense but short pain came from the connection forming. It was in the form of 3 short but sharp points of pain as hair-thin tendrils shot to the back of his neck, middle of his thoracic vertebra, and the end of his lumbar vertebra. But Miles didn't flinch at this. Only a small twitch of discomfort flashed over his face, but disappeared just as fast, the connection blocking the pain from registering. No permanent damage will happen, but it would have been less unpleasant if he had a specimen implant. Alas, this is a current impossibility. Cybernetic augmentations would fix this, but only when he is fully developed. Liam remarked internally while he was observing the connection taking place. Not intervening or helping, only here to stop everything if something went astray. Stay focused. Good. Proceed like we repeated last time. Slow and steady, there is no need to rush things. The post-human praised softly as the synchronization went on smoothly, going past the 20% mark, then the 40%, then 60% before stopping at exactly 74%. It progressed no further, but neither did it regress. And for a human, it was a very, very high score, and one nearly impossible to change due to the nature of the synchronization. It worked on the resonance of the mind and soul, something comparable to DNA, a code unique to each individual. It could be altered, but not by a lot, and if that were to happen, then it would be bad, very bad. This resonance to the mech was what represented those percent, but if the pilot couldn't be changed in that aspect, the machine very much could. It was done by building one that was a perfect fit for them, in this case, Miles, and this was why exactly when the post-human operated the modified system, the percentage increased to 84-52%. Further than that, it would be incredibly dangerous, bearing 2 special cases that Liam could be considered a part of both. The first was that it was him, the mech was part of him, and there was nothing to resonate to aside from himself. The second was what he theorized he was shifting to, an ascension he couldn't stop and knew essentially nothing about aside from a potential result. But if this synchronization were to be put into the percentages, then he would be so far above the 100% that the almost inhuman feat Miles was currently doing with his training and sheer talent would pass off as a mildly interesting, if rather boring factoid. Excellent, Miles. Try to flex your left hand, he instructed, and the boy did as he asked. Then he continued on the exercise. Good. Then try to do the same for the mech left hand, but without moving your actual hand. Then do both. This was how the next 3 hours went on. A 10-minute pause every 30 minutes of exercises that, while seemingly simple, were relatively mentally taxing and gaining in complexity as time went on. It was from Miles closing his fists and that of the mech to do sign language, and for the hardest, as out of place as it might seem, juggling. It was to train the conscious and subconscious of Miles to not confound the true body to the nearly 20-meter-tall, living metal extension, and more. It also helped in motor control and dexterity, and overall was a pleasant experience for both of them. It was quite playful and engaging. It needed to be that the boy was still 10 years old, as intelligent and mature as he might be for his age. After this, they had a meal consisting of marinated akula steak cooked to perfection on a stone grill with an assortment of smoked Pandora Ch vegetables edible for humans. For Liam, it was mostly to be with his adopted son than to truly fill his belly. For him, food was never about this to begin with. He wouldn't have become a sous chef or gone to culinary school if that was the case. Still, nowadays, eating without ingesting a minimum of 10 kilos of highly nutritious food would be a great waste of time if he wanted something a minimum fancy. He needed a constant flux of nutrients due to the enormous quantity of calories he needed to consume daily to simply maintain his body in shape, not forgetting his uncontrollable growth that was becoming a source of worry he had anticipated. The cubic laws existed, and he was feeling its effect in more ways than one. This aside, after dinner and a safe amount of time for Miles to not puke his gut out due to rough activity, Liam asked with a large grin, "Do you want to surf tonight?" The boy blinked and tilted his head in confusion. He didn't understand what the word surf meant. Never had he heard it before, but that didn't stop after a short second for him to scream, a "Waisis dad," of pure excitement. He still understood it was for a fun activity. An excitement that evolved into jubilation as Liam waved his left hand and the air shifted. From his movement, an object manifested itself from his inventory. It was an elegant metallic surfboard of tech in nature, its long body hovering half a meter above the ground. Then from its middle and bottom, a skeletal pole of metal unfolded, soon followed by two smaller at the board nose. But that wasn't finished. From those new structures, blue hard light zipped into reality, forming a magnificent sail on its top and three wing-like fins on the three others. It was a tech hover sail, a mix between a true hoverboard, surfboard, fluteboard, and a sail. A rather interesting vehicle overall that could be used in virtually all terrain, even the sky, but it demanded a large amount of skill. And so the rest of the day unfolded, ending with Liam tucking a thoroughly exhausted Miles in bed. This was one of the rare days they could have together, so it was cherished. In this way, time ran its course. Plans were worked upon as resources flowed in great quantity, and today was the day a third of one of such plans would reach completion. A plan that was to protect Pandora in its entirety from extraterrestrial threats. It was within the deepest part of the Hallelujah Mountains, an area where the magnetic vortices were at their strongest. As such, all conventional technology relying on magnetism would become obsolete, or their function relying on it would fail. The magnetic anomalies were so strong in certain points that most magnetic material would be physically altered. It was in this same area, between the ribbed cage-like stone structure that was growing the oldest tree of souls of the continent, and one of the oldest of the moon. In this place, a kilometer north of this tree of souls, was a scene where only the words divine and miracle could be used as an apt description. The ones who had heard of what was to be built today had come to have the chance to witness this event. They were from many Gnostics clans, the Omaticea, Olangi, Tippani, Anarai, Terangi, and more. Even the recursive clans of the Eastern Sea, such as the Mekiina, had come. But the Gnostics weren't the only ones to come. 2/3 of Hell's Gate population had come to witness this. And it wasn't a sight only reserved for the ones of the lands. Tech remote cameras were hovering everywhere, sending in live footage to the Tulkuns. The one behind it all was placing his left hand on the glowing crystal embedded atop a small metal pillar, a terminal. It was connected to lines of blue at the epicenter of a 100-meter in diameter circular platform of metal, the antithesis to the primeval nature of the surrounding, yet it was not out of place. The one standing in the middle of this platform was the All-Father. His tall, muscular body was covered in his tech armor barring his head, as he would not hide his face, letting everyone see his dark brown braided hair, his neatly trimmed beard of the same color, his sun-kissed skin, his dilated silver iris with the vein within and around his eyes glowing a deep blue and purple. All of those features fused to form an inhuman visage of pure concentration as he worked on the task at hand. He was in a trance-like state as from above him, the uppermost part of a tower was forming, its size comparable to the canopy of a home tree. Yet it was only the beginning. Robotic creatures worked at his will. The three artificial engramic matrix, his children of metal as Iowa titled them, obeyed his instruction with the utmost limit of their processing power. From the first and oldest arcs, the general consciousness of the tech striders to the second one excursor, the consciousness of the scouts to the last and youngest executor, the consciousness of the enforcer, quadrupedal creatures half the size of Thanators, yet just as strong and capable of walking upon all and any surface while possessing the ability to teleport as long as it had enough element. Those three types of tech creatures numbered in the thousands, many of them built for this purpose only. Notably were the scouts who numbered the highest. All of those acted alone to a colony of ants or a hive of bees, but more at every point. They worked together in perfect harmony as they assembled the gargantuan structure above him from top to bottom, teleporting prefabricated piece by prefabricated pieces in a never-ending cycle. Millions of pieces that connected following his design to the last detail. Nothing aside from perfection would be tolerated. In a matter of minutes, the shock of all this tower growth neared its end, as should the well-oiled machine that was his creation controlled by his decree the reason for this speed. The 1,000 of hours poured behind the plus needed for it to be also possible. No one dared to speak or emit any noises, nevertheless dared to move. The sound kg, the wildlife having since long disappeared as well. The lozenge of metal in the middle of its uppermost part, a symbol omnipresent within the All-Father creation, even on this strange piece of metal on his left wrist. This structure flashed a bright green, a sound emitted in conjunction sounding similar to that of a muffled crack. Then it flashed again and again. The visible black tissue riddled with blue veins within the structure of 1.5 kilometers long. 4921 FT edifice of alien aesthetic lit up at each of those green flashes. Each flash seemingly getting progressively stronger. The rising eclipse of Polyphemus upon the two suns showing the humans that the fauna and flora were in rhythm to those flashes. It's a heartbeat. They're heartbeats of Uncle Liam and Iowa. Kiri, standing at the right of her shell-shocked mother, mumbled under her breath, her eyes moving from the post-human to the pink-eyed Gnostics hovering down from her hiding place to her mate. The young avatar was the first, but not only one to remark on what those flashes represented, but none had the time to process anything further that the white-haired Gnostics had reached Liam. Only now did the Gnostics notice her. Then she placed her forehead with complex birthmarks more akin to tattoos on his forehead. Their eyes focusing onto the others before the tower began to rise, and when it reached 2 times its height and distance from the ground, it crackled with pure white lighting, and with a silent boom shot a beam of an equally pure green to the heaven above. The green obelisk has been activated. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance, around 23. Patreon.com/user?U60424165. 94. Defense system. Obelisks, giant aliens, and mysterious towers of metal shooting beams of color from their tips at the sky. Ominous sounds produced by their bodies at their base was a terminal growing from the center of a platform where a select few items could be crafted and the place to be teleported to various arenas. That was how they were in the video game, with also in the lore being a tool for an overseer could bend the ARK to its will like it was a sandbox game. But that was in the video game. Liam did not possess the entire know-how for recreating these structures, even less so the immense support behind them. He needed to build everything from his existing knowledge, and that wasn't an easy task. As such, the green obelisk was drastically different that of the video game. The only genuine similarities were in aesthetic and size because Liam liked it. He could have made giant floating bricks, and the result would have been the same in terms of utility. It's just that he preferred to have both function and form when he could. Still, he didn't waste his time in designing the techgram of these hyper-advanced megastructures. They weren't that of the game, but there was no need for what their main purpose of existence was in many points dissimilar. And in itself, the lack of functions was due to the fact it was only the very beginning. It was only one obelisk as well. The beam of green and white light crackling with soundless lighting had reached the very beginning of the thermosphere. In fact, it was 36 kilometers in. The sheer scale and brightness of the light beam within the crystal-clear, dusky sky made it visible to everything on the side of the moon. The beam gained in intensity to suddenly vanish confusion, as not having that time to spread, it was already back up, more powerful than ever. Then the lozenge at the top of the metal edifice became almost blindingly white, and a massive sphere of energy was shot into the sky from its quadruple-pointed spire. Once the ball of pure energy reached the same height as the beam limit, it compressed the air all around to the point that even from the ground it could be seen shuddering under an unknown pressure. Then it exploded, and with it came an oddly ordered wave of bluish-white that spread through the sky at astonishing speed. The wave of energy moved past the Himalaya Mountains, leaving behind a ceiling of massive blue hexagonal interconnected together. They turned that world dark as they took on an almost black blue. Polyphemus, the sisters' moons, the stars, and the entirety of the sky disappeared in one instant and continued to do so as the blue omnidirectional wave progressed. This sight was not exclusive to the individuals on site, but to everyone in the thousands of kilometers of that epicenter, causing great panic for the uninformed natives whose only reaction was to freeze in shock. Luckily for them, the All-Mother had stopped all of her children from eating this easy prey, as she knew it would become a silly point to blame her mate from the short-sighted point of view of her other children. Their minds were that tiniest fragment of who she was, so she knew how each functioned, from their deepest, most shameful secret to their happiest memory. The wave of tightly weaved blue hexagons could even be seen from the other moons. And for that matter, even from Earth in around 5 years due to the speed of light. It was a jaw-dropping sight for the few individuals on the mining sites with a clear view of Pandora. The blue and green moon pulsing with bioluminescence disappears behind this artificial veil. A veil that in order of seconds had covered a tiny bit more than a third of the moon. "I can't believe my eyes," an old Gnostic said, his incredulous voice for the one close to him to hear. His body filled with awe, terror, and a pure sensation of veneration at the sight. He didn't, and mustn't move. Each of the green obelisks pulses in rhythm with that of the All-Mother and All-Father, setting nearly the entirety of the Gnostic's population around the tower in that state. But not only even the ones at the edges of the veil and the sky felt a strange sensation. As for the humans, in many aspects, their reaction was not much different. All religions might have died out for the most part, but what was before them, the scale of it, the technology that could be considered magic, if not straight-up godly compared to what they ever saw, and the one having built it all who stood out above all. The originator of everything. To say a shift in the minds of a no small percentage of the Hell's Gate population would be a lie. Many had changed and had begun to consider Liam as someone more than their leader, someone akin to, not a god per se. They weren't delusional, but a being far above human in both moral, mental, and physical aspects, someone that for them was but evident to follow, venerate, and obey, for he was their guide. The obelisk with everything was just another nail in the coffin, for they knew they were right beyond words. The Gnostics calling him by title, such as All-Father, cementing this reality further. The words of the Gnostics were not fanatic babble of brainless savage, as some still considered it so, an ironic idea considering they experienced a larger spectrum of emotions, but also more intensely. Though it might also be one of the reasons some considered them so. A mystifying sound similar to plasma, but distinctly different, began to echo as it accompanied the whistling of the winds. And then the sky lit up. The dark blue hexagons in their entirety switched to transparent Arctic blue. It was like looking at a pixelated screen glitching for a brief instant. A screen thousands of kilometers across that was here the sky. This new color and transparency changed again until the veil started to completely disappear from the side, all except the green beam of light emitted by the green obelisk, its point of origin. But if one were to look at the sky with a magnifier of some kind, or someone with particularly good eyesight, and the weather was adequate, then the ghost forms of those hexagons could be seen. Suddenly, there was a pending silence as the avatar of All-Mother and the All-Father parted their forehead away, her mesmerizing pale pink eyes full of an intelligence so utterly alien and primal that for whoever not out of mundane and with hunt of psionic aptitude would they lose all their composure, ranging from shock to death. Yet those very same eyes of a being so old that collections of stars could not begin to rival her seniority were showing genuine wonder as she parted a dark brown lock of hair with her clawed fingers. Below, a few millimeters of skin with the roots of hair was morphing in a never-ending cycle of normal bodily tissues to that of blue energy. Your physical shed, the shift has begun in the material world, she told her mate through their ever-growing and strengthening bond that was now both telepathic and empathetic. It was a fairly recent development, mostly due to repeated uses and their having trained to obtain this level of clarity. Not truly, but it is not an inaccurate statement. It's sooner than I would have preferred, but not unexpected and within our estimation. We will need to work fast. The two other obelisks need to be made for everything to go smoothly, Liam sent back, his gaze focused on her eyes, giving a sight of his own. The silver of his iris was glowing while capillaries pumped by his heart, a mix of his blood and element. The process he was going through was inevitable, but the gain of element wasn't the direct reason why it had hastened considerably. The only reason was his specimen implant and how it regulated the exotic chemical in his body. It would be an all the more fascinating subject if it wasn't him the one to go through it, but from what he could theorize that what was happening was because the implant was disconnected from the systems it should normally be connected to, as well that it had pre-programmed measures in such a case. Measures that at least one must be happening. At least that is what Liam supposed. And he did because it wasn't done randomly. If it was, he would have gotten through much more physical change. The 5 words, Eldritch Abomination and Body Horror, would be a very tame but representative description of what element could do when running wild in an organism such as him. His tech chest plate lit up, and as his boots left the platform, he spread his arms and slowly turned on himself. I was staying still, her presence seemingly invisible to all but a very select few. The All-Father's intense silver eyes and their gleam caught all, while a smile of happiness and relief came to be. He was genuinely joyous even with what was just discovered. His eyes were seen by all, but it only enhanced his very presence, solidifying his image as something more, something greater than them. Behold, behold, for this the first of 3 that will adorn the land and sky of my mate, the Great Mother. The All-Father exclaimed with pride oozing at his every word, his booming voice reaching everyone's ears via speaker all around. His voice was strong enough to be clearly heard in half a kilometer radius. But not everyone was well-versed in Gnostics enough to fully comprehend his words, so it was at the same time automatically translated for those by their exopacks. This is the Green Obelisk, an edifice with many purposes, but one that all of you have observed that is for our protection and that of every single life residing upon this moon. A shield to ward off the danger of the stars. This was not the result of me alone. It may be a part of me, an integral aspect of my being. It was born of my blood and design, and I'm the guiding force yet. And yet I'm not blind to the assistance given to me. I will never not concede the help that was, is, and would be given. For this, I feel grateful, and I thank from the sincerest part of my being the ones that have made great and many sacrifices for my cause, for the cause of the All-Mother, for the ones of everyone as all of them are but one, for our survival. He finished, his grateful smile of a pure white shining under the green light of the obelisk as he hovered down. The pending and heavy silence at the All-Father's last sentences was utterly shattered. The emotions that had been accumulating in the minds of all, but until now were kept under control, saw that valves of their metaphorical dams figuratively explode. Cry of joy, elation, and so much more echoed as each individual expressed their seemingly boundless positive emotions. Liam, not much to stay longer than necessary, grasped the yet clawed finger of his mate and disappeared in a flash of white and blue, teleporting them away via the obelisk. 3 days later, within the operation center of the Conmod of Hell's Gate, a meeting about what unfolded during the construction of the Green Pillar of Creation as the Gnostics was happening. Partaking in it were 6 people, the highest placed in the scoreboard of merit and shame, as many called it. At least the one alive, if Max had not been shot in the neck, would have been in the top 2. But there was a monument in the form of a large polished meteorite that was placed where the Tree of Voices once was, and where another such tree was growing. It was where Max and everyone who had died for their survival had their name written upon it. None shall be forgotten, even if they stayed unknown by the masses. In any case, this group was composed of 2 avatars wearing tech exopacks around their waists. Jake, Grace, 3 humans, Catherine, Norm, and Edmund, and the last someone who, even if he was slightly smaller than the avatars, made everyone feel weak, small, and inferior. What would you like to specifically know about the obelisk and my words of yesterday? There are things I will not divulge. None is privy to my knowledge, but I spoke little, and as exact as my words were, they still were simplified and shortened for everyone's understanding. You may ask me for precision, the post-human asked with an easy tone of voice. his eyes not as lit brilliantly as a few hours ago, still glowing faintly with this alien energy far beyond anyone present comprehension as he looked. "I will give the favor of Dr. Augustine to speak first before us all, Mr. Cram. She has organized this impromptu meeting after all and must have questions of pertinence superior to ours," the aged human, Edmund said, quite literally throwing the avatar in question under the bus to the relief of all. To say he was nervous would be an understatement, but it was only a physical response. "I suppose it's fair." "Liam, did you truly mean everything is out of your blood? From your blood, I mean? Did you mean that or something else?" Grace asked. It was to make sure. What this entailed was enormous and made her feel even more grateful than she already was to this man. She was indebted to life, just like everyone present here, and in a way of everything living on Pandora. Without him, she understood more than most the unsettling truth of how their little rebellion against the RDA would have ended, to begin with, in defeat and the death of untold amounts, more than the death of the battle a decade ago by an astronomical amount. And if a victory was achieved, it would only be thanks to Iowa deciding to intervene directly, but that would be only stopping the inevitable. They would have only been on a countdown until the RDA was back, stronger and more prepared than ever. Just the thought of what her daughter, her baby, and the horror Kiri would have gone through was enough to make her go catatonic. Yes, but for not all. It is the main component, and why tech is for you defying all common and uncommon rules of physics and reality. It is the element, a true negentropic exotic chemical of my body, and I will not speak further than about its characteristics. Know that I'm deeply aware of every piece of tech, no matter their size or importance. It is complex, but you can compare them as a part of my body. And no, I would not let anyone study for the moment, he stated matter-of-factly, his arms bulging as he shifted them up to his chest. True negentropy, Edmund muttered in confusion. Negentropy wasn't a new concept, and neither was it to Grace. It's a concept inseparable from biology, the opposite of entropy, and why living beings are all, without exception, showing considerably greater order than their chaotic environment. But that was a temporary and fragile state. It's also a widely known, if slightly different concept in the research of psionic, as it's the product of life too. And both were quite certain, even without the use of true, it wasn't quite the same negentropy found in biology Liam was speaking about. It brought more questions than answers, but that was to be anticipated with the post-human. Sadly, what he added at the end meant that asking further about it would be a fruitless endeavor, but also made it so it was a possibility in the future. "My turn then," Jake interjected and said in a rather puzzled tone. "You build a shield similar to the other force fields, but on a larger scale. And you said it was the first of 3. This obelisk covered a third of Pandora. You want to generate a shield protecting the entire planet, right? But the RDA is not a threat worthy of such defensive measure, is it?" Liam nodded, but before he could respond, Norm spoke, bringing up the same point, but on a different angle to such an extreme measure. He had a vague idea of how strong a tech force field could be by having calculated the energy the one on the volcanic moon warded of daily. A barely 10-meter-tall structure warding on a bad day, the equivalent of multiple nuclear warheads. Size wasn't a factor he preferred to take into consideration, but if one tech force field of such small size could ward off this firepower, then one ranging kilometers could do so much more. Nevertheless, 3 of them, he could deduce, would work together, adding the thickness of it that was in the kilometer from satellites' images. The moon, as Jake miscalled a planet with such shielding by very large and way off estimation, could be thrown in a star and survive. Norm didn't doubt Liam's benevolent intention. He never will anymore. He knew the post-human tends to go to extreme lengths, but this. He didn't complain, but this. Why the need for such a defense system? What threat would be so extensive that a shield of such scale and power is needed? Norm asked the question, and Liam nodded, no surprise on his face, as it was something that he fully anticipated to be asked. "My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance, around 23 in advance. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 95. Threat from outer space. Why the need for such a defense system? What threat would be so extensive that a shield of such scale and power is needed?" The words rang heavy with their implications, a realization flashing through them at that. Yes, the post-human was cautious and paranoid beyond what for most was reasonable. This was an obvious reality and facet of his personality to them, as well as being mysterious in his plan. But even then, when pondered upon, such a defense system is but logical to put on, but what could it be necessary for? It was akin to going into a nuclear bunker to protect oneself from airsoft bullets. The Megacorp didn't have the means to break through it if their idea of the shield power was correct, and it was likely an underestimation. So, as powerful and influential as the RDA was, it didn't possess the kind of capacity to be a threat for such a defense system following this logic. Unless they were considering the possibility of weapons of mass destruction, such as matter-antimatter warheads, being used for some unknown reason. It makes a bit of sense to have it just in case, as frivolous as it seemed to be. But to spend so much time and resources on such a still-in-progress project for an infinitely small chance of an improbable attack that could be easily stopped by a bit of foresight and preparation. Two things the posthuman was an expert in, with the near-divine power brought by tech, such as manipulation of light and space. There were other reasons. The posthuman didn't do the irrational and random. Threat, that is the appropriate term, Liam thought grimly. It was inevitable that starting the creation of a moon-wide shield would lead to questions as to why such a thing was necessary, and it was a good and justified question. The people under him weren't blind or stupid to his actions, even if they couldn't understand them all. Jake was no exception. Though for him, it was more about uncommon moments of clarity. He wasn't the worst tool in the shed, but he was certainly not that sharpest if it wasn't for him at the Omaticea leading most of the present days to be noticeably worse. But that Liam won't speak about it. He could perceive reality as it was, but that wasn't how others saw it. He knew. He was once like this, a fog over his mind that twisted what was and wasn't. As such, he comprehended that for others, understanding objective facts will be unpleasant and breed negative emotions, and when there was no need to speak out, he would speak. Aside from that, he wasn't perfect. Thought about how to answer. This was more delicate. Their reasoning was sound but lacking, and he could use this to avoid and reduce potential panic, such as omitting the still-in-creation Rose of Jericho, or a planet-sized wormhole suddenly appearing on Pandora due to the very low chance the harvesters would break their pattern to do this. But that was more of a last desperate move, as Pandora should look like the tastiest of banquets or the most sparkly jewel. In any case, a shield, no matter its strength, would turn obsolete against this type of unconventional attack. He had prepared in case the question came. He would have been mildly disappointed in everyone if it wasn't mentioned, truly. It was evident something was up if a modicum of critical thinking with hints of the context was used. After a few seconds of thought where he closed his eyes and communicated with Iwa through their bond, he opened them back, he sighed before he moved his lips to answer the many questions in his small public's eyes. I will explain the purposes of Project Obelisks to begin. The further necessary details will be sent to you later. Let it be noted that the obelisks have multiple objectives, but I will only speak of two, the major ones. The first is to support a virtual realm called the Nexus to process, collect, alter, store, and transfer data at a superluminal speed, no matter the circumstances, to anything tied to it. You can consider this as a superior version of the internet. He let out, not yet going to the main subject. It needed to be said, and he preferred things to be concise and not repeat himself. And as for the Nexus, it was an equally important aspect that will be put in full motion once the Obelisk project is completed. It was, as he said, but more, the description of the virtual realm would be quite literal here. The ultimate goal was to create a reality where he would be master and reside for when the inevitable happened. But presently, it was only in its infancy. Only the first thousands basic lines of codes were woven together to bring a minimum of functions, if rather bare bone, but vital ones all the same, such as better feedback between machines and an overall marginal improvement for tech to operate more smoothly. He couldn't do more with the amount of time at his disposal. Adding that the primary language for coding used was conceptually different from the binary number system that was the base of all mankind's programming. Binary was straightforward and solidly structured, but it was its downfall for what was needed. Its limitlessness wasn't so for much more advanced functions that would be considered out of the norm, if not straight-up reality-defying. What was used could be called quaternary. It used 4 numbers instead of 2, though it was more akin to nucleotides of the DNA and RNA, and it held the transcendent property only showing in tech, turning the impossible into possible as it encased principles inconceivable in a 3-dimensional space. With it, he could create artificial life, and that is what he did with ARKs and the others, or transform reality into virtuality and vice versa. Those qualities made it very hard to work with if the purpose was to innovate, as its complexity made creating what wasn't within Techgram exceedingly difficult. It was because of that the nexus was only in its foundations, and that was on purpose. There is no need to rush and make errors that will lead to unpredictable consequences. Then the second, the subject at hand. The green obelisk possesses a force field generator of potency outstripping any earlier generator, and it will be coupled with the future two others, merging the three, letting them adapt and repair themselves as they englobe the entirety of Pandora, thereby forming a matrix of elegy that will be called the World Barrier, he said rather proudly. A hologram of an obelisk appearing on the table in front of them that showed many of its components, even if 9 could understand anything of the mind-bogglingly complex and sophisticated. Just looking at it and trying to make head or tail of anything would lead to splitting headaches. And this was only the more mechanical part of it, the simple part of this insane construct. Jake and Norm, your assumptions are unfortunately correct to a degree I would have preferred not to be. The world barrier is indeed an excessive measure at first glance. The art, even if they were to be backed up and held full authorization to do as they pleased, would not damage it in any substantial way that wouldn't have been repaired in the next couple of seconds. Liam affirmed those two words, the tension in the air rising, and breathing and heartbeat quickening, both loud for him. They believed his every word. No doubt or suspicion about their veracity was in their minds. Liam may be many things, of which a lot were negative, but a liar he was not. The devil was in the details and unsaid truth when interacting with him. It was one of those methods he used to hold an iron grip on everything and everyone aside from his sheer powers and influence. But it was to be an overkill solution. To begin with, I didn't alter the design I have been working on for a decade. I don't have the leisure of time for this. I don't choose the mediocre, easier, but worse solution when I can go above and beyond, and it will pay off, something I wish it didn't need to. And this led to Norm's assumption. It is a very accurate reality, Liam said with a poker face. Letting his words sink in, confusion, panic, and anxiety were present. Mostly within Norm, as he was naturally the most nervous, but the post-human apparent serenity helped. If he wasn't showing any kind of urgency, then it meant there was no reason for any of them to feel so as well, but they weren't all capable of quieting their emotions and working logically at all times. Still, they all were in relative calmness. And what he said brought a sense of security. He had solutions, and that was all that counted. It was within his estimation that all they needed to know. Then Liam's body language shifted from relaxed to serious, veins popping off on his muscles as he hunched over and spoke almost mechanically, a way of speaking that fitted him too well for his liking. For what I would reveal onward, it must be of the utmost evidence for everyone that if words were spread, kept you tongue-tied, I will know, trust me, and I will punish the responsible adequately. There will be no exception, treatment of favor, or a way out. I will trust you on this. It is up to you to hold this trust. Humanity is not the first spacefaring civilization the All-Mother had encountered. He announced with shock that some could be seen with others' disbelief. So, what alien? This seems improbable. Humanity would have known. There would have been traces. Catherine spoke with confusion. It seemed insane. And if they were a spacefaring civilization, humanity would have known. Catherine, without sounding like I'm lecturing you, we have the living embodiment in this room that this line of thought is erroneous and can't by any means void the potential existence of advanced xeno-civilization. It is highly arrogant to believe so. It's not because we can't perceive something with our eyes or machines that it doesn't exist. And might I add that if it is known back on Earth, we would have never had the hope to have access to this information. Unless we want a ticking bomb in our brain, Grace corrected, placing her point of view on the subject. The redhead woman nodded at this, acknowledging the valid points brought up by the Avatar, xenobotanist. Catherine was not offended. She was used to Grace's antics. It was more of a banter between them than anything. It wasn't as if she was faultless either. She didn't miss a chance to prove Grace wrong when at any opportunity given. Scanning the scene, impassively Liam waited until they all quieted down, as the ladies weren't the only ones registering what he just said. The Gnostics were one thing, but a bona fide alien civilization stronger than humanity from the context was an entirely different matter. Here they probably would be the Gnostics of the equation, if not for the post-human. As everyone calmed down, good. "Observe," Liam said, and his specimen implant flashed. At this, the hologram in the middle of the con room changed. An ovoid structure with a flat underside, where two towers equal in length to that of the main body appeared. Next to it was a speck of light with a zoom on it showing an ISV Ventura. There was a model of Neratsupe, with a part of it covered in dot from one point of impact. Others showed its inside, pillar of scale beyond reason, a ceiling so high nine could see, and massive arches connecting to labyrinthine bridges of aesthetic reminiscent of what insects living in communities would build and live in. Silence invaded the room as everyone looked wide-eyed at the holograms, many thoughts flashing in their minds at what they were seeing. This is the size of a small moon or country, Norm said in both shock and awe at the sheer scale of it. Holy shit, Grace added gracefully. It was such a massive structure that thousands of the biggest of humanity's largest spaceships could fit inside, and then more. The entire thing was of a scale the human mind could not truly comprehend. It was more of a mini-world than a spaceship. This is an approximate reconstruction of the fragmented vessel I have found on the moon Neratsupe. It has crashed upon this moon's surface an uncertain amount millions of years in the past, Liam added, and in his words, a hologram of the icy moon appeared. On it was marked where the point of impact had happened with the depth the space shipwreck was found, and a 3D image of the massive wreck in question. Several millions of years ago? How in the flying fuck is it still standing? How did it not turn into smithereens at the crash too? How? Catherine was the first to exclaim herself at this impossible notion. It didn't make sense, a common theme in those times it seemed. She had no doctorate, but she knew her fair share of how things should work, and such a damaged structure under continual stress should have collapsed eons ago. That is, by using any material she knew of. There is no reason to be agitated. I will explain. It has in great part fossilized into the ice surrounding it, and with the moon, little geological activity and its weak gravity stopped most grievous structural damage from happening. As for the damages of the crash themselves, my mate and I are not certain. The ancient materials that made it are certainly strong beyond what this humanity could produce, but not enough to survive such an impact. Even tech wouldn't end unscathed. Nothing physical would truly be. The only possibility is a powerful energy shield generator of some kind that has absorbed most of the damage. But it's not a problem to worry about, Liam said in an even tone, his ethereal silver eyes switching to Jake as before the latter began speaking. Then how did it crash? Something this size can't be realistically shot down, even without techno-bullshit shielding. Is that the threat we have to worry about? He asked, proposing several scenarios that it's possible in their realm. It's because it wasn't shot down or critically damaged in any way before crashing. Picture balloons in your mind. Everyone knows that balloons can only be pumped with so much air before exploding. Now replace those balloons with a mind and air with psionic. The principle is similar. This was what happened to the billions on board, Liam answered coolly, showing no sign of empathy at the horrifying implication of what he just said. The All-Mother? It's her, correct? This implies that the entirety of the onboard species was psionic. Terrific and fascinating, Edmund said with morbid curiosity, yet hardly believing himself with such outlandish claims. My mate is indeed responsible for the death of the species that I named the harvesters in this vessel. She shattered their very being. But do not feel pity or empathy. They wanted to harvest Pandora of all of its resources and do so on hundreds of other worlds indiscriminately. If not for my mate, Earth would have been harvested long ago, Liam added. The notion it could have been the human that were a minimum psionically inclined was chilling, but not surprising considering how the local fauna and flora were hyper-aggressive toward humans. After this, the meeting went on. Liam explained more about this species, such as showing pictures of the two cast members known, queens and drones, that they used biological exosuits. Their technology was largely biologically based, that they were a psionic hive mind, but more importantly that their civilization was still active, alive, and kicking. But also that one spaceship was easy enough to shatter the minds of all passengers if a solitary vengeance were to happen, but more, and that would be a problem. If the world barrier wouldn't be built, that is, as arrogant as it was, Liam trusted his future creation to fully stop any regular attacks thrown at it for at least enough time to win. He also spoke of where he would build the other two obelisks, the red obelisk earning a bit of apprehension not specifically due to where it was placed but who lived there. Violence would likely be of use. In the end, Jake, Grace, Edmund, Catherine, and Norm got a far larger understanding of how small they were, and that being lax would prove to be their death, and that of everyone. It was a humbling lesson, and nothing better than one enemy to motivate others under you than two. The second far more dangerous than the first. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, up to 23. Patreon.com/user U =$ 60424165. 96. Draconic Sentinel. Day 167 of the year 11, or the June 6th of the year 2165, Liam thought, looking at his face in the mirror as he used a straight razor to cut the overgrowth of his beard that needed express trimming. He didn't look any day older than the first time he looked at the reflection of this face. A face that for close to a third of all of his year of life combined he had worn and will until he ceased to be. It was his face. He couldn't think of himself as anything else but the image in the mirror, but there were changes in his expression and demeanor from the first day. It was evidence proof the changes were not skin deep. I wonder how my family is doing since I died. Assuming time doesn't flow in a vastly different manner, Liam pondered. He was far more coherent about this subject than on his first day. It was cold but reassuring to be mostly at peace with it. For all he knew, the universe he was originally from didn't exist anymore, and as grim this possibility was, it was far more rational than to think he could even hope of finding his way back to it in any reasonable amount of time. Even if it wouldn't change, he will try when the opportunity presents itself. When he will create the opportunity, foolish and wishful as it factually was. It would be to see how they were, to have closure. He needed and wanted one, even if that result would be very unpleasant. He acknowledged his death. He wasn't sure if it was exactly this, but for him, it mattered little. He wasn't with them anymore, and they weren't with him for what would be, by virtually all accounts, forever, so the differences were only semantic. And in a way, the Liam of before had passed away. He was a completely different being now. Still, he was very much still him, just different. As for how he came to be here, he realized he didn't care, be it from divine intervention that did it for a giggle or some random cosmic events of infinitely small chance. It was pointless to think about it. It would only be a fruitless waste of time and energy. Still, knowing would be good, but he wouldn't go on a crusade to find out when more important things were on his plate. And if by some miracle he were to be allowed to be back before the switch of reality, he would vehemently reject the offer. He couldn't go back. He wasn't a sous chef of a Michelin-starred restaurant with a pendant to play a video game a bit too much anymore. He had responsibility and was so much more like his other half. Good morning, love. Thinking about your past, it seems. The soft, melodic, and relaxed voice of Iwa reached his ears at the same instant. He felt her chest against his wide back, and her reflection, that of a white-haired Nausix with pink irises, appeared. A curious and entrancing smile on her face showed her pearly white double pair of long canine teeth. He was aware from the beginning of her presence. Even if the mirror didn't reflect her image, as she refracted the light rays away from her avatar in such a way that she turned almost entirely invisible. Her movement didn't emit any sound as she floated, and her heart and breathing were silent. Her smell was blocked off as well. With this combined, she was non-existent to regular senses, but her presence through the bond was as clear as the day. Then her tricks using psionic vanished as she spoke and hugged him behind his back, her arms enlacing around his muscular torso. Yes, it's just one of those days. I just wonder what they must have felt, even if it's ultimately pointless. I just wish I could have said goodbye and sorry for missing the birthday and all that came after, he mumbled while she hummed. She knew he wasn't of this universe, so to say. Liam being, in actuality, an entity from another reality came as the most logical possibility, even before Liam told her so years ago, and in the next few seconds spoke about this place as a work of fiction. But it was very far apart from reality. It was more of an amusing note for Iwa to jest on with her mate than something leading to an identity crisis. She understood what it entailed, but she didn't care. To say she was indifferent, if amused, would be quite an accurate description. So what if some old mortal human had the idea of a being similar to her existing and wrote about it in another universe? It did and meant nothing for the present day. All information known by Liam from this movie is beyond obsolete. It wasn't even a new concept to her. She was so incomprehensibly old. Uncountable generations of Nausix and Tolkien had passed, Within them for the latters composed since their cultural revolution of almost exclusively great philosophers and thinkers that were all artists such as singers, poets, and authors. It needed to be such social hyper-intelligent and hyper-emotional transcending humans in all three by a substantial amount needed an equal amount of stimulation to not have their sanity affected negatively. So countless stories and theories were woven into reality from observation, and novel concepts were told to her with great enthusiasm. As such, the concept of an infinite number of realities outside of her universe, that Liam and humans call the multiverse, but again it was thought of as only fiction. Until now, that is, ironically and amusingly enough, it was a very popular subject of fiction and parody of existing fiction for the whale, even if vastly different due to obvious variations in culture and species. One of the most popular was living as a completely different being to try and understand life from another point of view. And even without her children constantly feeding her their creations and ideas by their simple existence and creativity, creating positive feedback, she would have supposed such a thing was a possibility. The fact it came to be true was but an interesting factoid for her. This and his slightly brooding mood aside, she nuzzled her face into his hair, breathing in deeply, causing her to emit a faint purr-like sound from her body at the scent, as her tail coiled around his arms with enough force to break bones. Then she said before floating away, "I'm doing breakfast. Don't take too long, or else let it be known that nothing will be left." After she left, he continued grooming himself, the monomolecular blade of his utensil moving right around the beginning of his throat, when suddenly he felt a very brief, prickling, and numb sensation in half of his hand, but that was enough to lead to the blade cutting nearly 5 centimeters deep. Luckily, he wasn't the size of a regular man as otherwise. It could have cut through his trachea and carotid arteries, 2 injuries that even as he is were potentially life-threatening without express medical care. Fuck, he swore more out of shock than for the pain product, which was negligible at best. The razor vanishing into his inventory as he lifted his chin and see a droplet of his blood slowly trickle down. It had changed recently, its dark red color now with hints of blue and purple as it shined a faint kaleidoscope of colors similar to the rainbow reflection of crude oil under the sun. The texture not having changed much though. He observed it for a short few seconds before it closed off before his eyes, leaving only the blood behind, which he cleaned off with his inventory. The nature of the blade made it so the damage was little. It was 1 cell wide, and so it was quick to heal as the number of cells to regenerate back was extensively smaller. Time is running thin, he noted, studying his hand, his sun-kissed skin showing the sign of internal bleeding, a telltale sign of veins bursting. But that wasn't only this, it affected all of the tissues in various ways. It was more of a worry if one of those sudden movements happened when he was close to humans or Nasik's blood would flow if too close. They were both so fragile, the former far more than the latter. He hated this, the lack of security he possessed with his bodily control. It wasn't the first instance something like this happened. The first time was 1 week after the green obelisk was built, and it was far less important. It was in the pinky finger of this very same hand. He wasn't dying, no, but it could lead to that even if it was of a nature antithesis to it. His body was breaking down and rebuilding. Sighing in deep thought, he finished his morning routine. Looking at the upper part of his face, where patches of his skin shifted to that of a translucent blue gleaming with energy. This had also progressed, slowly, but it did. It was gaining in density more than anything. In a way, waiting for the perfect moment, one he was preparing for. Once this was done, sent data of the change to the servers as he walked out of the bathroom and arrived at the site of a large table full of great and many meals of Nasik's origin, yet modified, embellished with what he thought his mate. There were plans for the day, far from majorly important, due to those being currently pending as resources needed to be collected en masse. The green obelisk had made a massive dent in their storages, and so would the next 2 obelisks, but things were progressing fast. It is just that resource management was a complex matter all on its own. It was a budget, one that took into consideration hundreds of parameters. The obelisks weren't the only things demanding tons of resources being poured with abandon in them. A few hours later, Liam could be seen finishing fitting the last armor pieces of a simplified version of a tech armor on his adopted son that only granted protections and life support, certainly to an extreme degree, but not much more for evident reasons. It required more than being a baseline human to use, nevertheless a young teenager. "Can I ride it?" The excited voice of the 11-year-old boy newly fitted in question echoed as he ran out, clink of his boot on that cemented ground. What was being referred to turned its massive rectangular and reptilian head of steel down to Miles. Its two bright blue bionics eyes focusing into the approaching human with a curiosity bordering on human level, yet distinctly that of something that wasn't. Its body of metal and synthetic flesh started after its thick but flexible neck of the same material. First were two prominent shoulders that developed into large folded wings, reminiscing the boy of a type of extinct furry flying mammal he learned about in biology class, the bat. Their equivalent of thumbs is used to support the upper body. Though the anatomical similarities to the small mammal stopped at the wings with the skin membrane, replaced by one tapestry of hexagons made of hardened light, its second pair of limbs, its legs, shorter but sturdier with wickedly sharp taloned feet glimmering under the sun. Then there was a long tail that fanned outward at end. It was of size rivaling the legendary great Lionopteryx, if slightly smaller, and wore all of the characteristics of a creature found in a heroic fantasy setting. It was a lesser kin of the dragon kind, the wyvern, and it wasn't one of flesh and blood. It was superior. It was one of tech. It was a void worm. Yes, we are going into space with Liam answered, his voice reaching the ear of Miles through the voice channel as he looked toward the wyvern. The boy cheering and climbing up the beast of metal made to bring death, doom, and destruction upon any threat that would be, and also a method of transport in bonus. Liam was its name as Liam into Med, and equally to the other creatures of tech, or children of metal as they were called, it was the name behind the artificial engramic matrix controlling the bodies. One far less intelligent than a human, just like all others in many aspects, but far more in others depending on their tasks and specialization. He didn't create people. It's a step he preferred to never take. It was one of two artificial engramic matrix. Liam was the female, not in the strict definition, but in purpose due to its function to lay an egg and bring life. As for the other, Carnifex currently on Nerixep was the male. It's a role to fertilize the egg, producing more bodies for each of them, depending on the sex of the hatchling. They could reproduce, something impossible for all others. And the major reason was the cost of production, and that it was something not easily done, or was it without a cost. But it was worth it for, in the end, a self-sustaining and replicating army of wyvern sentinel capable of going at sublight speed when an extraplanetary movement was well worth it. And reproduction in such a way brought evolution. Each generation will have a marginally small chance of mutation. If positive, they will be kept and promoted, and if not, to be culled, recycled into nutrient for more to grow. Frankly, it was a weapon beyond terrifying that only Liam and Iwo understood. She helped in some part of its making, but it will never be out of his control, and if it did by some impossible means, the duo of artificial engramic matrix and their bodies will be instantaneously shut down. It was ingrained in the most intimate and deepest part of their being. And it was a similar case with all the others. Good girl, Liam mentally praised, scratching the lower jaw of the void worm with his armored fingers. Liam's demeanor was submissive yet proud to the highest degree. Its eyes filled with veneration, as for what lay before was for its perfection given form, its creator and father, a being to obey till death and beyond. Following suit to Miles, he climbed the wyvern, and the ride began. The mechanical dragon launched itself and took flight as he held the boy, for he didn't want Miles to be flicked away. Not that any harm would come, but that would be undesirable for the both of them. The speed of the tech beast rapidly reached the 200 kilometers before suddenly slowing down when it reached a certain height, to the confusion of Miles. The void worm continued for a few seconds thanks to its momentum, a time that was used proactively by the wyvern, shifting its wing in sharper position. Neck, head, and tail held straight before the sound of reactors echoed, and the confusion of the boy turned to shock, then elation, as the speed of earlier was multiplied by at least a factor of 10. All potential harm was warded off by the tech armor. Of course, Liam made the wyvern to various and complex aerial tricks before reaching space, and once here the speed increased even more as they moved toward one special direction. The outer space training ground, a large area in the orbit range of Pandora, was once hundreds of tons of trash of all kinds, mostly toxic waste. In the past tense, they all were recycled into an area to train in zero-gravity conditions and the void of space. Two important factors that were self-explanatory as to why people needed to be acclimated with. Miles wanted to watch it due to Needium speaking about it in great detail, sparking an interest in the human teenager, and Liam needed to discuss with Jake what he had in mind in terms of equipment so that it could be implemented in future tactics and participate in general, so he took his son while at it. One stone, two birds. It was a regular and relaxing day, aside from this morning incident. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance, around 23. Patreon.com/user U =60424165. 97. Blue Obelisk. Far within the Eastern Sea in an atoll, where shallow water meets the deep ocean, growing from the crystalline water was a rocky island in the shape of a moon crescent. From its surface arches of stone butter outward, forming the shape of a circle of which, through it Polyphemus could be seen eclipsing the sun when the planetary alignment corresponded. Those arches existed because of the high concentration of potent magnetic vortices. Those vortices were the product of a very high amount of pandorium within the ground. It was also due to this peculiarity that the vertical half-disc-shaped structures above the island formed, and 100 stones could be seen floating on about higher above. There were from the size of a pebble to small island, and of shape carved by millennia of sea winds. A sight reminiscent of the Hallelujah Mountains on a smaller scale. But that was because the main island and the archipelago around with the gallery of hovering stones were but the tip of the iceberg. It was but a tiny percentage of the total that made the geography of the area. The rest lay below the waves, crevices of unfathomable depth with rivers of dense oil rich in pandorium, and psionic flowed with rocks in between defying gravity, breaking the powerful chaotic current originating from the labyrinths of caverns where cold and hot water mingled. None that could be seen at the surface, for forests of algae, coral, and sea anemone-like creatures blocked most of the sight. Still, that didn't mean it was perfectly safe to be within this water, particularly on a ship or raft that could suddenly be sucked below the sea with the sudden movement of floating rock formation and never be seen again, adding that all conventional technology was obsolete in nearly 50 kilometers radius. The deeper, the worse it became. This was without taking into consideration the danger brought by the flora and fauna when not following certain paths. As picturesque and surreal as this island and its surroundings, danger lurked. This place was known under the name Cove of the Ancestors, the most sacred site of the oldest and most powerful of the Eastern Sea clans, the Metkayina, but not only other Gnostics clans regularly went here, and it was one of the main hubs for pods of Tulkuns. Why was it the case for all of those points and the general topography of the area? The answer was simple. Growing in the center of the crescent made by the island underwater was a tree of souls, or more accurately a spirit tree, ranting neutrality in Gnostics. It's a sea-adapted variant of its land counterpart. This one was old, nearly as old as the oldest one of the Hallelujah Mountains, and ever so slightly bigger. Like any other held the ancestors of all the Gnostics, but also Tulkuns. It was a place rich in meaning, emotions, and history. Today was the day those 3 points saw a major shift, one never seen before in this place. One that has brought hundreds of Gnostics and Tulkuns, far less than the event. Tanawari, the Oloichton of the Metkayina road is Tsuruk, or skimming in English. A predatory hyper-aggressive fish, looking like the hybrid of a barracuda and flying cod the size of 2 great white sharks. An animal only the strongest could tame. And that wouldn't even be fully due to the relatively low intelligence, stubbornness, and powerful instincts of such powerful beasts. It remained wild all along of its relatively short lifespan, slightly above that of cats. Tanawari was a broad-shouldered Gnostics. His powerful muscular UT, almost the antithesis to the elfish one of his species, the one of the seas, was naturally more gifted in that aspect. But even then he stood out. His azure skin glistened under the descending sun as breathed deeply to clear his ever-so-conflicted mind, his gaze moving to that of his mate and Sahik of their clan, Ronald. Her face was serene as she moved the Ilu she was riding toward a massive armored creature with him. It was a Nalutsa, the king of the sea, and not any random one. The one that had the honor to have been bested and tamed by the All-Father. A large metallic platform was atop its armored body, blue particles of flight floating all around. On it was a circular and flat structure that he came to learn was called a tech teleporter and transported anything and everything from one teleporter to the others. He would have called it madness and lies if it wasn't for the fact he used this impossible device of godly power more than a few times. The teleport is suddenly flashed, and a creature of metal appeared, a tech strider. Its neck turned around while its antler lit a soft white, and its 4 long legs moved with supreme grace as it walked toward the water, but to the shock of all, it didn't fall. Its hooves of metal shifted, tiny fragments orbiting around, as each of the creatures created a bridge of iridescent blue composed of hexagons that materialized as it advanced in the air with grace. Soon after, scouts were teleported and like ants worked around maintaining the hard light bridge. More tech striders came and walked on the bridge. Then enforcers warped all around, and the crowd farther away, unable to discern the strange light from the rest, could but gawk in dumbfoundedness at the various tech beasts walking on the air. The children of metal, Ronald said with both worship fervor and fear of those creatures that came out of the techno-divine device that broke her view of reality. The star of the show, Tech Striders, is the original and first true creation of the All-Father. Those beings were gifted with the power to bring both creation and destruction. It was but a natural reaction to feel fear to such a creature that, if armed correctly, could fire beams of pure energy that would vaporize everything in its path from a seemingly unlimited range. It was a sane reaction. She and Tanawari had been witness to its power as a demonstration after one child had asked. It had neutralized an incoming thunderstorm, the sky dividing in two. One single beam and half of their clan would be gone, razed off existence. Of course, it will never come to this, but it showed the sheer power of only one of 25 of such creatures that were currently trotting on the multiple bridges of light. They might look like prey animals, the kind that runs and never fights back unless cornered. Their size was the only truly threatening aspect of their bodies. So, as harmless as they might look at first glance, with no claws, fangs, poison, or sharp parts, they weren't at all, even if their main function was to be workhorses. I see you, Oloikton and Tsahik of the Mekhyena. A rumbling voice akin to a clap of thunder in power and volume reached the Na6 couple's ears, the one who spoke hovering down from the platform with his tech armor. I see you, All-Father. Both said in unison, surprise obvious in their respectful voice and body language at the sudden appearance of the voice owner. A human male of size not incomparable to that of Tanawari, but far more physically developed, was the owner of said voice. His bearded face, unhidden by any helmet, gave sight to 2 silver eyes glowing with potent blue and purple energy, the same energy that was trailing on the left of his dark brown hair and left ear, some even going down his forehead in the form of cracks. This schism between organic and energy was ever shifting, as if his body didn't know what state it should be in. If one were to look even closer and be patient enough, one side could be seen advancing, winning over the other in this tug of war. The energy, as soon as it touched the air and expanded, seemed to flicker out of existence. Unknown to the Na6, this was exactly what was happening. But it was inconsequential at such a scale, the energy instantly being replaced in an infinite cycle. I will need a bit more time to get used to people calling me this. At least they don't consider me a god, Liam thought. He wasn't that detached from reality to not find it a little weird, and their demeanor toward him. It wasn't one new for him, but one that has become night omnipresent, and it wasn't a development he didn't anticipate. Generally, when something unexplainable and so far from common happens, it brings 2 main things into the heart of sapient beings: curiosity and fear that can lead to veneration to varying degrees, and others, but here it was this. Make this into an individual, repeatedly breaking their view of reality, and this led to the current result for the vast majority. Liam knew he was to blame for this treatment, so he didn't complain, as he had no right to. He didn't do things discreetly. He was blunt and to the point, a bit theatrical even, and in the end it only accelerated the inevitable. That didn't mean he considered himself or his mate as some kind of divinity. Far from it, but he acknowledged the vast difference in capabilities. I'm the equivalent of Mother Nature's husband for them, their goddess. It would be weird if they treated me like a regular man, or anything close to that term. He thought briefly, one of his several lines of thought running simultaneously in his brain when he didn't need to think on complicated subjects that needed his full focus. Has there been any discontentment or complication within the clans for today's goal? Liam asked, his pupils dilating as he gazed through the hundreds of scouts present at the same time. He didn't mention the whales, as they all fully understood and accepted the incoming change. It wasn't so much the case for the Nausicaa. There were a few seconds of silence where Tanawari thought about the questions, not sure how to respond in a way that wouldn't anger the superior being in front. Then he closed his eyes and spoke. There have been very vocal adversities, even within our clan, and even me. Change is something we are unfamiliar with, such a drastic one, on such a personal level, even more so. It does not matter for many if the reasons behind are a necessity. Once a way is set, it is a hard task to sway it in another path. The Oloikton of the Metkayina said, his tone calm, but with a certain edge of anxiety and frustration. As I forethought, but it will be so, no matter what might be the consequences. It is not me who will suffer. The All-Father said, but the cold and hard truth was it was a matter of power, as all things were. It wasn't a matter of who was right, but who was strong. Iwa was with him. The Oloikton was far from pleased with this situation, but he was powerless. It was the ground of his ancestor, and he couldn't understand how his mate, the most stringent and less acceptable of change, was the one fully agreeing to such a thing. He couldn't see it. Tanawari's eyes sharpened, and he dared to ask. It was the art, even if he never had to deal with them. It reminded him of the stories that evolved with a similar scenario. Couldn't it be built elsewhere? Why here on our ground? The ocean is vast. You have space in abundance. Why ask us if it is to ignore our pleas? Do not confuse me with merely informing you of what is inevitable to me asking for your authorization. You do not possess such power. None but my mate does. If you did, I would have asked. As false as it sounds, it displeases me to force it upon you and your people. It infringes on your belief, but I must for the obelisk to function properly. Survival is more important than emotional attachment and feelings. Liam explained in his usual way of speech, low in emotions and concise. There was no arrogance or disdain in his voice. It was simply facts. However, fret not. I will not bring destruction to the cove of the ancestors, for it is unnecessary for the obelisk to be constructed. He said, hovering backward with a smile. The avatar of Iwa suddenly appeared next to him from thin air. The emplacement of the obelisk and their environment was equally important to that of their inner working. They weren't perfect machines as much as they might seem from anyone else but Liam. They were imperfect, flawed, a temporary solution. Their hovering capabilities in a grand party thanks to the Pandorium and psionic of the location. But that was the most he could do with his time, knowledge, and intelligence. As such, it was to be built, for it was the only area rich enough in the superconductor, far enough from the Hallelujah Mountains, and quite a few more points. He did with the hand he was given. If it displeased some, then so be it. Then the construction began. From behind the arches of stones was a circular platform of metal. In its middle was a terminal where Liam was placing his specimen implant. In a fashion identical to the first obelisk, this one was built from spires to bottom in a matter of minutes by the combined effort of tech striders, scouts, and enforces. Its size and design would be a perfect copy, if not for the blue beginning to be emitted instead of green. Let's turn you on, he thought, his heart hammering in his chest as a tingling sensation spread through his body. As he turned the megastructure on, a beam of pure white energy shot out to heaven, exploding once it reached a certain height, and as the process proceeded on exactly like for the green obelisk. A shield of energy covered the sky, cutting all external sources of light, until the two-third complete world barrier turned transparent. Only the red one to go, Liam said, joyfully teleporting himself and Iwa to his island, letting the crowd calm down and his creatures move away. There was no need for any more fanfare. His hands were trembling, his face sweaty, and dark red blood started to trickle down his nose, left eye, and ear in great quantity. Iwa gazed at him with worry, even if she knew it was as they predicted. It never was a pleasant sight to your other half in nothing less than perfectly healthy. If anyone were to see him in such a state, catatonic shock would be their only response. The stoic tall mountain of a man in a state that for many will be one for being fully bedridden and on heavy painkiller drugs. This attracted his attention, and he used a scout to observe himself. He frowned before shaking the trembling out of his hand and cleaned the flow of blood with a handkerchief for the most part. It was only his body expelling what wasn't needed, still it was unpleasant. "How do you feel, my love?" she asked with her right hand cupping one of his cheeks while her pink eye focused on his silver ones, the capillary pulsing with blue and purple as bright as they ever had been. Physically, it is complicated to put into words, but wrong would be the term. My body is confused about what it should feel and how it should work. As for mentally, relieved, the threat of dissipating or turning into a mutagenic ball of flesh is soon going to be distant, though, when I can ascend, he answered with a faint smile, his usually pearly white teeth now painted with his blood. That is reassuring to hear, she said softly, kissing on the lips. Then she added, speaking the obvious. Part of you as it may be element is truly a boon and a curse. It is indeed, but it is necessary, and I will take control of it. Rein it in as any part of my body should. It is but a matter of time. He promised to smile back, then he invited her to take a bath, which she accepted in a heartbeat. A new shower would be needed after this. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1/2 finished in advance, around 23. Patreon.com/user U =60424165. 98. Flesh to energy. Sitting on a chair adapted to his weight and size and his Simod, Liam gazed almost lazily into the eyes of Grace, her expression deadly serious compared to his calm one. So what is this about? Why did you pester me day and night for me to come? Not that I lack thing to talk about, Liam asked curiously. Both knew it was at best a rhetorical question, but it was easier to play along and have a normalish conversation simply due to Grace's brain not working on this wavelength. Even if that made it temporarily somewhat awkward. He would jump from subjects at a speed she couldn't keep up, all the while speaking only specific words that for him should tell entire sentences. It was hell to work around for everyone, so that was why it was very rare he spoke this way, but when he did, well, he occasionally needed to be reminded not everyone had the same biological capacity, something ultimately silly since he didn't actually shouldn't forget. I wanted to do some more checks on your body. I need to know, what is actually happening to you? This is obviously not normal, and you don't really speak about it, she said with worry, accusingly pointing at the blue lines over his head, neck, and the most obvious of all, his eyes where the veins glowed a blue and purple hole his iris literally glimmered. If you so desire, Grace, I have nothing to hide if directly asked, and it's an important subject. I'm not turning blue for some random reason, and at the very least I can inform you, and for that looking at my genome shall lay the basis for further explanation. It is both incredibly complex and very simple, he said amiably, the tech gauntlet over his right hand unfolding to reveal his skin for her to take blood and whatever sample she might need in the realm of the reasonable. Don't break the needle this time, Arrow Dash. She couldn't finish her sentence, nor the movement of plunging the needle in vain that he jumped away faster than she could process. The only thing she heard and snapped her back was the sound of metal being bent violently. What the fuck, Liam? She yelled in shock at the side of the table with a deeply marked handprint and the post-human looking pensively at his right hand. It's happening at varying intervals, but has been becoming more and more common. With it, I sometimes temporarily lose control of my fine control. What happens to anything or anyone in the way does not need to be explained, he responded, turning to her, one of his eyes red with blood, veins having burst as he showed the palm of his right hand. Deep marks laid on both the skin. The veins glowed faintly, and the energy at the contact of air disappeared. Take this, put it into the scanner, and see. Words are not the best route for you to understand, he said, flicking his left hand to a small flask of blood. His blood appeared, and he gave it to her. Her eyes shifted from his blood-red eye to the flask before she closed her and mumbled a fuck. He could have done that from the start, but no. It wouldn't be fun without theatrics. How can someone be so analytical, yet act this way? The avatar grumbled internally, but it was of little importance compared to the excitement built up at what she was anticipating to discover. Her passion, while focused on the flora, engulfed biology as a whole. She did as asked with speed, precision, and efficiency, taking 3 droplets of the flask with a micropipette before placing them on an incurved gold plate. Then she put them into the scanner. One far more advanced than any other as it used tech. To put it simply, took pictures, but in a way that seemingly didn't care about laws of physics, for example, the possibility to observe subatomic particles smaller than photons in that highest of detail. And it wasn't the only thing it did. All that was scanned was then simulated into other forms and studied to give the maximum amount of usable data. It did the work of dozens of machines in minutes for results better than all combined. To say it was revolutionary would be a very large understatement. Long minutes of silence passed where Grace studied the information on the hard light screens, her expression switching wildly from fascination to shock and wonder, then back again until she spoke. Your DNA, a new strand, a fourth one is growing and connecting, shifting the triple helix formation into a quadruple, and your chromosomes are turning tetraploid. This should be impossible, and it's made of highly energized exotic energy and is spreading to the rest. How? How is that biologically possible or even physically possible? How does it work? It's some kind of plasma in solid form or something equally insane. The only thing I can think of is element. That's the only thing. These changes, all of them that have happened, it's correlated to this, isn't it? Correct. It accelerated a process that had begun the moment of my appearance 13.5 years ago. It just wasn't my body at the time. The element was a catalyst in many ways. My change, one of them, Liam laid out, raising more questions than answers for the xenobiologist. As to how this functions, the process is still a vast mystery even to Iowa herself. Nevertheless, me, who is not versed in that field. Your supposition is also correct. It is the element in one of its forms. Here, take this and do not panic at what happens, Liam instructed, plucking a few strands of his hair, both his regular dark brown ones and the ones made of blue energy. They're dissipating in the air. What is happening? She said, her eyes widening to an almost comical level. She could feel the glowing strand of hair vanish in her touch by means beyond her comprehension. Without going deeply into a more advanced form of quantum mechanics, the hair I gave you cannot exist in a stable state within this plane of reality, and it fizzles out so quickly because they are too weak, but they don't disappear. They merge back to their point of origin and anchor me, he explained, the strands of hair made of energy that was plucked reforming as soon as they disappeared, while the regular one plucked didn't seem to regrow at such impossible speed. Fascinating, truly. If I wasn't used to your bullshit daily, I would have lost it even if that takes the cake. It will likely hit me in the middle of the night. Is this phenomenon exclusive to your hair? She asked, throwing the regular hair in the bin. Her apathy was in majority due to her shock that she was trying but failing to hide from the post-human superior senses. And there was way more to unfold. No, it isn't. All my body's tissues that shift into that state of energy behave similarly when separated from my unchanged ones. They cannot stay in a stable form, and as you described, dissipate. Liam answered while cleaning the blood that had begun to trickle down from his bloodshot eye as if it was a normal action to do with such nonchalance. Then you are? No, this can't be, she mumbled without daring to end her sentence at what was slowly happening, the horrifying implication that came with it. Grace, your worries are deeply appreciated, but no, I'm not dying and neither disappearing. I would not be this merry, but in some way, it would be comparable if I wasn't acting to prevent either from becoming a reality. My body has more chance of failing with the sheer amount of food and water I need than becoming extra-dimensional cosmic dust, he clarified with a smile, calming the rapidly beating heart of his decade-long friend, even if the subject was delicate. This leads to a point I need to bring to you today, for I think your help might be needed. There is an obvious pattern and method behind where I build the green and blue obelisks. The red obelisk is to be built in this location. He lifted his left hand at those words, and a hologram of Pandora flashed into existence. On it were dots that showed the most important points such as Hell's Gate, the new home tree of the Omaticaea, and the obelisks, of which two were crystal clear in their shape and brightness. The third was the red one, and it was blinking in and out, showing it was not yet a reality, and it was located, the Obsidian Valley, the most volcanically active location of this moon. You want to build the third here, and on that specific location within it. The locals would be a problem, she mumbled, her memories clear onto who inhabited those forbidden lands. Legend spoke of an ancient clan, far more ancient than the first Torque Macto, a clan that had many times died, be it either due to wars, betrayal, diseases, or natural catastrophes, but each time survivor held on, and the clan was reborn anew from their ashes. Gnostics from all origins and backgrounds were their members, all of ancestry originating from banished and exiled clanmates for great crimes, and sin if not, then they are exiled themselves. No matter if a first generation or 10th, their status remained the same among the others, for they possessed a belief that was against all that the others stood for. They have forsaken their ancestors' wisdom and knowledge, their morals toward lives and members of the people, and the greatest sins of them all, for they did the same to the All-Mother. For the other clans, they were no more than savages and creatures to tell nighttime stories to spook children. And Grace didn't believe any of that aside from the fact they were rather very aggressive to outside interference. She was oh so very wrong, but Liam reserved the surprise for when she would see the reality, because he knew, and it was hard to stomach even for someone like him with irrational emotion dampened. She was very naive in believing the Gnostics, sapient beings, were incapable of the vilest of horror themselves. A fatal flaw in her way of thinking to correct. With empathy came cruelty. The two were the facets of the same coin. Perhaps they didn't commit and never will do horror on scales equal to humanity, but that didn't change the nature of their actions. That is why I require your help. We could try to be civilized with the Ash people. It's your specialty. However, know that the obelisk will be erected. It is mere politeness, an olive branch if you will. I don't hope for great results, but we can at least try, he said, his face hardening and voice turning rather cold, showing how little he thought of this idea, but still decided to propose it. I don't have much of a choice in the matter, do I? She said, exhaustion in her voice growing already, and a pressure was felt on her shoulder. I didn't even need to order you around, see. You propose it yourself, and I graciously accept your help. Don't worry about your schedule. I have worked on it beforehand. After saying his 2 bits, he lifted his hand and waved goodbye, a pleased smile growing as he heard a frustrated and exasperated sigh from behind. And so 2 weeks flew by. Today was August 18th of the year 2167. The sun was shining. Flowers were blooming, and Septin and Orion were singing on Liam's broad shoulder to the music blasted in their tech armor. Good morning, Grace and Jake. I hope you have prepared everything in advance. My inventory is not limitless. The posthuman sitting cross-legged on the massive head of the voidworm Carnifex said inquisitively as 2 avatars advanced toward him. Both Jake and Grace wore clothes completely inadequate for the encasement they were going to walk, one wearing the classic garbs of Gnostics, which pretty much consisted of a thong and a dagger, and the other's clothes would enter the case of for going on a walk in a jungle, but not much else. A drastic difference compared to Liam in his full tech armor, which now was more of a life support system that constantly gave him the necessary nutrients and water. And there was no need for them to wear special gear. The 2 tech belts at their waist were there for a reason. As for Jake's addition to the equation, an ex-Marine, Oloikton, and Toric Macdo, Olin was going to be beneficial for their little team. I hope it won't turn into a bloodbath. Liam thought grimly inside, while on the outside said in an even tone to the 2, what are you waiting for? Climb up. We're going there on Voidworm's back. His heavy frown was still present on his face for the 2 others to see. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance, around 23. Patreon.com/user?U=60424165. 99. Cultural shock. The winds rich in sulfur and ash slammed against the voidworm and its passengers as they advanced in a dark gray sky of the most volcanically active region of Pandora. It was a region that was opposite to all that was seen on Pandora. Even the desertic bone graveyard where the weak, diseased, and old let themselves die. The Obsidian Valley was a place that fit the description of apocalyptic and nuclear winter, almost to a T. Endless desert of toxic ash, granite, fragmented obsidian, and many more randomly separated by crevices, some only a few meters deep and dozens in length, while others were bottomless and ranging in kilometers for length and dimensions. Many lead to caves forming impossibly complex labyrinthine undergrounds. The sky was in a constant state of thunderstorms, dark clouds crackling with thunder and hiding the 2 suns as acidic rain was ready to pour down at any opportune moment on the fauna and flora adapted to this rather extreme environment. The most present were 3 species of plants of the same genus: vein pods, puffball trees, and puff daddy, all of those names to depict plants that stored methane to help them synthesize their own biological matter. The most peculiar aspect of them all was their sacs full of light gases that let them partially defy gravity and also make them very prone to explosion if there was just the hint of a spark. All around were the trunks of long-since dead home trees that had fossilized, creating massive dark gray pillars every 5 or so kilometers reaching toward the sky, or broken on the ground creating bridges for the crevices. But since long-dead trees were only a small portion of the desolate paysage, volcanoes were the most flagrant part of this entire area. They were of all shapes and sizes, from barely hundreds of meters in height to kilometers. The vast majority were completely inactive, but the ones that weren't were creating rivers of bright red, yet rapidly cooling lava and toxic fumes. Are you both sure there is anyone living on that wasteland? I don't think even the most hardy of beasts would even survive a few days. Jake suddenly asked if the harsh wind, toxic air, and smog did not bother him, as the tech belt filtered everything harmful out, letting him not suffer and die slowly. That's because that is exactly this. Only insane individuals would live here when the smallest of breezes can lead to deep cuts and breathing stupidly sharp pieces of glass. The Ash people are cave dwellers far from obsidian shards sandstorm. Grace explained with fascination, as she was very curious about the ways these people live in such conditions. That makes sense. The ex-Marine nodded. The simple explanation was enough for him, even if that happened to several other questions. Look at our goal. You two, Liam said, pointing one finger at the largest volcano appearing on the horizon. The void worm was rapidly approaching, its size and height comparable to that of Mount Everest, and its dark gray and obsidian black body was adorned with massive arches of stones as the smaller rocks orbited all around like moons. The Yonulitz Epivaram, the ash mountain of the heartbroken, is directly translated. Rather poetic for such a devastated, pretty fitting. Grace said the name of the volcano in question, her eyes glued onto it as if trying to glimpse beyond without much success. After a few minutes of steady flight, the void worm slowed down and descended as their destination was a few hundred meters before them. Liam's tech helmet unfolded over his head, letting his gaze behind the base of the volcano, the hundreds of tunnels, all clear for him to see. "Why did we stop?" Jake asked, and the post-human first answered by mentally commanding his wyvern to fire a concentrated beam of pure blue energy at a very precise location in the ground. The beam hit its target, melting the area of impact. "There is no true entrance, so I'm making one, and we can't progress further on Carnifex's back," Liam said before jumping down, the two tetrapterons on his shoulder flying off at this exact moment. A soft crack was heard as the mechanical energy generated by his fall was all but absorbed by his tech boots and dispersed outward. As for the others too, well, the void worm was moving closer to the ground to a point where it was safe for them to jump. Once the beast of metal and pure technology landed, a cryopod appeared in Liam's left hand, and he began storing the tech wyvern. While he was doing this, Jake, feeling adventurous to explore, not before having informed the other two. And so he walked into the hole dug, Septen following behind by Liam's order. The ground of the made-up tunnel was paradoxically cold, and if it wasn't, then the heat would need to be quite high for the shield to be overpowered. As such, he had the freedom to advance without any hindrance, and that is what he did. His almond-shaped iris dilated to accommodate the lack of light while he trailed his finger on the solidified molten stone. Then he arrived at the end. A massive cavern lay before him. Plants and mushrooms he never had seen before grew in great numbers from every direction. It was a shock to him. He did expect life, but not this much. There even was water. And it wasn't only the flora that seemed to flourish, since as soon as he took the first step his ears twitched. Creatures were close, and he didn't have to wait for long as one showed itself to him. It was a smaller and brighter than usual viper wolf. Its body was ebony black, and white dots adorned its body. It stared at him curiously with two pairs of eyes, then its frills spread open. At the exact moment, a bright flash of light exploded at Jake's confused face and wide-open eyes. "Aren't you ARGHG?" He screamed out in both shock and pain, his vision widening and his cornea hurting to a point he never knew was possible. It felt like his eyes were burning from the inside out, and didn't have the time to process anything that something pounced at the back of his neck. He didn't panic at the realization his neck was going to be bitten off by whatever creatures blinded him. He still didn't when more came jumping down on him, swarming him with numbers to compensate for their size. He didn't feel the pain, nor was he injured. The only thing that was felt was the searing pain behind his closed eyelids, the pressure where he was attacked, and the sound of animals trashing, growling, and barking as he fought back, trying to not kill them. Then the sound of air being ionized reached Jake's ears with the sound of whimpering as the viper wolf scattered away in fear of being killed like one of their brethren that was trying to rip the avatar's throat. Septen was flying above, its cannon above its head ready to shoot at anything approaching. I didn't know a similar variety of viper wolves of the ones below the Great Plain has evolved here, Liam said, the cryopod he was fiddling with in his hand switching for his tech phase pistol that he used to fire a concentrated green beam of plasma at Jake's eyes. Fucking hell, wasn't it supposed to protect against all harm? Jake said, scratching his healing eyes as his vision progressively came back to him. It doesn't. I don't do magic, sadly, and a bright light flashed in the eyes of nocturnal creatures such as yourself would have heard in any case. Some tweaks might be of use still. You're stupidly lucky I can heal injuries like this, otherwise you might as well be blind for the rest of your life, was the response from the post-human. His face hidden by his visor made it impossible to know what he was thinking. Yeah, sorry. And thank you, the Oloicton of the Omatike said bashfully with a light chuckle as he scratched the back of his. He didn't look the part of a father of three, a military man, or even a leader, and that was relaxing. As he stood up, his eyes trailed briefly over the viper wolf corpse. It wasn't a pretty sight. The head and upper body were gone, and the wound on the remaining part blackened to the point it could be confused with charcoal. If the Tetrapteron was just a little off, it was a terrifying weapon, for it didn't care about what was made of what. Fucked around and find out, oh mighty Toric Macto, but I appreciate your sacrifice. Now I won't need to feel my eyeballs meld in my skull. Grace's sarcastic voice echoed from behind with a strange mix of pity and schadenfreude. And so, after this minor problem, the three of them advanced in those dark tunnels where the only light source was of biological origin. At multiple points, they were attacked by the local wildlife, such as by a pride of fanged mongrels, a type of large predator habiting the same ecological niche as Thanators. Each and every time something of the like happened, Liam made them flee by using the stun mode of his tech phase pistol. Nearly unknown to all, their little group was being followed and observed by the owner of two piercing black cat-like irises hidden behind tinted glasses. She was gazing down upon them from the fossilized roots of plants such as mainly, but not only home trees. The lithe figure frowned before snarling. Her three good canines would have appeared briefly if not for the mask over her face and nose. From her satchel took a thin piece of coal attached by plant fiber to a metacardinal bone, the largest of the index finger bones. With that, she began writing and drawing a very basic sketch of what she was seeing and their likely direction on a piece of skin. Her writing was not English. It was another one all on its own. In its working, it was more of an advanced and complex set of symbols akin to hieroglyphics or runes. In the end, she wrote her name, Leo Zididin, for it was mandatory unless she wanted to be harshly punished. Or worse, go to the pit where a swift death in a fight with a beast was the best option. Once it was done, Leo delicately and swiftly rolled the skin into a scroll before knotting it together. Then she attached it to the collar of a very colorful six-legged lizard that was sitting peacefully on her right shoulder. It was a male Savalwuk, a species that could create psionic bonds with their mate, with which they could communicate at long distances and know each other's location. For example, they could alert the other of predators. This one was trained and knew several codes for several situations, such as this one. Invaders, parasites, she hissed under her breath with as much venom dripping from her voice as she did with the Savalwuk, ordering it to send a specific set of codes to its mate back at the main camp. And once this was done, she gave it the task to deliver the message. Its color shifted, and it blended in the flora before skittering away and disappearing. Now her focus was back on the three trespassers and the two metallic flying creatures on the metal one shoulder. Down below, a two-thirds of the groups remained completely oblivious to their stalker and utterly fascinated by this strange subterranean world. Grace in particular stopped every dozen meters to either take samples of plants, such as one that looked like a living, or to take a photo. She was like a kid in a candy store. Almost an hour flew by, and the ground was now cracked or straight up broken, but nothing was collapsing, be it either thanks to the roots or the local powerful magnetic anomaly. And many of the floating stones were very morbid objects. Skulls, Gnostic skulls. Jake spoke in shock at the sight of dozens of skulls impaled on an obsidian spike, each of different size, some being of literal children even younger than his daughter. This made his blood run cold. But that was only the start. The spike was of masterful craftsmanship, and on it was a story carved in image. A story that spoke of who these Gnostics were and how they died. His first thought was it was a cemetery. A unique one, but still, the sight of more such spikes with varying degrees of aesthetic changed it. At first, it might have reminded him of the Anurai and their bones-based art, but it was far from it, so horribly far from it. There was the skeleton of 3 Na-6 infants mixed with that of various animals to create a chimera, a mockery of what they once were, and the obsidian structure those were on showed the tale of what appeared to have been a sacrifice. Grace was not doing much better on her side. Her eyes widened in shock as she gazed upon the skeleton of a small child with a broken skull and the story drawn on the obsidian. The child was murdered, then eaten and put here as some kind of twisted trophy. She was not one prone to judge others' culture's most unusual custom, but here, it was hard not to, and as she observed more of those art pieces, it became even harder. The child was eaten alive in what appeared to be a ritual. She was feeling fury rising, but before it could reach any kind of breaking point, a faint cry was heard in the far distance, and an arrow stopped 1 meter in front of her face, Liam having grabbed it before the impact on her shield. If he didn't, it would have kicked her into the depth of the earth below, and before she could swear or say thank you, Liam's tech armor emitted a pulse of energy that stopped once their little group was engulfed. It was a shield, she realized by the obvious tapestry of blue hexagons making the bubble of hard light protecting them from the omnidirectional arrow's rain. Orion and Septengo, rip and tear. You are free to do as you please as long as none die. They have attacked first. Let's hope an understanding can still be made. His voice, cold and emotionless, echoed with the slight distortion of his helmet, only adding to those words' effects. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance, around 23. Patreon.com/user?mark_60424165. 100. Failed ambush. A few seconds earlier, Leo observed from above the trio of invaders. She never stopped once from following them after she sent her messages. There was no need to wait to show the way for her brethren, for she simply placed noticeable traces of her passage behind. And that is what they did. In a very short time, a group of the most proficient hunters and warriors that had been informed gathered for this exciting hunt. They moved within the deadly labyrinthine caves with speed and efficiency, for it was second nature to them. She didn't know who those 3 were, but only that they were intruders to be eliminated and captured, and quite important ones at that. As such, like any good hunter, she wasn't going in blind. As such, she garnered further information than what she initially sent. But her observation proved confusing. At first, she thought they were very unusual Na-6, for digits and a thumb per hand being the glaring point. But then there was the metal man with the 2 tetrapterons on his shoulder, fully armored in shining metal and bright blue. He was tall and big, showing that muscles were behind, but he had no tail or place for ears, which led her to affirm he was of the demon. This line of thought also explained the 2 Na-6, not actually being Na-6, but only superficially looking like them. A pale and insulting imitation to their likeness, if Leo ever saw one. Second, and most important of all, their behavior. They were noisy in all forms. Their loud voice in a language she didn't understand echoing far and wide, while their body language was relaxed, their movement uncaring, and their actions reckless beyond reason. The lone female of the group was far above the other 2 others in that aspect. She was far too curious for her own good, touching plants known for their deadly toxicity. Overall, she lacked in its entirety any kind of survival instincts. It was a total mystery for Leo how she hadn't been killed by her stupidity already. But the group wasn't inexperienced. Arrogant would be the term she would use to describe them. Yet arrogant and disrespectful of the danger as they may be, they weren't defenseless. Far from it. The one in metal had the unnatural capacity to create objects of thin air, like a strange silver glassy tool that shot beams of orange light that stunned and scared away any animals or plants that attacked them. By all accounts, she was certain he was their leader. He was better equipped and bigger, his movement controlled to a point it was unnerving. He was the target to keep alive for his place, but also the easiest to keep in shape with his armor of craftsmanship she had never seen before, and she wanted it. He was to be captured, a direct order of the matriarch, and the rest was not up to her to decide. She knew she could get a piece of him if she was tactful enough. No matter the form, the mere thought sends pleasant tingles all over her body, one area more than the others. She turned her gaze to the Na-6 that had volunteered, their excitement oozing out of their bodies in the air. Tonight, a new kind of meat, exotic meat, would be on the menu, for they would not waste the ones that were to be killed. It would be the greatest of sins to not respect their games by not using them to their fullest, no matter what it entailed. A thin smile formed under her mask, one of many meanings, but if one word were to define it, then the word dangerous would be it. Moving her scarred hands and slender fingers, she did simple but precise hand gestures. Their sign language and the unspoken voice spread around. The message was clear: prepare yourself and attack at my call. She didn't need to remind them that breaking this order would lead to various punishments. And that is what the group did, their body preparing for the ambush. The strings of bows were held taut, the obsidian-tipped arrows ready to fly at any moment. As for the ones preferring melee, they readied their weapon and adjusted their placement and position. Alas, the excitement had built far too much. And before Leo could order the attack, one of the more hot-blooded warriors, far too enthralled in his little world and bloodlust, had let go of his bowstring with a cry, the arrow zipping through the air toward its target, the xenobotanist's forehead. Leo didn't have the time to react, and neither did anyone for that matter other than one. The one dressed in metal. His movements were swift, shifting from one point to another in what appeared instantaneous. But his speed only came second to the sound her sensitive ears captured of the ballista bolt-sized arrow he grabbed in midair, being snapped in half. His helmeted head looked at the one that was shot at before, shifting straight at them. And then from his chest plate, a dome of blue light made of tiny hexagons exploded outward, covering a small zone that encompassed the two shell-shocked avatars next to him in a sort of bubble. Leo stared in astonishment, her brain trying and failing to process what unfolded. The same could be said for everyone else. The one that had fired in particular, as he was also releasing his mishaps. She span back first, however. Confusion, anger, and a hint of fear rose in her heart as she yelled her order with as much force as she could muster, her voice harsh and piercing like one of a pissed-off drill sergeant. Abandon stealth. Attack. Kill the one to be killed and cripple the one to be crippled. Her voice snapped everyone back into focus, their confusion vanishing and the excitement coming. War cries echoed far in the caves, followed soon after by a rain of arrows falling down on the blue light. And they had absolutely no effect whatsoever. The expected death and blood never to be seen and smelled. The arrows, no matter who shot or the power behind, harmlessly bounced back with almost an equal amount of force, with no rules or pattern, but the opposite angles to which they were shot. As for the ones fond of the melee, that had jumped down seconds after, not fearing for their lives in the shower of deadly projectiles, be it either due to trust they had in the bowman's skill or simple recklessness. Their fate compared to the arrow was not much different. They bounced back off shields with little to no control of where they went, and with equal force. Broken noses, dislocated limbs, torn muscles, and more were only a few of the injuries possible. 6 caught themselves back on nearby branches, the grounds, or floating stones with varying degrees of light injuries, but 2 were not as lucky and ended with no holds above the void. Not capable of flight, they fell down in the crevices, screaming in terror. Their future unknown, but certainly bleak, if not deathly dark. Their only hope was a swift death. Painless was never an option when it came to this. 3 unluckier ones got skewered by the comeback of the arrows, leading to one falling, another dying on the spot, and the last screaming bloody murder as it went through his belly, then pelvis. It was chaos. Just from this, a third of the group that went for the melee died or became unable to proceed on the attack, which in their world was the same. Leo couldn't believe her eyes. The same was true for everyone else. It shouldn't be possible. It shouldn't have timed this way. Their expectations shattered, confusion spreading but rapidly turning to fear as more and more arrows were mindlessly shot, uncaring for the others unable to move below. The first, second, and third volley each doing nothing. At least we are safe. Triple H. It hurts. It hurts. Her thoughts were violently interrupted by a flash of light and the Gnostics next to her screaming in agony. Her head turned instinctively to him. Her heart leaped in her ribcage, not out of pity for him, but to what it implied. To his hands were gone, but there wasn't blood, only blackened flesh. Her eyes locked onto the culprits, the 2 tetrapterons. They were flying at inconceivable speed, with grave no wild animal should, their claws of bright energy cutting all matter apart, flesh and bones being their target, and it was the flesh and bone of the group she was leading. One after the other, the critters flew, in perfect synergy, dodging arrows and cutting tissues apart, yet never going for vital organs. The damage was, or at least should be, lethal. But it wasn't all. The wounds made instantaneously closed by turning a deep black, stopping any immediate death due to hemorrhage. The pain and shock of the sudden damage very much remained present, however. Legs, feet, ankles, hands, arms, ears, and so much more flew as the maniacal critter's claws of light weaved in the air. But that was only a part of the bloodless butchery. Eyes, ears, chests, genitals were not spared. Leo didn't stay to see the pandemonium unfold any further. She wasn't one for being torn apart like a fanged mongrel chew toy, and wasn't one to put her life below that of others. She ran in the opposite direction, terror in her heart. At some point, the scream stopped and she felt hope, but she didn't go that much farther before this hope was crushed in a flash of agony on her lower back, as all feeling of this area and below, including her legs, became a blank in her brain. Luckily, she was quick and caught herself on a branch before she fell. Her mind was ablaze, frozen, when the one responsible landed lazily right in front of her face. It was one of the Tetrapterons, its eyes with clarity only seen in fellow Gnostics, visible through the helmet, studying her expression, painted in fear and agony. Its 4 eyes moved to her hands, then at her face, then back to her hands. Understanding with dread slowly crept into her mind and reached the obvious conclusion once it lifted one of its talons, and where the claws should be 3 long and thin blades of immaculate light manifested. But this little bout of torture wasn't to be. "No, Orion, there is no need for torture," a deep voice said, ascending to her level. The Tetrapteron stopped and turned around, seemingly dejected, but the piece of meat thrown at it elevated its mood. Then it flew away, cawing happily. It had other tasks to do, notably storing the wounded into cryopods for ease of transport. Relief was short-lived for Leo as the face origin of the voice came into view, eyes of ethereal silver glowing with blue and purple, braided hair shifting between 2 states of matter, and tan skin cracking with blue energy. He was observing her like one would a piece of trash, but instead of only indifference and disgust, there was a hint of anger. All of the fear she had felt until now was little more than nothing to what she was feeling present. She was facing the gaze of a superior being, and her mind could not keep up, yet she couldn't faint. Her body refused to. She realized the magnitude of her madness, but it was too little and far too late. Liam roughly grabbed the Gnostics by the neck. Her erratic heartbeat fell through his gauntlet, neither amused nor saddened as he lifted her. His grip was like a vice, carrying only to not crush her windpipe and snap the bones within like twigs. He began his descent back on the ground, holding her like one would a potato sack. The low sound of his jetpack was the only one in the caves. Doesn't even try to fight back. Cowardly piece of shit, and she just pissed herself. The post-human internally remarked, his nose wrinkling in disgust. He knew what was going on in her mind and memories. Iowa kept constant feedback for him, and it was not pretty. Rape, murder, cannibalism, and more, sometimes not all in order or at the same time. All done by her and her fellow people to varying degrees. The fact it was of her culture mattered little. It was a problem all its own. She was not forced to do so, but she did, and what she had briefly thought of doing to him. But in the end, all of this was just an excuse to build the red obelisk in this location. Violence was going to be used, but he needed for others to understand that it was the only way to not antagonize them. Mentally sighting Liam, threw her on the ground once he was low enough to avoid injury, but not much more else. She half yelled and half cried as she landed face first in the mud at Jake's feet, pain flaring evergreen as she coughed, trying to regain her breath. Once this was done, she lifted her, and her eyes met the ones of the Oloikian. Such were almost as chilling as the other. He was pissed off for what was attempted, and her pitiful state didn't garner any pity from him. If it wasn't for Liam, she, like all of her clan mates, would have been killed. Creatures like them didn't deserve to live, and if they did, then they shouldn't have attacked. But that was just a small group, and he didn't have the whole picture. Why? What are the reasons behind such an attack? I'm the Oloikton of the Omaticea. Your action, depending on the future, could be considered a declaration of war and your clan eradicated. Jake questioned, his glare of anger unmistakable, but he got no answer, and he knew none would be satisfactory. And that is why no answer was given aside from a confused if scared gaze. There was no reason to do so aside from stupidity, selfishness, or some twisted goal which was the first two, but in a different color. Grace Decide stared blankly at a disembodied hand, the skin of a pale gray blue, with sharper and longer nails. Calling them claws wouldn't be inaccurate. One of the many unique anatomical features of the Gnostics living in this environment, but it was not the time for this. Their eyes, the hate, the anticipation filled with sadistic glee and cruelty that had turned to abject horror and primal terror once they realized they couldn't win. The skeletons, her mind had already formed an idea of their culture, but all of this, for what? Couldn't we have just spoken? She mumbled to herself. She was conflicted. It happened all so fast, and she knew Liam knew about their preteens and simply didn't act for some justifiable reason. So she wasn't even angry, just disappointed at the possibility, squashed by every party. But also disappointed in herself for being so naive it would have gone smoothly for their first interaction. Liam, observing the two, frowned slightly. He could see the gears grinding in their minds. Still, even after the attack, the option of some peace was a possibility. He didn't need to kill more than strictly necessary, but he was going to try nonetheless. I will heal her so nobody will have the burden to carry her. We will continue from where we were attacked and meet their leader. Be advised that no matter the result, the tech teleporter will be built today, the post-human announced before coughing loudly, his hand stopping any blood from escaping directly going to his inventory. Yeah, no matter the result, the obelisk will be built. My Patreon, if you want to give me money and have chapters 1 have finished in advance, around 23. Patreon.com/user_u=60424165.